Good afternoon, everyone. A little bit of a late start today, just 5 minutes or so, but we're ready to go. Featured table. Looks like we're seven-handed to start, which is good because we've only got around 20 players in the room at the moment. Tao will be joining myself very shortly. Day 1A of the main event. We got 10 levels coming to you today. Our levels finishing up around 12:30, early hours tomorrow morning. First featured table of the day. Going to run you through who we have got taking their seats. In 1 is Aksat Maggi, 2's Rob Malley. Looks like Pete Wigglesworth in 3, Calwinder Dohill in 4, Paul Brampton 5, Jack Ramsden 6, Gregory Hunt 7, Mike Ellis in 8, and Philip Joyce in the 9 seat. So 900 plus 100 buy-in for this one. Not too sure what we're looking to get numbers wise over the weekend, but I think we will surpass the 300 mark. Any questions, fire away in the chat box, guys. Got some giveaways coming this weekend too. And first hand, we're covering a lovely little river card here for JR, making the King High straight. And potential to get paid as well, because we've got Aksat here with 2 pair, and it's going to pay it off on the river. So 75 big blind pot going the way of JR to start the day, straight up to 25k. How are we doing, Barnesy in the chat? Good afternoon to you. It's just going to be focusing on the main event all day today. You can't play today, still getting tomorrow. Have the Day 1B and Day 1C turbo leg tonight. We have the cash out satellite, so last chance to get into the main event for a fraction of the buy-in. But just early levels to start here. It's quite nice to have 8-handed to start the day. Very rare that we get that when we start the street.
Do you get? You want yeah. Are we on?
Yeah, we're on.
Flipping
Here
it.
he is.
Sorry about that. I've just been chatting. I've just been chatting to a guy that's laughed his head off at you.
At me?
Yeah.
What?
So the first person I see in the card room, and I've walked straight through, Anthony Gardner.
Yeah.
Straight from Vegas.
Yeah.
Straight from Heathrow. Straight to Reading.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Quick chat. He looks slick. Still looks good. Still looks like he could do it at football. You know what I mean? Still does it. Gets in. Tells him the little bet we had.
Yeah.
He laughed his head off. He went 2-1 to win a trophy. He says, "Give me some of that. Let me lay that." He says. They've got no chance. So we had a quick chat. So that's why I'm late.
Okay.
Apologies for being late. Good morning, everybody. Yes. So Anthony Gardner sat down. He's literally come straight from Heathrow. He enjoyed Vegas. He was in Cali for a month, and then he went to Vegas for 2 weeks, and he enjoyed that kind of it. So he did a lot more off the strip kind of thing. But 2-1. If you didn't see us last night, we'll rerun that during the day, and we'll catch up with this lad from Vegas, because we know there's a lot of people that watch the live stream on the cash and don't watch the GUKPT or vice versa. But we are here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Reading. We are in the starting first level of the GUKPT. I'm sure you said all this to start with. Yep. I can leave the cable lands. He's come back for a day. He came back, you know.
Yeah, I know.
There will be next year.
We hope so. There will be eventually, whether it be next year or in 5 years' time. There will be eventually. I feel like
everybody's enjoyed it. Everybody seems to have enjoyed it, and it's getting back to normal now. And the talks will be obviously next year. But the final chance of winning a bracelet was the last event yesterday. We didn't get it. Rob Cowan came 4th in the free roll. He got 75,000 in the free roll, which wasn't a bad free roll to be in. It was the Tournament of Champions, and he managed to come 4th for 75,000. It would have flipped. I think it was ace jack against 9 or something like that. It was just a proper flip. Lost out, but well done again for everybody who cashed in Vegas. Obviously Rob winning a bracelet and a couple of you were on the rail for Heiser.
Yeah, Heiser in the Colossus. Yeah, that was a rowdy row.
I tell you what, that Colossus, wasn't it? 13,000.
Yeah, some fields to get through. I'll tell you that.
We had couple of seconds. Gary Whitehead.
Yeah, Gary.
Everybody missed out on. Gary Whitehead slowly crept up and finished second. One of the funny ones for us, just while we're in the early stages. Alex Burton from Scotland. He lives in Scotland now. Phyllis is the one that sits on the rails and knits.
Yeah.
Have you seen Phyllis?
I haven't seen her.
Yeah, she sits there and she knits. So she knits on these. She comes to GUKPT, she comes to Goliath, she knits away. Apparently I've got a hat for Goliath.
Oh, okay.
She's knitted me a hat. I don't know what it is, but she's knitted me a hat. So she's watching. Alex is in the 500. The World Series, the one that I played, the 500. So that's the one I played, obviously. Bust out. Alex makes the final 4 tables. He's down to, I think it's 33rd, I think he finished. So anyway, he's sat on the table, sat in seat 4, seat 1, gets it all in. It was the unbelievable flip of Queens against Ace King. He had the Ace King against the Queens. Queens held. He knocked out in 33rd. Whatever. So he's just walking out. I says, "Up, Alex, how you doing?" He said, "I've just bust." I said, "Oh, sorry, mate." I said, "It's all right." He went, "That kid over there is seat number 1, Queens. So I had Ace King. Can't believe it." He says, "Well, look down. It's Chris Moorman." Chris Moorman then goes on to finish 2nd. You know, Chris Moorman, he looks down, he says, "Is that Chris Moorman?" I said, "Chris Moorman, that." Obviously, he's slimmed down a lot, he's lost a lot of weight. I said, did you not shout?" I says, "I saw you 1 hour with the tower." He said, "No, look, they got knocked out by Chris Moorman." He went, "Is that him?" But yeah, stories like that all weekend long. The lad's back, we're all back. Vegas has finished. Anthony Gardner. 2-1 Spurs winning the trophy this year.
Well, I wanted 4s. I said 4s.
We had to look on Betfair.
Yeah, I'd let you
we had to look on Betfair, and it's 2-1. No one can do about that. I can't give you better odds than that. I've not made the money, but we do have it. How you doing, Bob? How you doing, Gary, Adam, Gullimath, Lenny, and the Preston Pixie, who's going to the Punk Festival in Blackpool in August. Hope you are all well indeed. We will back to the action, and there's a car outside with a number plate. AX 123.
Yeah.
Ace.
Bob's made a bit of a mistake. This is a bit of a misstep. This hand donking the flop, then donking the river. A bit of a butchered King 7 hand here from Bob. Now, the way he's played this. And,
now I'm thinking Axe has got the car outside.
Yeah.
It's the BMW 8 Series that looks like a McLaren F1.
Oh, I know the one. Yeah, I know the one.
It's one that, and it says AX blah 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 Ace. It has to be his car.
Yeah,
it has to be.
Has to be.
So Axe standing seat number 1. Afternoon, everybody. Plenty of news coming up regarding Goliath, regarding everything else. Got a lovely email from Jim McShane this morning, telling us the do's and don'ts and what you can and what you can't do during Goliath.
Okay.
And he says if there's any questions you can't answer, write them down, and we'll have a Q&A sometime during the week.
Okay.
So any questions regarding Goliath, because that's our next event. That there is our next event that we will be doing. We know the G400's not being changed. It is the Bounty. The G400 is the only change to all of that. And we start streaming on the Saturday the 27th, starting with the main event, obviously, of the Goliath, and then the Women's Championships. That'll be on the final, but there's plenty going on. Anything regarding Goliath at all, please let us know. We've got the email sorted out. We've got a lot of answers for me that I didn't personally know, and if there's anything else that we can't answer, he's told us to write it down, and he'll come in for a bit of a Q&A. So that's good. So we're here. Welcome everybody. GUKPT is back. This is the final event before Goliath, so we will be talking a lot about it. The first one back in 3 years.
Is that how long it's been?
2019.
Wow.
2019, the last time Lee Reynolds won the last Goliath. Les Fenton were in the chat box yesterday. He won the second one. I said he won the first, I didn't. That was Lee Rawson. Les Fenton was in the chat yesterday. But Lee Rawson won the first ever Goliath. And now we're on X, which is 10. So there will be plenty of talk, because that's our next event. We have a bit of a break, and then we'll do some research, and we'll get back into Goliath mode, because that's going to be a week and a bit of live streaming for us.
JR here with the Kings, so we're going to be squeezing this one up.
Have you ever heard of Dallas?
No.
I mean, I don't mean the state. Dallas, the TV program. No, it was the late 70s, early 80s, to be fair. It was like Coronation Street on speed in America.
Yeah.
In America, about an oil ranch. Really good, really, really good. It was like the program. And then JR was the main character, and he got killed. And it was Who Shot JR for months and months and months. It was a TV program that went on for ages, and it was like very cult
I remember Who Shot Mr. Burns when I was younger. That's about it. On the old Simpsons, Who Shot Mr. Burns?
Well, that's probably a spin-off of Who Shot JR. Believe it or not, back in the day, obviously in those days it was pre-Sky and it was pre all that, so you've only got 3 channels. In 1982 we had 4 channels. That's how lucky we were. 4 channels. So it was pre all that, and it made 9 o'clock news. Who Shot JR? It's a TV program that's pretend. Nobody's really shot him, and it made the news. It was bonkers. It was really weird back in the day. Greg Hunt's not been eliminated, but he is going to be moved to. I think he does eventually move to a different feature, to a different table. Greg does get his chips moved very shortly.
Yeah, just the balance.
Yeah, there we go, balances. Sorry about the bouncing up and down. We can't get the overhead camera on the ceiling because it's about 38 foot in the air.
Is that Angry Elton?
That is Angry Elton. Yeah, that is Angry Elton.
What a nickname.
Loves it.
How are we doing? Klopp on top, Carpet Catcher, Adam Wells, Stephen Smith, Sean Botherton, all tuning in.
Afternoon, everybody. Facebook looking good.
And Gary McGaffney having a bit of lunch in Plymouth while tuning into the live stream. He gets everywhere, old McGaffney, don't he?
He does. Still in Plymouth. Lovely place, Plymouth. We used to have a GUKPT in Plymouth back in the early days, 2007, 8, 9. Plymouth. Great place, lovely place. It's hard to get to. Well, a long way down to get to if you're from up north. But whoa! Did you come? Whoa! Right. So Goliath's on in 4 weeks' time, and we're slimming down. I've got 2 family weddings in the space of 3 weeks, and we're slimming down. We're trying to do a lose a bit of weight. What did Jay bring in this morning?
Fruit. There is fruit. There is some fruit. That's not.
Move it, just show the fruit for the fans.
I don't know whether they do.
Don't drop the fruit. Oh man, these are going on. These are going everywhere, aren't they? These are going. Here comes the fruit, ladies and gentlemen. There's the fruit for the boys. That's what Jay brought in because he knows that I've got 2 family weddings coming up in the space of a month. Unbelievable. And I've already been. I even got told you can't have this one and that one because Boothie's already claimed 2.
I haven't claimed 2.
Afternoon, Jim. Afternoon indeed. Axe always comes to the poker tables like that. He always had the headphones. He's always got the face covering. It's normally a face, isn't it? It's normally a mouth or a big grin or something like that. He always has the glasses on and the mic. He's just such a nice lad as well, he old Axe. Such a nice lad.
Afternoon, John Garlic, tune in on Facebook. I think a couple of them are cheesecake, Killer Smoke, and there's some just chocolate cake Victoria sponge.
Yeah.
I got the low fat one.
There's one. Apparently, there's one of them that's got no calories in it. So that's mine.
Is this the stock for the ice cream video as well? Was it in Reading?
We can't find it.
Oh.
We actually
I've got it.
Have you got it? We actually. I don't know if we'll be able to stick it in, but if we can, we'll if we can, we'll stick it in. This was the ice cream video. Yes, it was. Who won the Omaha last night? We'll try and get you the full result from the Omaha last night. PK will get it for us, and we'll stick it into the commands very shortly. And that's what we'll do.
Yeah, big pot there going the way of JR flopping the straight and just going bet, and Accept not getting away from the top pair on the river. Have to call flop and turn, but facing that river size there was 1.5x pot. Pure bluff catch up, the King Jack. It does pay it off, and nice start for JR. Up to 30k, 50% stack increase in the first 20 minutes or so. And Ricky Kebabs joining us on Twitch. Good afternoon. Barry Cobb finished 4th in the mini main Maximus. Yes. He come 4th for around £6,000. King Knight Clubs of JR makes it 300. And, accept. Going to peel the A6 off here in the small. Our early stages. Usually see this hand hit the muck a lot of the time from this position, but we are fairly deep, wanting to get involved. Does flop the best of it. Alright then, Sam, coming down to play the main event later this evening. Be good to see you, Sam. Make sure you pop in and say hello. We're in the room right next to the feature table. And Maximus, is Barry playing the main? I'm guessing he is.
Maybe having a day off today, I reckon.
This is his leg. This is Barry's leg.
It is.
Back in 2018, the last Reading leg that we had, Barry cashed in 22nd place, and then when we go back to 2017, Barry comes second. Lost heads up to Ali Malou.
As nearly everybody does.
Yeah.
Hope Ali's going to come down and come back for a 2-time champion. Be good to see him, that is for sure. Yeah, they ended up heads up in the cash last night. That's when the bigger pots started. We had a 3.5k pot, didn't we? 3.5k pots. Ace, 10, Queen, 7 of diamonds, early stages. Trying to get chips. That's just, oh, we need a new captain for Ryder Cup.
Every time Darren Clark it comes out when this man's
well, we do. Our captain for Ryder Cup's been sacked.
Who was our captain before?
Henrik Stenson. He's been sacked.
Oh wow, look at this river. Gonna get in a bit of bother here. Gonna have to pay this one off after making the straight here on the river, Mike.
Yeah.
And JR's gonna be double starting now. This quickly.
Yeah, it's flush.
And
he
flush
announces
is
flush.
good.
With the 8, 6 of diamonds. And the worst river card for Mike. Oh, Adam. Wages day, is that Harvey? You know you're running bad when you arrive at Reading and you find out the missus took the debit card out of your wallet, so you've got to drive back to go and get it. Uh-oh.
You're quite local to here though, aren't you, Harvey? I don't think he's not too far from Reading.
He'll be 2 minutes. It'll be cheaper than the taxi that we got from the central this morning.
Yeah, Tower nearly passed out.
He just decided to type in any figure he wanted when he said how much it was. Like, wait, is that it? Is that just the minimum charge? Yeah, that's the minimum charge. Okay.
I thought it was for a week's travel, Tower. I thought it was for the whole weekend we had it.
I've had to ask for a pay rise. So I can just get to work and back.
Jim Marlowe, yes, heads up cash for about an hour last night. It was a good little battle as well between Rafa and Ashton. Saw some decent pots.
They didn't get all the chips from everybody at the table, which is why it ended up heads up. But they were both in front. So yeah, they were both in front.
Tower, you've not got a bus pass.
Not yet. Do you know what? I nearly googled what bus goes to Rosekill Lane. because I was waiting that long, that long for a taxi. I'm like, this town is just like the 80s. Just needed to get to work. I just stood there for ages. Kept shouting, have you ordered this taxi? Are you sure you've ordered this taxi? So we need to know from Reading Central, where we are, what bus goes to, what bus comes past the casino. And I'll check it out. I might even get on it tomorrow. This town in the 80s. I do, yeah, you're right, Blackpool. I must admit, when I said it, Jim, I thought, oh. I tell you what, over the weekend, Blackpool was busy. By heck, was it?
Oh yeah, get one of the e-scooters. That's the other option.
But I've not seen any of them in town.
I've seen a couple. Flying through Reading.
I've not seen any of them in town. In fact, I'm not saying it's not advanced too much this time. But I saw somebody driving. I still saw somebody going around town on a space hopper this morning. I had a wander around the town this morning, get me breakfast. Fantastic little.
I saw you, didn't I?
Fantastic little coffee van.
Yeah.
Did you go to the coffee van?
No, I didn't go.
I got me almond milk cafe macchiato with a little bit of caramel sauce in it. Very nice indeed, it was.
Access 7.6 suited. Happy to open this one EP. We are only 7-handed at the moment, so it can open a little bit wider. And obviously very deep. Bob happy to pill. Queen Jack.
So Axe in seat one. I wonder if he'll nip me to the shop in the break. Should I ask him? Oh dear. You want to see his car. If it is, number plate is AX. AX Ace, it says. Brilliant. Well, we've not got any on ours. Not got any, and I've got the restreamed. I've got the chat up so I can turn it all off. It's not on mine, so I must have blocked it in previous ones. But you've got it in yours, haven't you? Oh man, it's not in mine. Don't know, you didn't see it.
Raised to 300.
Jim says, hang on a minute, he's just taking down the web address. Oh dear. So early stages, Reading, GUKPT. Paul Vasnulis won a Reading GUKPT as well.
Yeah, a long time. Yeah.
Oh, Pivas. Jax, who shot JR? Who actually did shoot JR?
I don't know.
I can't remember. Can you remember, Andy?
What?
Who shot JR?
Bobby Ewan, wasn't it?
Was it Bobby? I forgot.
Bobby.
Oh, Christie,
Was it?
apparently. Well, 1982.
Just a look, Dallas.
So Vadim with the check mark here. I'm going to go for value here with his queen 10. How's your flag knowledge, Tower?
Oh my days. I'm going to say Portugal, not Portugal. Tunisia.
No.
Is it close?
Well, Tunisia is very well red background with there's no green in Tunisia, but with that half moon.
Moldova.
You got the first letter right. Begins with M. Anyone in the chat box help Tower out. Where is Vadim from with the flag? You'll see it when it comes up.
Mauritius.
Not Mauritius.
Damn.
Nice flag, Mauritius though.
Is it?
Remember that was the one for the lad when we had the game before back at the Vic.
Yes, that's right. God.
Not Algeria, says Arcoot Racing. I know.
Algeria's
what you
got green in, has it?
Yeah, yes.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's got green in, I suppose. Red and green. It begins with M. Cooper Racing. Any tips for Friday? Oh, that horse is not running tomorrow at Ascot for Gary McGaffney. He's actually down to race in the centre. Morocco.
Not Morocco.
Not Morocco. Damn.
Which one are you looking at? The team.
Vadim.
Not Morocco. Montenegro.
Not Montenegro.
Oh my days.
Hey, Jim Marlowe's got it. Of course it'd be the man on the chase.
Was he on the chase?
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah.
Did he win?
I think he did win. I think Jim won on the chase.
The Maldives.
The Maldives.
Isn't the Maldives one of the flattest countries in the world? Like the sea level's about 6 foot or something.
I'm not sure, Tower. You could be right, but
£3,500 win for Jim. Well done, Jim. Did anybody take the minus? What would you do if when they went to sat down and they took the minus and won? Would you walk past them, want to slap them? The Maldives. That's amazing. Maldives to Reading.
there we are. Should all be good for you now, Jim. I'm in on the YouTube channel. Hopefully no more spam. Or if there is, we get it deleted.
Good lad. Good lad. Quiet start today. Cooper. Quiet start. There's about 25 in at the minute. But it's obviously late reg all day long. Day 1B will be busy. All the side events, the main. What did the mini get? 450?
Yeah, it was quite a decent turnout.
121 in the Omaha. 5 seats last night at the Satellite. A few gas chambers going on as well. But a steady start for day 1B, day 1A. Obviously day 1B and C tomorrow. Buy-ins for day 2 as well.
How are we doing, Apocalypse? Good afternoon to you. Jack 3 board. So both Vadim and Cal catching top pair here. And Cal is the original aggressor. Should be betting this one 4-way. Might mix in a check in like a heads up situation, but 4-way here. Just want to be thinning the field down, start ranging our opponents, get some value from some worse Jack X potentially. And it's great for us once Vadim calls here. It's so much better that we get the call from Vadim on the button than rather someone out the blinds. Vadim's going to have less 3x than the big blind, for example, and he will have some like Jack 8 suited through Queen Jack that we can get value from. Obviously we'll have some 3x in there, Ace 3 suited, maybe King 3 suited might be there early stages. And now double barrel here from Cal. And now it's a dicey spot here from Vadim because once Cal fires twice here, our Jack 10 does just become a bluff catch up. only going to be ahead of a bluff here. And on this Jack 3-3 rainbow board, there shouldn't really be too many bluffs four ways, so we could potentially just let go of our top pair here now on the turn. See if Vadim figures this one out. Just think on such a dry board, takes from the flop. Once Cal continues, I think he's going to be deterred from double barreling once he's called. But Vadim is going to call once it with position, maybe hoping that Cal does shut down on some rivers potentially. 8 of clubs rolling off, and it's going to go check check now. Cal not wanting to go for value here, maybe still wary about some 3x ace 3 suited. Ace jack might be in there as well, maybe thought very difficult to get value from worse, only really targeting queen jack, jack 10, jack 9 suited specifically.
For you, Sam? For you?
Yeah.
So Paul just getting in the mix, 4-3 off under the gun, raises to 300. Called in 2 spots. And potentially going to win this one, Paul, here now. I guess if we're at the stone cold bottom of our range, we're going to be firing once here, trying to take it down, and against these 2 particular holdings, it's going to work. So 4-3 off, doing the trick there.
So lines 1-1, early stages. Afternoon apocalypse. With the flashing lights.
Trying to figure out what light it because everybody keeps thinking
Over there.
people taking photographs.
All right. They're flashing away. Well, we're at a disco. We're going to panic at the disco.
I'm surprised you know that is Tower.
What?
Panic at the Disco.
I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's a band.
I was just saying.
Oh, okay.
You're going to Panic at the Disco.
Oh, no, yeah.
Is that a band, is it?
Yeah, it's
Is
a band,
it?
yeah.
Get in. What did they sing?
It's like a rock band, I think, like rock grungy band, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I've never listened to music, but I'm pretty sure that's their genre.
Well, there you go. Better Google. You never know, there might be a joke as wild. Play any of that stuff, they'll all leave.
Queens for Vadim. And opens, gets a call from the 4s, 8-6-3 rainbow. So probably going to get 1 street value here, hijack versus big blind. Paul should be calling once here, but it's just going to fold. And I guess that's to do with sizing as well. Goes pot size there for Dean on the 8-6-3 rainbow, just south of pot. Just lets the pocket 4s go correctly.
Hello?
So GUKPT early stages. Here all day, ran to about 12 hours of live streaming. 15-minute break after level, I'm guessing it's 15-minute break after level 2. There'll be an extended break after level 4 for the complimentary buffet that's here.
How are we doing, Mel Barnes? Axet always wears a mask. It's his trademark at the poker table.
It is.
He's been wearing it for years and
And
years.
he's such a nice lad as well,
Yeah.
isn't he? When you've no idea who he is when he comes to talk to you, but because you've just seen him for 2 hours wearing a hat and glasses and a mask. But he's such a nice lad off the table. His own axe. Oh, Simon, too soon, Simon. Simon Green on YouTube. How many bracelets did Jay win? Too soon, son, too soon. Good question from Luke as well. Are most of the players in these events pros, or is it a broad range in the standard of player?
I think in this sort of buy-in, it's going to be like a wide range. You'll have a mixture of pros, you'll have a mixture of recreationals,
Yeah.
like satellite qualifiers. I think this sort of buy-in remit's a bit of a sweet spot. It's like the buy-in where you do get plenty of recreationals in the field that are coming, giving the shot, trying to have a deep rump. I love the confidence though, Simon. If you didn't tune in yesterday, you didn't actually know the answer to the question. I love the confidence of how many. But we'll be back next year.
Absolutely.
And I've heard as well, next year I don't think there's going to be any GUKPTs running during the WSOP, so we could perhaps be out there together,
Yeah,
Tal.
well, fingers
You
crossed.
fancy a WSOP tag team?
Yeah. Oh, there. I tell you what. Jim McShane, are you listening? Apocalypse says he sees a Maldives flag. Interesting. Absolutely. Took us ages to get it.
Lovely flop here for Vadim. The top two continues for 300, and Mike's going to get a little floaty here with just jack high. Some plausible backdoors, and may get himself in a spot of bother now after catching second pair on the turn.
Right, flicks in the call. Good job, that's not
Yeah,
three.
good job indeed. And it's just easy bet spot for us here as Vadim, and looks like Mike not wanting to fold second pair here. Floating the flop.
Non-believer. The demon seat number 9.
Yeah, just going to be a board that we want to fold to the flop. Yeah, we got some nice backdoors, but out of position on a board that's so much more favourable for the EP opener. It just should be hitting the muck, but Mike obviously wanting to see a turn card, potentially pick up more equity, and on that occasion getting himself in a bit of trouble. Alright then, Stephen. Jay, have you opened up a Facebook page, or is someone setting up a false profile in your name? I'll tell you, I have got one, but I only set it up because my phone was stolen in Vegas, and it was the only way I could get in contact with people I needed to get in contact with. I've got it at the moment. People are adding me as a friend and stuff, but Monday, Tuesday, when I got my phone and my phone number back, it's going to get deleted anyway. So you can add me as a friend if you want for a few days.
Didn't add me.
It's gonna. I haven't added anyone, to be honest. Tal. Everyone's just sending me friends requests, but come Monday or Tuesday, it's not going to be there anymore. I'm just using it at the moment until I get my new phone, SIM card number, all sorted. So it's just using for contact purposes at the moment.
Afternoon, Francis. Francis Oberdon. Are we playing the main this week, Francis? I'm glad you will be.
Yeah, he's always here,
On
Francis.
fire this year. Had some decent results. That's Francis this year. So Jack in C number 6 with the Governor Poker Last Longer patch on. Any tens of spades around?
And Francis will be here tomorrow with the aim to cause havoc. Get you on the feature table, Francis. Always a pleasure to watch you.
Absolutely.
Entertainment factor goes up for sure. Ricky Kebabs had my first Vegas experience last weekend. Stag do, and then played the WSOP Super Turbo last Sunday.
Very nice indeed.
Jim Marlowe asking how was the standard of play in the main event. To be honest with you, Jim, my first table day one was pretty tough. It was I had Santiago Plante on my direct left, I had Oliver Biles on my right, I had a young Spanish reg 2 to my right. It was actually a pretty tough table, and then English kid called Harry Lodge was 2 to my left as well, back end of the day. So for a day one of a main event, it was fairly tough, but then got to day 2 and it was just a complete opposite. The table I had on day 2 was really dreamy. There was like limping going on, there was donking into the aggressor in 3-bet pots, there was some wacky sizing choices on boards, really like passive table. So it was a bit of a dreamy table day 2. So it was better table day 2 than day 1, but I guess that's how it goes sometimes. And a lot of people say in this main event it's all about table draw on that 2-hour clock, that structure. If you do get a good table draw, you can have a pretty decent run at it. But
and then got it all in with the nuts.
Yeah, what can you do, Tower? It's
absolutely nothing. Nothing at all.
Yeah, it would have been a nice one to win.
Pray to the gods.
It was just a dream spot as well. I was just doing handstands in my head when it went lead, call, I've shoved, and then there's a reshove, and I'm just sitting there with the nutter butters. And played a really interesting hand against him back end of day 1, Jim. Really interesting hand. Ended up having to fold a set on a river in a 3-bet pot. I was literally in the blender for about 5 minutes. It was a disgusting spot to be in.
Not 20?
Nah, but yeah, it was, I may mention the hand history later.
What do you think about the 20-minute tank?
It's a long time. It is. It's put the money at stake. It's like a 4 million decision, effectively, Tower. It's one of those things, and it comes down to once S-Bang goes bet and shoves river, like his range then becomes really condensed to probably deuce X or better, and it heads up how wide ranges are. Maybe that's the reason Attenborough found the call. Only thing I will say, like he called with a 4, he had a jack in his hand, which isn't going to be the best card to have. Maybe ace-4 is going to be a better call in that spot, but would have had his reasons. He got there, but tanking for that long, I guess in that circumstance that you're never going to be in again, it could be okay. Now then, Razor Kev, afternoon, you lovely lot. I'm going to throw a bet out there. Who wants to give me on odds on Everton being bottom 5?
Bottom 5? I don't think you get that out of bookies, unless you walked in. Yes. The last weekend without football. This is the one. Yeah, bottom 5 is interesting. Obviously, widens the odds. Certainly shortens the odds. Me and Jay's already got a season long. Well, it won't be a season long, but it'll be over by Christmas.
Yeah, it will. It will. Well, January. League Cup's in January, ain't it?
No, you'll be happy then. You'll be out in round 3.
Coming to round 4 Champions League teams.
Do they? Oh, no, what the odds should be? The odds should be evens.
Was it FA Cup 3, round 3, League
Yeah.
Cup round 4?
Oh, right, okay. Bottom 5, Lawrence said should be evens.
I think less. I think it should be shorter than even
You think it
bottom
should be
5.
short- do
I
you
think
think?
Everton potential.
Will be odds on.
Yeah, I thought.
What's the closest hotels around Reading? There's 2 or 3 travel lodges. There's a yeah. Use your use your Google. I'm not too sure. We stayed in the Crown Plaza before. That was posh. Let me tell you. I think that was a mistake. that was lovely. That.
Yeah, 300.
Yeah, if you really want to bet, Kev, I'll lay 1 to 2 for you. That's just off my head. That's what I'd lay. 1 to 2.
Would you?
Bottom 5, yeah.
Bottom 5, 1 to 2. Wow. I'd back that. 1 to 2.
What, you want to parlay your £20 onto that tower?
Everton don't finish in the bottom 5. I prefer evens, says Razor Kev. Do you know what? I've never seen them at JSK Stadium, and apparently it's really close to here. I've never seen it. Never been. Never been. Must admit. It's only about a mile from here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you can get there in a cab for 50 quid.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll be walking here tomorrow. I'll tell you. Never seen a taxi driver ever just put in, just input his own price and then say, "Yep, that's it. That's what you're paying." What? Yeah, it was bizarre. It's too far out of the centre. Uber is not in Reading. All the Uber drivers were all having the morning off this morning because it wasn't connecting and we got told there wasn't an Uber in Reading.
Yeah, I went.
And let me tell you, if anybody knows about Uber, it's Jay.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, shares went down while I was in Vegas. You know that. Yeah, I just asked the hotel staff where we're staying, Jim, and they said you're not going to get an Uber in Reading. Like, you search for one and it says like 23 minutes connecting, and then it just never accepts.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing about Vegas: it's the easiest place to get a taxi ever. Like wherever you are, it's just straight away, hop in a cab, go where you want.
Taxi or Uber
Taxi
or Lyft.
Well, I was using Uber for the first few days, and then after my phone went,
Oh, of course,
I had to get a cab. So it's one of them things.
Yeah. Yes, you miss out on so much when you lose that important thing. Mark Adair, don't. Spurs top London club 5-4. Don't start losing your wages.
I think we're favourite out of Chelsea and Arsenal. Honestly, well, out of Chelsea, you can't really count Arsenal at the moment. The season they had last season. West Ham, no worry. It'd just be between us and Chelsea, basically. 5-4, I think, is a pretty decent price. I think that's fair.
So Chelsea would be like 8-11.
Probably. Yeah.
Well, I spoke to the guy that stood there and had to hold up your defence for years. Anthony Gardner, and he said he laughed at me. He literally laughed at me. He went, "Who's having that bit, Tower?" I said, "Let me show me."
Oh, Chelsea 2-1. There you are. I thought Chelsea might just pip us with that mark there.
So Spurs are favourites at 5-4. You know, we have to get odds against favourite.
Yeah, and then I reckon Arsenal will be like 6s. West Ham, Palace. Yeah, Ricky says Vegas, easiest place in the world to lose phone. 4 out of 14 in our group lost theirs. 4 out of 4, they went out of a group of 14. He said 4 of them lost their phones.
We just become complacent that
to be honest,
the world's a nice place, don't we?
I didn't lose it. Like
you were
swiped. Yeah, it was literally swiped, but it's.
Yeah, it's not.
Early stages, about to go into level 2 of the day, guys. Not much action occurring as always. These early levels. You can fire away with questions in the chat box regarding anything. We'll have some Vegas stories over the weekend, some hand histories. You guys give your opinion.
What's going on at Goliath? As that's our next event.
Hours trick come Sunday at the end of the Vic after his first ever full 5 days work in his life.
He says, "I've really enjoyed this." He says, "But I don't think I'll be here next month." I said, "Well, last time you did a 50-hour week?" He went, "Can't remember."
The thing is, it's the exhausting part is you just using your brain all day, like thinking. It's like being sat at the table, just constantly brain processing, and you do feel exhausted at the end of it. I did tune in for a bit, and Trick, great to listen to, really good insights. Got a great resume regarding MTTs, both live and online. Is that Bav? It is Bav joining us. He was in Vegas last week.
He was. He was such a nice lad. Bav Catrick. Last event here in Reading, we had a GDPR winner. Gerald Crone was second. Richard Hasnip was on the final. Gav Manley as well. Ryan Cooper. I wonder if that's our Cooper Racing. He was in our chat. Ryan was 8th last time we were here in Reading.
How are we doing, gas?
Oi, up the gas. Is he still in charge of Bristol Rovers?
I don't do lower league.
You don't
do League One or below.
How can you not
Championship.
do lower leagues when they were in the last Towers treble that came in? How can you not do that?
That was scenes at the Vic. I remember that. That was.
Joey Barton's the head of Bristol Rovers.
I remember we're shouting. I'm at the bar. Towers like red dot, and Doran runs over. He thinks there's been a raw flush on the stream. He runs into the comms box like, "What's happened?" We've just got the treble up. That's all.
Towers treble's coming. Brilliant.
Oh, there, Michael. Tuning in on YouTube. Level 2 of the day. Really quiet first session. Going to have one close the ticket to give away as well today, guys. We've got 5 to give away over the weekend. I think we're going to do 1 today, two tomorrow, and 2 on Saturday.
Like it.
Sunday won't be giving any out because we have our live stream free roll as well as
hopefully Richie Cunningham as well has changed it to 6 o'clock. I've not got a client on this laptop because my laptop's decided that we don't want to charge anymore. We've given up. So I've not got the client, but we'll keep an eye on it, and if it's 6 o'clock I might have to download it and get involved.
I've got a good tower of Finks for today as well.
Have you?
I've got a really good tower of Finks.
Oh, okay.
How are you doing, Gary Miller, tuning in on Twitch.
Oh, we got Trig Thinks on last one.
Yeah.
We gave away 3 tokens. One of the questions you might, here's one for you. I don't know if people will remember in the chat. How many penalties were awarded in the last 3 seasons of the Premier League? That was one of them. That was one of them.
How many penalties?
Yeah.
Hold on, bear with me.
Yeah, don't forget you've only got 15 seconds. Obviously when we do the...
Okay, I'm going to go with 132.
There you go, you see. There you go. There was 125 last season.
So it's about 400 or something.
330.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, 38 match day weekend, so... Is that right?
There was 120 penalties in last season's Premier League.
So you're averaging 3 penalties per match day weekend, right, around that?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I just thought it'd be like average, like one or two, like 1.5 there. Didn't think it'd be that many.
120, something like 125.
What did Trig guess?
Nearly the same as you.
There you go.
Nearly the same as you. somebody guessed over 800. You're not wrong, Sam. Sam's coming into Reading. Sam is on his way down to Reading. Going to jump in the comms as well. Is Sam Orledge during this week. That's why he thinks that Tottenham's going to win a trophy. So we'll do another one for another £110 closer token later after the dinner break for £110. Stay tuned. Plenty to give away this week as always. And the next event for us is Goliath, and there's still over 1,000 seats in guarantees.
Guess is showing off your Premier League knowledge. I'm not going to know. It's not exactly a question anyone's going to know. I took an educated guess. It was well off.
Where has Richarlison gone?
I said this yesterday. I was going through all the players we signed.
Have you signed him?
Yeah, we got him.
All right.
Yeah, I think 60 mil was a bit of a stretch. Like the thing is, I don't think he's going to get in the first team.
So where's Harry going then?
Well, Harry's going to stay for sure. He'll be up top. Sonny on the left wing, Krivetsky on the right wing, and then Richarlison, bring him on 60th minute. Fresh legs.
Can't wait to do window on the bet builders then.
Yeah, yeah. I think Basuma's definitely the best. Paul, I think that's the one happiest about.
He gets booked every game though. He'll have more weeks off.
Obviously, Spence from Forest is going to be a long-term investment.
Yes, long-term. Won't get in the team straight away. That's for sure. There you go. And Sam says there's 5 subs this year. Is that because Klopp moaned?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Hiya Wayneo, hope things are good. Live stream of GUKPT Reading early stages. Level number 2 just started. Lines are 1, 1 and 1 now.
A lot of money for a sub, says Mark. Yeah, I just don't see where he's gonna fit in. I'm guessing just with the depth of the squad, that's what we're looking at. You look at City over the last few years, you look at the depth in their squad, they've had 80, 90 million players sitting on their bench. just coming on for 20 minutes at the end of the day, and I guess that's what you need to build a champion winning team. It's all about depth in the squad and being able to rotate, keep the legs fresh, and rather than bringing on a Troy Parrott, it's probably better to bring on a Richarlison if we are looking to contend and over the next 3-4 seasons or so.
Early stages here in Reading. GUKPT main events. Jack nearly doubled his stack from 20k. Axe and Bob.
You know it's not big when you don't need to worry about your IT and
Fingers crossed in the third round of the FA Cup I get to go to the NFL Stadium in Tottenham. Great.
Yeah, I'd love for us.
Just imagine if Rotherham United went to Tottenham. Just imagine.
Guess how was Vegas, Jay? Good overall. Main event FT was a bit boring. Saying pre-final was brilliant to watch. Yeah, it was a winning trip poker-wise. We were about 5k up, 32k in buy-ins, 37k in cashes. Didn't cash in the main event, unfortunately. Busted back end of the day, day 2. Ended up getting it in with the nuts versus the second nuts, and couldn't get the hold. They had the redraw to a flush, and I was dead on the turn and out the door. But one of the best tournaments I think you're going to play in terms of value and structure. The main event, that 2-hour clock's just a dream. You've got so much time throughout the day. Did you manage to meet up with Patrick out there? Or did lose you your phone? I didn't even see Antonius, but was he out there? I saw Dean Eggs, Phil Helmuth, Ivy, all the superstars we used to watch on high stakes poker about 10-15 years ago, but didn't see Patrick over there.
So our mate Kev Mathers. Old Kev Math was out there. I made the mistake of not speaking, because obviously Kev listens to us,
yeah,
and he doesn't usually watch us for too long. So he's sat near the Thunderdome,
yeah,
and he's sat on the outer table, just sat down checking his phone as he does, because he's obviously the social media guru. So he's just sat there. So I literally walked up to him. I got my baseball cap turned round wrong way. I've got my shorts on. I've got my flip flop walking down. I went also just sat next to him. And he looks at me, and I look at him. I went, "You all right, Kev?" He went, "Oh, Tower, you should have spoke." So I didn't know you were. You were just generally chatting. Top lad, old Kev. Top lad. Good to see him. Didn't get much chance to speak off the tables, but he did show me all the way around the back end of it all, and had a wander around when I first got there, which was nice. That's good to see Kev Math, who works for the social media side of it. Got a good recognition as well in the Poker Awards.
Jan, to be honest, it was a mixture regarding the dealers there. There was some top quality dealers, there was some that were average, there was some that were poor, but I guess that's what you're going to get when you're running events with thousands and thousands of runners. Obviously staffing, getting everyone in. It was a mixture for me. There was a couple of days when I had some dealers on the below average side, and then there was a couple of days when I had some really good dealers, so it went both ways, I guess. What I will say, when you're deeper in comps, I think the floor they put the better dealers on the later stages of the comps, like back end of day 2s and stuff, were other than in the main, but other events back end of day 2s seem to have the better dealers. But the thing is as well, there's so many mixed game events, and it's so hard to get that many dealers that know all the games, all the rules, and be efficient at dealing them to a top standard. So it's hard to do.
Yeah. Obviously, when they get down to the final 20 tables and final 10 tables, they get the best of the best in, and it's run perfectly, isn't it? But like you said, the actual the actual volume in Vegas is just incredible.
What a time to free bet the 4-2 suited versus gun open tower.
It's easily done.
How does Jack find this?
Easily done. That's why he's in the last longer. He's got the old 4 deuce. Oh, and just a deuce on the turn. Delightful.
Getting better and better. And Vadim with the Queen 8.
Oh my days.
So actually,
This hasn't even been.
up against, well, the worry is obviously the over pairs here. We're obviously behind 2 9s through aces. But I guess if we're up against an opponent that's going to have the 4 deuce in his free bet range versus gun, then I'm definitely not going to be folding the Queen 8 here.
Here comes the 8 of spades for Vadim. No. And he's not. It's a 10 of hearts. So Jack is going to continue his upsurge. And Vadim, who's bet 3k, is going to find a raise coming in. And then the decision will be on Vadim.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Is he thinking how much to raise to try and get called?
Oh, wow, no, sorry, I've just looked up.
Does he make it click it to 7 or something like that?
He's made it 9.
It makes it now.
I'm really surprised to actually see Vadim donk here. I took a quick glance away, saw the 3k bet, assumed it was Jack that bet 3k, but I'm not sure what Vadim's up to here with this donk on the river. Doesn't really achieve much going this size. If we are going to donk, we probably want to block smaller, but I think it's just going to be a pure check over to Jack's once he's free bet and gone bet. Once he's got all these like over pairs in his range, 9 through aces here, it should just be a clear check spot for us with Deem. And now we've opened ourselves up to potentially levelling ourselves into thinking that Jack's trying to get us to fold a hand like we have. But would have been so much better to just check, see what Jack does, and then evaluate accordingly. But does get out of the way and doesn't get sticky after choosing to donk the river. What a flop for Jack, and then a turn.
47,000 at this stage will be the chip leader in the room, unless somebody's been eliminated and taken one out and doubled up. Good start.
Is there any chance we can get the clock on?
Some blankets. You trying to get in a double chair as well?
Now Bobby just folding the ace-8 suited there, +1. Trying it back old school. You see most players open suited ace from any position first in. Just letting that one go, and it's going to be blind on blind action between Mike and Vadim. And Vadim just firing after making 2 pair on the flop, and Mike letting the jack high go. Haven't seen aces yet today, Tower. But
Not yet.
Paul's got kings.
Not about way to victory.
Making it 300. And the axe going to defend in the big blind with an unknown holding. There it is, 6-3.
6-4-4 flop.
Yeah, I'm probably going to lose a couple of streets here. Axe up on this board.
5 of hearts on the turn.
So Paul just going straight in for the second street of value here with the kings. Definitely one we can mix in a check with as well, especially versus big blind range here. We can put ourselves in a lot of bother the times that we do get raised on this particular card. Accent's got the 7-3 suited, the 7-8. He's got some 4x in there as well, defending out the big.
I mean, I'll go back and win straight to the king. I mean, you're stuck.
Is loving life seeing that river. Now he's praying Accent does have a straight or a 4. 2.4k here. And if I'm Paul, I go very big here tower, just for those things that I just mentioned. It's one of them situations where it's either going to be a bluff, which isn't going to call anyway, and then once he raises turn, his value range is going to be 4x or straights. So if we're Paul here, I'd like to see him just set Accent in for his remaining chips, rather than choosing like a clicky sizing, because the range of hands that Accent's repping for value here is going to be a straight or trips, or sometimes a boat, which probably aren't going to fold regardless of size.
10.5, I think. No,
6.5, but does go a little bit smaller. And Snapple, wow, and Accent
got the lot in.
just snap jams. And
yeah, just put them all in. Don't know what we're waiting
there
for.
we go. I thought Paul was sanking. Accent choosing to free bet, shove that river as a bluff. I actually like the hand selection to do it with. Only thing I will say is we need to be deeper. We can't free bet bluff that river when our fold equity against any hand that Paul raises for value is just we haven't got any there, so never getting him to fold. Just can't fold the price he's getting. If he's got like an ace-4 suited or something like that, he's never ever going to fold getting that price on the river. So I don't actually mind the free bet bluff of that particular candidate, the 6-3, blocking some boats and blocking some straights potentially. The only problem is the stack sizing question.
You like that river then, yeah?
We need to be like 20k effective in our stack there to potentially free bet that river as a bluff.
Yeah, fuck it, I'll get 2 hours. It's coming.
I wonder if that's one of the reasons why the hand was played differently, because he had 6-4 and not 6-3.
That makes a lot more sense.
We did have a couple of issues yesterday with the dealers pitching over.
It's the box
over box 1 to 2.
Cheers, Bav.
Thanks, Bav. That's one of the issues, because we've had a new table calibration. It looks fantastic as well, but the sensors underneath are all brand new, and they're bigger and wider, so it makes the table better. And we might be trying some 8 card and
yeah, six card triple. We're going to get some 6 card triple balls.
Get me in.
6 card.
I might have a chance of winning a hand.
You don't have got 5 players.
Six
But,
handed,
we do.
You can play 7-handed.
We have noticed that if one of the dealers pitches a card over C1, it triggers. It does trigger the box into seeing a card. So the dealers did get told to not pitch over 1 and 9 as they're flicking it into 2 and 8. If you get what I mean. So. It wasn't the. I don't think Axe needs any backers, but if he does a few swaps, yeah, maybe so. But I think he'd just giving Axe a little bit of injustice if it was a 6-3. Yeah.
Change table. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
It does.
It's just the cooler then. It's a bit of a cooler turn card.
Yeah, it is. Just a slight issue we do have, which is 1 and 2 now. The table has been calibrated to perfection.
Because if you notice, we've had no dead cards. No, literally every hand showing now for us, and it's simply because there's been bigger antennas put under the table, so it reads the cards better. But now the problem we got when dealer pitches across 1, sometimes it picks up the card that goes into box 2.
Yeah.
But fair play to Accent that, just getting cooled, flopping a boat, and couldn't fade a 2-outer on turn. That makes a lot more sense now why the hand was played in that fashion.
He'll be back in for sure, old Axe. He will be in.
Same seat.
Well, there you go.
Whoa, how's that work out?
Right on cue.
Give me some more chips, boys. Back in the same seat. Did we get the Reading video up? Did we get the ice cream video? did we get it? I don't know what they were doing. I have no idea why it was so funny. I really don't. I don't know what the issue was. Is it a quick coffee time? Or are you on the water?
I'm on the water at the moment, so yeah.
Yeah, quickly, I would quick out. See what's happening outside. See if Axe can just tell me and confirm things.
Yeah, go have a chat with him. Go and have a chat.
Axe, come here. I've got something. I've got an axe to grind.
So this time, kings for Jack. Axe is in the hijack. Mask is back on. Owen and Fraser joining us on Facebook. Good afternoon. So Jack 6-4 Rainbow. Lovely board for Jack to continue on. Just 4 more for third. And the 9 Friday clubs of Axe. Not much going on there. Gets out the way. But we are here all day, guys, as always, for the main event coverage, streaming to around 12:30 AM. Day 1B tomorrow, which is usually the busier of the 2 flights, and then the Turbo, the new addition for the tour this year, 9 PM. Day 1C tomorrow. If you do want to get in for a fraction of the buy-in, we do have our final cash out satellite starting this evening. Starting with 10k chips. As soon as you hit the 100k mark, there's your seat. You can go to the bar. Ace Jack for Paul, making it 400 on the button, and Mike going to call in the small blind hit. And just as I say, we haven't seen any dead cards yet. Looks like Mike's hand not showing up for some reason. We don't, Fraser, we don't have any GUKPT main events in Sheffield.
I've been running about everywhere. Confirmation. 2 bits of news.
Okay.
He definitely had 6'4",
Yeah, makes
and
sense.
it's definitely his car.
Okay.
He said, if you can get in it, you can drive it to the shop. So my objective at the break
Is to get in
is
the
to
car.
get in the bloody thing.
I've got to take a picture of that. Towering that.
Oh man.
Apocalypse. UKIPT's back from Saturday.
Awesome.
Fancy knots next week. Yeah, the problem is, Apocalypse, I was in Vegas for so long, I literally got back for one day,
Yeah.
and then come straight here. I haven't had much time to spend with the missus, which obviously I got to do at some point. I can't just
Absolutely.
keep going on trips and stuff. It's all about a bit of balance
Yeah.
in there, and I think we're going to spend some time with her next week and just have a week off maybe. But you never know, I might buy in day 2 on the Saturday, might fly up. It's only an hour from where I live, so
Yeah.
we'll see.
Hiya Fraser, do we come to Sheffield? No, we're not. Sheffield's not big enough for a GUKPT, unfortunately. And do we come? Have I been to Barnsley? I've been to Barnsley a lot. I've been to Oakwell loads of times. One of the coldest football grounds I've ever been to. Oakwell. No word of a lie. The coldest. It blows winds in each corner. But there's no GUKPT in Sheffield. The 25-25s and the deep stacks do tend to run. In fact, the deep stacks, have we got a deep stack before the... Ah, look at that!
Now the grand final's up
October.
now.
October, deep stack, Sheffield. That's the next big event. 27th of October till the 30th. £200 in, 20,000 starting stack. It's a 50,000 starting stack, 20k estimated guarantee. Not the biggest card room in Sheffield, but nice casino. Used to be the old Silver Blades, the old ice rink for the kids. It's a nice place. Sheffield. It's unfortunately no GUKPTs in Sheffield. Yeah, to be fair, Oldham, yeah, is up there. It's definitely the top 4. Top 4 or 5 is what Oakwell and Boundary Park is. Oldham. Gully says, what car is it? It's one of them BMW i8 things, the tiny ones. And he says, if I can get in it, I can drive it to the shop. I probably daren't. If I actually got in it and sat in it, I don't think I'd dare.
Do you know what? If I see that tower, I'll order a taxi just to drive alongside you, so I can record it while you're driving that to the shop.
Oh, Fraser's watching in Hoyland. Nice one, Fraser. What's the pub? What's the pub on the main road? Is it the Cross Keys? In Hoyland? Sure, it's the Cross Keys. Used to do great food. Been in Hoyland loads. There's a few nice pubs in Hoyland as you wander around. You can certainly have a good old walk around, and not go too far, and go into about 8 pubs. But no, unfortunately, no GUKPT in Sheffield. The casino's not big enough, and the card room's certainly not big enough for us, unfortunately. Do we like WWE? I used to be nuts for it back in the day. I don't think I could tell you half a dozen wrestlers anymore. Obviously, I think not the worst thing about not the worst thing at all, because obviously it is what it is. It's entertainment. But The Undertaker, and I know it's all fake, and I know it's all scripted and everything like that, but The Undertaker retiring during lockdown and not coming back was one of the most upsetting things ever, because he entertained everybody for 25 years, and he quit during lockdown when there were no fans there. Like, if anybody wants, it's like it'd be like Messi. retiring from football and then being in an empty stadium and then waving to the empty seats. You know, just like that. You can't imagine it.
Was the Undertaker played by two different people? Is that right?
I still believe that there was an original Undertaker in the 80s and then Mark Calloway took over. That's what I still believe that. I'm still pretty sure. Mark Calloway was the Undertaker and retired because obviously he's ageing now, as we all are.
And the thing is, like, I know it's all scripted as you say, but still the damage on their bodies, all that jumping about and stuff at that age still, like what Ric Flair must have been like 70 still going at it.
Ric Flair and the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, when wrestling was real, like proper. William Regal's from Blackpool, you know. William Regal, I know, his name's Stephen somebody.
William Regal, I remember.
Yeah. All rise for the king. He used to talk ever so posh, didn't he? He's actually from Blackpool. Is William Regal, and he comes into the Merry England bar every now and again. It's good entertainment if you take away from the fact that it's on a sports channel. It's great. It's great entertainment. It really is.
Yeah, I've never really got into it.
No, I was. See, the first cable TV we had was in 1984, and one of my mates used to have a dial, and the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G were the channels, so you had to turn it onto the channel. And he got a 3 months trial, and they forgot to turn it off, and he had it for 2.5 years before it then expanded into not a dial kind of thing, before technology got better, and that's when we started watching the wrestling and the American football, because it started around about then on British TV. Yeah, you used to have to dial. You had to change the channel by letters back in the day. Nice one, Fraser. Enjoy your day. Pop in during the next 4 days. Me and Jay live all the way through Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
We've got money to give away as well.
Yes, later today we have a £110 closer token.
Probably do that when we get back after the dinner break, when people have finished work, more people watching, give everyone a chance.
Yeah.
Win themselves a seat into the closer on Monday.
Plenty to give away, and don't forget all the satellites on Grosvenor as well for Goliath. Still around about 1,000 seats to give away for the satellites in guaranteed seats. £11 rebuys, £30 freeze outs, £1 all-in flips, 9 o'clock every night. I'm going to play that tonight. 9 o'clock tonight, I'm going to play the £1 flip. I'm going to have to deposit. I'm going to have to deposit and get myself a pound in. £1 flips at 9 o'clock every night.
Oh, we got action brewing here. This is an action flop. We got combo draw versus set.
And a straight flush redraw.
So just bet call. And even more outs now for the old Queen 9 of Hearts 5 working as well. So Jake, 1.5k, like his decision to size up on this turn, board getting wetter and wetter, especially versus big blind range when Vadim can have all 2 pair combinations here. Obviously plenty of hearts are going to be in there as well, going to be defending most suited hands in the big.
A brick, 2 of clubs.
Yeah, as bricky as they come. And now it's just going to be check, bet, fold. After Vadim bricks out the monster draw.
And there you go, Steve Royal is William Regal. First saw him at the Pleasure Beach in the 90s. Top lad is Steve Royal. See him at Merry England every now and again, one of Joy Blower's best friends, if you know people in Blackpool. Oh, Davy Boy Smith. With the British Bulldogs. They were brilliant. They were absolutely awesome, the British Bulldogs. Oh, Penny's back. Origami wrestling is on pay-per-view. I love it. I love it. Oh, Penny, you keep us going.
So open from J +1 here, King 7 suited. And Paul 3-betting in the cut-off here with the ladies. And I've got a cold call here out of the big blind from Axe. So we can start ranging Axe here, like cold calls from the 3-bet out of the blinds. A lot of the time it's going to be hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, some ace queen in there, although Paul removal from that. So horrible flop here for Paul with the ladies, but just continues in terms of range and gets the fold. How are we doing, Andrew? How was Vegas? It was a good trip, loved it. Small winning on the trip for poker. Didn't play any cash. Played 14 tournaments out there. Cashed in 6, 32k worth of buy-ins, 37k worth of cashes. That was my Vegas. Tournament volume was literally so low because most tournaments that I played I managed to bag for day 2, so obviously one tournament taking 2 days most of the time. But loved it, we'll be back for sure, and really looking forward to it again next year.
Hello? Okay, cheers.
So aces for Cal. Starting C number 4. Queens for Axe.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
And Axe getting coolared, boat over boat on his first bullet, comes straight back to the table and on the wrong end of a pre-flop cooler now.
So 3 bets 1.2. Could be a 4-bet coming in. We'll do like 3.5.
Okay, it's 4,500.
4.5 maybe. 4.1.
Yeah, 4.5. This is way too chunky of a sizing here. Towel like in position here. Small blind versus EP. Probably size we want to choose as cows.
Oh, they're in.
Yeah, well, it goes in anyway. It's another brutal one for Axe on the wrong side of it yet again. It's still got the 190 big blinds in pre here with the ladies.
Pass me your keys, Axe. Don't leave. I'm going to try and get in the I8.
Oh, there it is though.
Boom, boom, boom.
His fortunes are turning.
I want you in my room.
So
Boom, 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 boom.
going to be a nice little double for Axe. Just fading 2 remaining aces. Oh!
No way! Oh!
Aye-ya!
That is ill. Got a feel for the man.
Oh, God.
Got a feel for the man. Flops it, gets lucky. Oh, 5% on the river. Boom. Oh, still in. But down to 500 chips. Flop the queen, you think. Happy days.
Jim, what's the standard 4-bet sizing in and out of position? In position, probably like 2.2, 2.3, perfectly fine. Out of position 2.5, 2.6x, somewhere around there. However, what I will say, this is probably the size you want to use against competent opponents. However, if you're playing against an opponent that once they 3-bet, that we know that they have no folds, like if a certain, like the certain players I play against, I know once they're 3-betting, they're not going to be folding to a 4-bet, then I might exploit that by start using a 3x or larger 4-bet sizing, if that makes sense. If I'm up against someone that's going to have no folds versus my 4-bet just from an exploitative factor, if I am 4-betting for value, I will put a little bit more juice on it.
He's got another chance to double up. He's all in front. Ace queen against ace 8. J sign C3. Oh, flops the 8. 8 jack jack. I know he's only got 500 chips, but still a big chance to get himself a double up, and it looks like he's out the door now. And his final re-entry on the way. He is. Axe is on his way. Hope he has a re-entry. I'm going to try and get in the car to break.
Speaking of which, breaking just over 15 minutes time. Then we'll have a new featured table. Looks like Harvey managed to get his debit card off the missus, because Harvey's going to be joining us. Harvey Norris.
Oh, nice one.
Bav Catchery's going to be back, and
Yeah, he moved tables to balance the tables.
one of Spurs' greatest centre-halves, Anthony Gardner, will be joining us.
And a lovely trip over to America. Did quite a long time in Cali, and then went to Vegas for 2 weeks. And one of the last longer in Grosvenor's online promotion, Jack Ramsden, will be back. So Axe departs. It was 6-4 that he had as well when he flopped the full house and got rivered.
So we're going 5-way here, suited hands. More often than not, someone going to be flopping a flush draw, but not on this board.
King 4-9.
Bob just going to take the initiative here with his bottom pair and come out firing. And versus the holdings in question here, probably going to work. Ace Jack 8, 2 club board, up and down here for Paul and Cal with middle pair, blind on blind here. So we are going to be taking a turn, and Paul choosing to raise his up and down here, 2.5x with position. Don't mind it at all. Cal might just take a stab with any 2 here on this particular board, knowing that we're going to get more folds than continues. So turning our 10 high into a bluff, not going to be bad with the equity that we have. He's going to fire a second street here, 1.4k, and on this particular turn now, Cal should be calling again once this ace pairs, makes it less likely Paul has an ace, and as well as that, blind on blind, Paul's going to raise a large proportion of his ace X once there's a complete in the small. So I think here with the Jack 3 we're going to be wanting to call one more. Queen 10's a double gut shot, 10-9's up and down, plenty of club possibilities as well. So going to need to call once more here, out of position as Cal, and see a river. I might even be going mad with a 9-7, Queen 9, King Queen, King 10, gut shot type. And King of Diamonds on the river. And looks like Paul quickly reaching for chips. The third barrel will probably work against this holding. And it's going to work. It's going to work on this occasion, I think, a lot of the time. However, what might be going through Cal's head here, like I mentioned, ace X, fair amount of those are going to be raising pre once we complete in the small blind. Hands like King Queen and King 10 that are bluffing turn are now going to take their showdown, as well as King X of clubs. So basically repping an ace or better here as Paul. Not going to have pocket 8s, that's going to raise pre. Same with pocket jack, same with ace jack. Ace 8 probably going to raise pre as well, so boat's probably not in there. One bluff does complete, the Queen 10, the double gut shot. That's one of the bluffs that has completed on the river. But then there's going to be the 10-9 and a whole host of missed clubs, and already getting ready to show his cards. And And nice call there from Cal, figured it out. Very nice. I guess maybe he thought, like we said, Queen 10 or nothing. Maybe some like raggy ace-X, like the ace deuce off, ace 5 off, ace 4 off hands that we'll be checking at some frequency as well as raising. Nigel, Jay, your thoughts on Spence signing for Spurs? To be honest, I don't watch much Championship football, so I haven't seen him play much. Seen a few like little highlight reels from some Spurs
Overrated
channels I follow, but from what I've heard and the way people are talking, I think it could be definitely a prospect for the future. So down the line, I think it's going to be a work in progress, 3-4 years perhaps, especially with a manager like Conte and the staff we got now at Spurs, coaching staff. Hopefully in 2-3 years time could definitely be one of the best in the Premier League. Tower's shaking his head, he doesn't believe me.
I am a non-believer. Not that I'm a non-believer.
Obviously, the thing
it's a great move for him, and it's a good jump, and I hope he does really, really well.
The thing is, the Championship's a massive step down from the Premier League. It's a completely different level. Obviously, every game's going to be tough week in, week out, and how he adapts is another thing. But I'm looking forward to it. It's not just that, Nigel.
Is he a right back?
Yes,
left back, right back.
He'll fit there.
Right
I think, yeah, right. Because I think Conte's systems next year, I think we're going to play 3-5-2. I think that's going to be the system that Conte opts for. So, obviously, slotting in that right wing back role. Emerson Royal, although did come into a bit of form back in the last year, was
got me some money up that Emerson Royal.
Did he?
Shots on target.
Oh, there you go.
Towards the end of the season.
Do you know what? I remember watching him the first few games, and I was saying to the old man, I was like, who is this clown? what have we got here? I was like, what is this guy up to? And then the last few games back into the season, he come good. He had it hit a bit of form. But we discussed this earlier with a few people, Nigel, in the chat, and basically the Premier League now with a 5 substitution, you basically need to have two 11-man squads, essentially.
Absolutely.
2 players for each position.
Yep. But then that all comes down to money, doesn't it? King Jack 3. 2 clubs. Top pair for Vadim. Middle set. As it goes, check, check.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of this check.
Bob?
Yeah, check here from Bob. Like King's probably the set we can check here, but when we unblock the top pair, if I'm Bob here, I just want to start building the pot with our Jack. Such a strong hand here and potential to just go bet and win a big one. 3 rolling off on the river here.
At 1,004.
And Vadim going for value for 1.4k, and Bob with his stack size here could have effectively just shove.
Yeah.
But makes it 5k, and Vadim should have.
Yeah, makes it 3.3.
Oh, 3.3. He's gone tiny here.
Yes.
Tiny. And if I'm Vadim here, Tower, as I always say, if you're ever getting raised on the river
in the early stages,
it's just never a bluff.
Too
And like
meekly.
we don't beat any value here, so well, he has called it. Like, I know we're getting this attractive price, but we're just never good once this gets raised. Once he goes check flop, and then he just flats turn, and now he's raising river. It's just always going to be the goods. I know it's hard to fold getting that price when we got top pair, but it's just so under bluff them spots. River raises get so much so much of the time it's just always the goods. But we've had reasons for calling. Like, you want to, if you are going to use some river raise bluffs, like, the best players to do that against are the good players, the competent players, because they think that as well. These spots are just so under bluffed. I was 100% for 3-bet river bluffs in Vegas.
oh, nice.
I was 100%. I ran 3 and they all worked. All worked. And I was having a conversation with just a few players that I went out there with, just chatting hand histories and stuff, and about these certain spots. And against the good, competent players, you've got to find bluffs in the unbluffable spots, because they're going to be thinking you just can't have a bluff here. But if you can find that combination of hand that potentially would be a good bluff candidate, it's just going to work so often, because people just think these spots are so underbluffed and that you're always going to have it. And I think that's the way you do exploit the good regulars as well, when you do find these river raises and spots where no one usually finds a bluff, when it's always happens to be value. And I think that's when you can start exploiting some of the good players, because they overfold too, because they understand how underbluffed these spots are.
Heading towards the break, then about 10 minutes to go.
Jay, after 3-bet bluff in the river, is that a good time to show your cards or worst time to show? It depends really. I guess it depends on your table. If you think it's a table that if you show that are going to start paying you off a lot more, then it might be a good time to show. To be honest, yeah, out of the 3, I did show one of them. And did slam it down. It was funny as well, actually, that hand, one of the hands, Apocalypse. So I've 3-bet ripped the river, and the mate is in the tank for an absolute age. He's an absolute age, and then eventually he folds. I turn the bluff over, and then someone pats me on the shoulder like that. Kev Allen was behind me, watching the old hand, sweating me behind me. I didn't even realise he was behind me, and he was, yeah.
Good old Kev.
Yeah, lovely bloke, Kev. Probably see him in Reading. So I'm out in Vegas, probably back.
It was great to see him. He had a really bad bout of toothache.
Did he?
Yeah, on antibiotics for a few days. Actually, stayed in for 3 or 4 nights. Always a good laugh. Always a good rail. Nigel Hardy said, "What does Tower know about football? He supports Rotherham United." And Lawrence says, "Keep listening to Tower's tips on Saturday, you'll find out." This is the last weekend without a Towers treble, but we're going to do one. In fact, we might even do 2 for next week and the first weekend of the football season. I'm going to put one out. This weekend, the last weekend without football. Remember when the Charity Shield used to be the curtain raiser and used to be on the Sunday before the football season starts? What happened to that? Is that on this Sunday?
No idea.
Good afternoon, Fletch. Is he enjoying Didsbury? Dealing at the casino in Didsbury. Supposed to have had a I nearly made it a couple of Fridays ago to their Friday night game, but something came up and I couldn't get there. But I'm gonna try and get there on the Friday. It's supposed to be a decent game.
Apocalypse, he took it well, to be fair. He just said nice hand, tapped the table, and that was it. Yeah, literally took it well, and as you should do. One of them things.
Afternoon, Paul. Paul Skinner watching on Facebook. Moved over from YouTube. Yeah, we are doing very well indeed. Another GUKPT. Jay and Tower in the booth. We are keeping, well, we're on a break in about 5 minutes. Saturday the 30th is the Charity Shield. Community Shield as it's called now. See, if Spurs would have been in that, you might have got yourself a trophy straight away. I never thought about that, to be fair.
If we were in that, it would have meant that we won a trophy last season anyway.
I never thought about the Charity Shield. Do I fancy a cheeky match bet between Rotherham and Coventry this season? Well, how many points Rotherham are going to finish behind Coventry? If Rotherham United are not in the bottom 3, I would class that as a promotion. It would feel like a promotion if Rotherham United are not in the bottom 3.
What price are they to go up, would you say?
50,000? A million?
Serious?
To go up,
Probably like
you
50s?
can name your price.
50s?
To go up, the thousands.
You
I bet the
reckon
thousands.
1,000?
I bet Rotherham United 1,000 to 1 to get promoted. Let's do City with 5,000 to 1 to win the Premier League.
You can finish 6th and get promoted. That's the thing. Like, it'll never be 1,000 to 1. I don't think.
Easy.
I reckon 150s tops. How are you doing, Paul? We got around 40 at the moment, Kev. I believe. I think it's just under 40 entries. It's a really slow start, but hopefully things will pick up as the day goes on. And obviously, it is the quieter leg of the free flights. Friday's usually the busier day with the Day 1B and Day 1C as the turbo. 40 to 1. I said 50s, I weren't far off. There you are. 40 to 1 on 365.
I'd add 2 zeros on it and I still won't have a bet. I think the 1 to 2 to go down. Yeah, we still need to work out when we're going to get to the White Line in Wrightington with the golf sticks. Still need to work that one out. Time.
Oh, I played. I'll tell you a lie. After the golf trip, just before I went to Vegas,
Yeah.
I played a little cheeky round at the Hertfordshire.
Did you?
A little 38 points for me. Yeah.
38 points.
First time. Yeah,
No
yeah.
way.
The funniest thing, Eddie One Push. I didn't have my clubs because I was in Birmingham. I borrowed his clubs, Tower, and they were like wands. Honestly, I borrowed his clubs to go around with, and they were like wands. Little 38 points for me with 2 blobs as well. I blobbed the first 2 holes, and little 5 for 2 as well, on a par, 2 for 5 on a par 3.
Unbelievable. Gets a 5-pointer on the par 3s. Oh, good on you.
Steve playing off single figures, needed to make a hole in one to half the hole.
Brilliant.
We need to do it. We need to get out. I know I missed Abu Dhawa in Scotland. Was meant to go out of Tower. Was
Yeah.
feeling a bit under the weather, and the weather weren't the best either.
It
but
was wet.
We will get
It
round.
was wet. North Berwick the day after was absolutely stunning. But you wouldn't have made that either because that was 6:45 in the morning.
Well, my tee off time Monday's at 8 AM. It's an early one.
Yeah, we are going to stick a Towers treble in this weekend because the first weekend of football is next week, and we'll do a pre-season one as well. 41 points and blobbed the last 2 holes. Now that's a false handicap. Playing 502 blobs. Sometimes you can have sometimes you can have a really nice round of golf. Sometimes you've got not the correct handicap. You choose which one it is. First break of the day. I'm going to see if I can fit inside an I8. I'll see you in 15.
See you in 15, guys. So we see Tom opening Jack 9 off in the hijack. Can open a lot wider here with the chip lead. A lot of pressure on these guys with ladders and approaching the FT. But Matt never going to be going anywhere here with pocket 8s. Easy decision for him in the small, just the call. And it's heads up between Tom and Matt Davenport here. Let's see a flop.
Flop time is 9-3. Second pair for Tom. Takes the lead in the hand.
It's still may bet small here, Tom Hall. This is a board that's just going to favour us a lot of the time here, being the opener. We do have middle pair as well, so we do have some disguised trips or 2 pair when the turn is a jack or a 9. So potential can go really small here, as small as quarter potentially. And goes for 21k, so quarter pot is the sizing of choice for Tom, just under. And Matt here with D8s getting this price, probably going to call once. Tom's still going to have lots of holdings here, all like the Broadways, the King Queen, Jack 10, all this sort of stuff that we are still ahead of, and sometimes he will shut down on some turns.
7 of diamonds hits the turn.
So this is where it's probably just going to go check, check here. Tower. I think Tom may be a bit optimistic to fire our 9 here again. Very hard to get 2 streets from worse now. I think the 8s will fold if we fire, so maybe better to check this one behind. We can also put ourselves in a tricky spot here where we do fire and Matt opts to raise. So just expect to see Tom Hall check this one back most of the time here on the turn. And there is the check. See a river card.
And it's paying 2 pair.
Well, it is 2 pair for Tom Hall, but probably going to be very difficult to get value from Matt Davenport here with his particular hand. Matt does have the 8s blocking the nuts. 10-8 could still be in Tom's range. He's going to open 10-8 suited from the hijack, although 10-8's probably going to double barrel turn, something to take into account. But Tom will now just opt for probably a larger size here, I think now. Tower, this little disguised Jack 9 of us, ours somewhere around like 90, 3/4 pot, probably what I expect to see. It looks pretty chunky.
That's pot size.
That's 105. So around 85-90% up there. And Matt here with the 8s, never going to call this one tower. Just not putting in a quarter of our stack here with 8s, we lose to too much. Well. Ah. Oh, he's going to raise. Matt Davenport. Is he going to find the raise here? What a raise it would be as well, because Tom could still just have some one pair holdings. Matt Davenport, where's he found this shove? Oh my word. And Tom's got 2 pair here. This could be the end of Matt. I'm guessing Matt's trying to target all the 1 pair holdings here of Tom. Like Tom can check back some ace-x on the turn and go for value on the river, and Matt's trying to target this, but Tom's even higher up here with 2 pair. And he's gonna be in the tank here, because what will go through Tom's head, Tower, is we beat value? I don't think we do. Maybe 9-7 might be in there for Matt, but is he going to check rip that? Obviously Matt can still have some ace-3, ace-9, ace-7 defending out the big blind. He might even float a 10-8 as well, wrap round this 9 with backdoors, so 10-8 of hearts, diamonds and spades probably going to be in there. But the question we got to ask ourselves, is Matt Davenport ever going to do this as a bluff? And what are the bluffs, Tower? Once Matt calls on an ace-9-3, there's not many you can come up with. And because of that, I think Tom may let this one go. Simply because of the board text from the flop. It's ace-9-3 rainbow. What on earth is Matt supposed to have here? He can have sets, he can have 2 pair. And what hand is he going to turn into a bluff? Is he going to rip some 9-10, some 8-9, blocking straights and 2 pairs? This is just a 6-6 jam from Matt Davenport early on a big day 3, and Tom Hall in the blender here and lets it go. Matt Davenport, you boss, and shows Tom as well. Pocket 8s. There is a reason this guy is top of the National League. Matt Davenport putting on a show early on.
Wow.
He's not afraid, Tower. He's not afraid of busting.
Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers.
I wonder if anyone's dreams of Vegas rely on this tournament, Tower. I wonder if
you never know.
To get a top 3 finish, they're going to be jetting off to the desert or not.
Julian raises to 50 with ace-10. Max in C1 with a queen-8 gets rid of the button. Queen-8 suited, small blind gets out of the way.
Jan's kind of giving a few tells away that he's folding pre. He's kind of.
I like Josh's demeanour at the table, I do like it. He looks at the players.
Yeah.
wants to see a flop
Yeah.
with the 5s, as you should.
Julian's got too much for Josh to just think about jamming there or anything, so yeah, standard defend.
6, 7, queen, rainbow.
Probably going to see a check, a small bet and a call, I'd imagine. Terry's still railing someone, so his horse must be still be in somewhere.
And I still don't know what that signs is at all.
I think, is it in...
I can't read
I don't
the
think it's in
yellow
English, is it? It's got 2 U's in it, somehow.
40,000 bet from Julian with ace 10. So,
And I think he's going to
it's
call...
down to see bet.
I think Josh is going to call with the backdoor straight draw as well with his 5s. Some cards can peel off that he can win the pot by bluffing. Jewel for the win, yeah, maybe.
Ah, nice one. I like
I'm
it.
quite impressed how he's playing so far.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds.
And this is a brilliant card for Julian to bet again. Keep barreling, get all the 6x and 7x to fold now. And you pick up a gut shot for Broadway. Looking at about 150, I think I'd say. 175 would be a good size.
Pot size.
Yeah, don't mind this
That
at
looks
all.
exactly pot size.
Yep, 230 or something. Yeah, nice bet, nice bet.
225 for pot size.
And now Josh is going to have to fold. You just have to fold. It might be a bit suspicious, but you just got to fold. And nice play from Julie again. I have been impressed how he's played this hand and the 3-bet. 8 seconds, the shot clock's up there, you can see now.
30 seconds you get to act.
Wow.
Oi, oi.
Maybe he's spotted a tell on Julian, because theory-wise, this is just an easy fold. And it's really tricky to play for these 5s now.
Well, it bricks again.
And now he's just got to put it in, for sure. Like King 10, he's got a 10 blocker, and King 10's got there now. He's just got to attack this range, I think. It's easier saying that knowing the hands, but
Yeah.
I think he's just got to put it in. I hope he jams. Mind you, maybe Julian's thinking to himself, well, he must have a queen if he's called me twice, 2 streets.
But,
Come on, Julian!
The triangle is in. No, Josh.
Josh don't believe him, you know. I think he's picked something up, you know.
Josh Mahmood has impressed a lot of players in this high roller. What's he thinking, Trick?
There's no way he's doing anything theoretically here. He thinks he's picked up a tell on Julian, I think, because the turn bet should be a snap fold. You just can't continue with 5s there because he just crushed so often, and there's cards on the river you can't call, kind of like this one. But yet he's thinking to himself. So I think maybe it's how Julian sat with his fist against his thing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's picked up on that and he thinks that's a tell of weakness. Or maybe something he's said or anything. He looks a bit shaky there with his chips.
Well, he's asked for a count.
I mean, this is just...
He is a non-believer.
I mean, you just... What if his bluff hands are ace queen, ace king, ace 10?
Yeah.
And you basically pretty much crushed against anything else. Obviously, like... I can't see many bluffs, to be fair, apart from ace king. He knows he's not got anything like ace jack. He knows he's not got a jack. He's polarised to a queen or better here, and a good queen at that. But still, he raised under the gun 1. His range is strong enough. Julian's like this is just Josh must have picked something up on him. It makes sense. He called like a pot bet on the turn with 5s when it's just a snap fold for everyone who's not got a live read. So I can only assume that Julian said something or done something in this hand that he's picked up as very weak. And as you were saying before, he is very studious at the table. He does look and...
Oh, he's made
called,
the call!
he's called.
That is incredible!
Wow, that is ridiculous.
Wow!
They are the things in poker.
Look at the table!
They're the things in poker that...
Look at the table! They can't believe it!
They were the...
Even Steve would have passed.
What a table! Look
That
at Mike C. Cannon! Look at that!
They're the sort of intangible things that sometimes as a live player you
my
can't
days.
explain, but you just know. and he just knew he was weak for whatever reason.
That is the call of the tournament, and Max cannot believe it.
I mean,
wow.
I mean, I feel sorry for Julian because he played the hand perfectly, in my opinion, and so did Josh, but in a different way. Julian played it perfect from the textbook and from game theory optimal way, but that's the thing in live poker. Sometimes someone does something and you know they're weak for whatever reason. You've just got to go with your read.
Is that the call of a champion?
He deserves to win it now.
Wow.
That's the thing, Tao. You can be as theoretical as you want, but if you give something away and someone like Josh has been paying so much attention, hasn't he? He's not been looking at his phone. He's not been up and about off his bum. He's been sat down studying every player. So
Jules for the win.
Happens.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen. The biggest hand of the tournament was calling with fives. That was unbelievable. Like, what was the thought process going through that? That basically give you the chips with the momentum and winning the trophy. That fives hand was insane, man.
I guess I just got lucky, but
well, did you get a tell? Did you think you'd only got ace high? There's only two possible hands we thought he got: ace king, ace 10. Everything else, there were no more bluffs there, was there?
So I think there are two reasons why I called, and although like on the river I thought that the only hand that he's going to jam on the river that made sense was king 10, because that's a hand that would definitely c-bet flop for small, and then overbet turn to like get max fold equity, and then when he makes a straight on the river, which it makes sense, then he would go all in. But yeah, I just thought because of the SPR, if he had like a bunch of other value hands, like he didn't have to bet over the pot on the turn in order to get the money in on the river. Like why would he want to bet such a big?
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, just about to start another session. Just about to start another session.
Let's have some nationalities off you.
Seat 1, Phil Joyce. Seat 2, Jax Ramsden comes back to the table. Ant Gardner in seat number 3. Bav's back in seat number 4. Graham Pound in 7 with a flat cap on. 8 is Dylan Davda, and 9 is Harvey Norris, who had to nip back home for his debit card because his wife took it out of his wallet. He's now back. Don't leave any. There'll be trouble. You leave any. You nick mine. You took mine. You Indian giver. You took mine. Pick one, Tower. Pick one. I'll have that one. I'm sorry, I'm having it. Did fetch some nice cakes in there.
You haven't had one yet, Tower?
I know. I'm
saving it for
I've
after
got
dinner.
2 family weddings to get to. I've got a suit I've got to fit in. Trying not to overdo it. I've got to do 15,000 steps every day to keep nice and slim and trim and mean and big.
It's a lot of steps.
It is. Did that in Vegas. I need to go to Vegas again because I need an average of 17,000 steps every day.
That's crazy. I'm surprised you're not stick thin after doing that much walking.
Look, it was 17,000 steps to a burger shop that I really liked, and then I had to go back to the kebab shop at the other end.
Well, we are back, guys. New feature table.
Harvey, give us a wave. Here he is, Harvey Norris. New feature. Jax is back. Ant Gardner's back. 6 weeks in America, California and Las Vegas. Says, which did you enjoy most? He went Cali. So I'm not surprised. He does the right thing, you see. So yeah, the family tips I gave you about next year's trip. He does exactly the same. Off the strip, takes a car, drives around, eating houses, miles away, Googles them, finds them, eats them, tries them. It's the way to do it. So let's do this. Second session of the day. End of this session in 2 hours time. There's an extended break. I think it'll be 45 minutes. We'll confirm that in due course. Any questions regarding Goliath? Fire away. We have most of the answers written down somewhere. If there's anything you need to know about our next event that we are live streaming, it is Goliath.
I've got some good news as well for you, Tao.
You got some more cakes?
I've got a cup of tea on the break, and the urn is boiling hot.
What? I got some good news.
Yeah.
I got myself a cup of tea.
It was for my cake. It was for my cake. It was about 10 minutes ago. Yours would be cold now.
There's no I in team.
There is 5.
So anyway, what were you saying?
So if you do want a hot cup of coffee today, I'll happily get it for you because it's not lukewarm anymore.
You can't stick your finger in it like you could yesterday.
No, definitely not. And you say there's no I in team, but did you know there's 5 I's in individual brilliance?
Okay. Okay.
6 weeks to go, says James Gill, talking about the Goliath, I'm assuming.
Yep. Yep. I've got a £225 Grosvenor ticket in your online account. Can I put that towards a Goliath bounty tournament that replaces the G400? No. That is a 225
Online satellite ticket.
That's an online satellite ticket, so no. Well, will that be used for a 25-25?
Satellite ticket could be used for the GUKPT satellite.
Oh, right, okay. So the £225 satellite ticket that you do have can be used for the GUKPTs. If that's what it is, not true. Oh, not Rob Adams. Not true. Not true, bad Ams. You could read it as. James Gill. A few of us from Perth coming down on the 31st. You're not related to Tom, are you? James?
Is that Australia?
Perth?
Yeah.
No, there's also a town in Scotland.
Okay.
Not related to Tom. Tom's a member of North Berwick. If you ever get a chance to play golf in Scotland, which I'm going to do next year, when Edinburgh's announced, I'm doing 2 weeks. Just thought I'd let you know. You can bring your sticks. You can pick and choose your day you want to play. Rain, no rain.
Yep.
Sunshine, no sunshine.
Weather
Shorts, no
forecast.
shorts.
Okay,
you know what I mean? I'm up.
I think that's my rule for golf. If I can't play in shorts and a t-shirt, I don't want to play. Oh, the man of straw, we are good. Second session of the day. Pretty slow start, but it's always the same. Day ones, we just do a lot of chatting, a lot of random talk. We had some WWE talk, some golf talk, some football talk.
General chit chat.
Any
There's plenty of
questions?
questions out there, you
Yeah,
see.
just fire away.
Not all on poker. We know we're here predominantly for the poker, but it's all part of a working day. Yeah, Luke Sampson knows, and JDP, Rotherham United, anywhere above the bottom 3 would be an amazing achievement for the Millers. It really would. Hugely out the depths. Stadium only holds 12,000. Yeah, it's not. We are small.
So Harvey and the Hijack. Harvey, big viewer of our stream, always tunes in on Twitch.
He does.
Playing himself today. 10 clubs in the Hijack. Should be opening. And gonna just be raising take ground, not defending the old Montana banana.
No, shows the old Deuce. The Wizard, as he's known online. Did Josh Mahmood have any cash in the World Series? I don't know. He said he was going, didn't he, once he won the high roller? He said that's me off to Vegas. So I don't know if he actually did or not. Didn't see him. If he did get himself out there, he did say he was going. Once he won the high roller. Bankroll management out the window. I'm off to Vegas. Get me out there. Morning, Jerry. Whereabouts are you, Jerry? If it's good morning. New York? Mr. Grumpy has arrived. That could be Harvey, that could be Graham, that could be the dealer. One of Graham's best mates, Pete Wigglesworth, final table last time we were here. He came fourth for 9.3.
Leverage this against this and race to the first base.
Graham pound top pair against an overpair from Anthony Gardner.
Yeah, just Anthony going to be calling here with position. Should from Graham here should just be calling the 10-9 out the big blind here. Anthony's still got the stronger range here. Yes, he's still going to have set of deuces, set of 8, set of 9s, and all the overpairs. 9-8 going to be in there as well after opening in the cut-off. And there's the call from Anthony. But he must have known. He just
pings it.
Finds the 9 on the turn. Trips for Graham. And Anthony's not going to love this card here because like the main bluffs here on this board is going to be the heart draws, and that's now complete. So just makes a very good lay down there when the ladies just gets out of the way, and correctly too. Very nice fold from Anthony Gardner there. A situation that maybe if he does think that Graham's going to raise some top pair, we go behind to that. We're behind to the set of deuces and the 9-8 anyway, and then the main bluff completing the heart draw. The other bluffs in there are going to be the Jack 10, the 10-7, and very nice fold there from Anthony Gardner. How are we doing? Jerry Ricketts live in Alabama.
Yeah, he lives in Alabama and works in Georgia. The Alabama Crimson Tide, the NFL. College football is massive in America. It's as big, if not bigger, supported than the NFL. Queens again.
Back-to-back ladies.
Back-to-back. What's the odds on that, ladies and gentlemen? Stick your odds in that one. Queens back-to-back.
44,000 to 1.
How do you know that just like that, instantly?
It's just 2-2-1 squared.
Oh, is it? Really?
2-2-1 squared is 44, yeah, just over 44,000 to 1.
Why is it 221 to 1?
Because it's 221 to get dealt pocket queen specifically.
Is it?
Same as any pocket pair. If you're choosing a specific pocket pair to get dealt pocket free, it's 222 to 21 to 1. Aces, same.
Oh wow!
And that's all that's down to, Tower, is you need to get dealt a 1 in 13 shot first, and then after you get dealt that 1 in 13 shot, you then need to get dealt a 1 in 16 shot, 17 shot, and then times them together. That gives you that number. Gives you the 2-2-1.
Nice.
And then to figure out how to get them back to back, it's just obviously squared.
And Graham had 10-9 again. Like, wowzers.
I heard you. Yeah, I had my phone swiped in Vegas. Unfortunately, man, the straw caused so much hassle for myself. But it's done now. Getting a new, hopefully the same number, back on Monday and be back on everything again. It's just annoying because I can't get into anything at the moment. I can't get into my iCloud, I can't get into emails, I can't get into my notes page, which I need a lot because I use it a lot for poker. So it's been a real hassle for me, but hopefully when I get a phone number and I can confirm my identity, I'll be able to get back into everything on a new phone. But at the moment it is a bit of bother.
Queens just would have been good last hand, but Bav tripping up on the turn.
That's the thing. Like, there's nothing I can literally do, man. Sure. As soon as I basically what happened was I busted the $1 million bounty and I was just sitting. I weren't playing. I was literally just sitting on one of the slot machine chairs. My phone was on it, like on where the buttons are to push. I was facing the other way, and literally I've turned back round, and it's just gone. Literally, someone's just swiped it. I've gone to security. Said, "Can you like check the cameras? Can you do anything?" They go, "We don't check the cameras for stuff like this." So they said all you can do is file a report, but nothing will get done. And they were honest with me. They said nothing will happen. You can file a report, but there's nothing we can do now.
Bizarre.
But I was literally sat there for 5 minutes. That was the annoying thing. I was literally I'd sat down for 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly, Rob. That's exactly what I've done. I went straight to, well, I was walking around Bally's trying to find someone I know. I ran into Katie Swift and Kelly Saxby. Went on Find My iPhone on Katie's phone. Unfortunately, it was just offline. Couldn't find anything. Just blocked it all, obviously, and that's it.
Penny says, go and tell Harvey about his phone on that table.
Did you meet James Dempsey out there? I think it was him because I recognise the voice. I don't actually know what he looks like, but I recognise the voice.
6'4", not much hair.
Glasses, glasses. He was. I think he was on my PLO 1500 table day one. He was on my direct left for like the first few sessions before he busted.
Top lad, old James.
Yeah. So I didn't really, weren't sure it was him, but it sounded like him. So got to play with him a little bit. Played some 4 card.
Loves his skiing, does James Dempsey?
I literally just answered that question, Michael, man. Welcome back, Jay. Did you manage to find your phone? Unfortunately not, Michael.
Gone. So what do they actually do with it once they've stolen it?
I have no idea. That's the thing, because they can't get into it. It's all shut down because you go and find my iPhone and put everything offline. So I don't know if they go to like some store where you can reset it all to factory and maybe it's like a clean phone potentially, but and then sell it on. But like I said to other people, I would have preferred they nicked my bag with all my cash in it. Honestly, I would have literally preferred that my bag got nicked because it just causes so much hassle. It's the worst thing to lose when you've literally got everything on it, and especially when you're on holiday as well and you're at a place where you don't know where anyone is, you can't get in contact with anyone. It was a complete nightmare for the first day.
Yeah. So Reading underway, slow start for a Thursday. Next event we will be covering will be Goliath. Here it is. We know the G400 is now the mystery bounty. Apart from that, everything else is still exactly the same. We're live streaming from the Saturday. Goliath Flight A. We were thinking about doing the Friday, but it would have meant setting up in the casino and then moving all the rig, which is just impossible to do. So Saturday Flight A, we'll be there. We've then got the Women's Championship, so we'll end up doing the first couple of hours of the Goliath and then go to the Women's Championships final day. It should be on the final table on the Saturday, and then plenty going on regarding streaming wise all the way down to crowning the champion on the Sunday the 4th of September. We are looking forward to it all, so it should be a great one. But any questions, any of the questions for Goliath, let us know, and we'll try and answer.
Jay, now that you're back, maybe you can give us a rendition of how Tim Chung busted the main as chip leader. That was funny. What happened to Tim? I think I could still do it as well, to be honest. I've done it that many times. I think I could probably run you through it again.
No way you can remember that.
Shove 8-6 of spades, get called by Ace Jack, lost that one, then lost to Matt Davenport, ended up flopping trips with a queen, and then Matt Davenport rivered the straight with a jack with 10-9. He then had a blind on blind pot versus Aaron, where he raised the 9 high and Aaron had ace 5, so he made a 5 and Tim 3-barreled and Aaron called him down with a 5. Then I believe he lost a flip, I can't remember the hands that it was, and then it went open cut off. Tim shoved the small blind with ace 8 suited. Ravi had kings in the big blind, and then that was it for that was it for Tim. That was how Tim busted in Luton.
And that was 6 weeks ago. 8 weeks ago maybe. Unbelievable techers.
I might have missed one hand in there, but that was because I remember the Jack 4 hand where he ran it versus Aaron, where Aaron min clicked and then he 3-bet and Aaron called and then he just called down with a 5. Remember that one, and then obviously in the Matt Davenport call up. But that just comes down to repetition, Michael. That's all it is. It's repetition. I never would have been able to remember it if I didn't have to repeat it about 30 times 6 weeks ago. What is the hand you will always remember from your past, says Lawrence? One that always sticks with me will probably be GUKPT Leeds 2017, 2 tables left, and somehow it gets all in pre. I've got Ace King suited versus Jack 7 suited. I was playing like major aggro and get it in for a chip lead pot. It comes King 4-3 rainbow, no backdoor flush draw, and then running 5-6 with like 14 or 15 left in Leeds when there was like 40k up top at the time, which was like quite a substantial tournament for me 5 years ago. But that hand always sticks in the memory, because I always think if I managed to win that pot, potentially could have had a run at taking a GUKPT title. But that's one that sticks with me for sure. But I've got a new one now. The one that's going to stick for me for a while is going to be the one from the WSOP main event that occurred a couple of weeks ago. But you do. How weird is that? Just called the flop that I was just saying about the hand.
King 4-5.
Oh, it's King 3-4. But yeah, close enough. But you always have them hands, Lawrence, that stick with you, that you never forget. Ones that you're on the right end of, ones you're on the wrong end of. I won't never forget the one in Ireland as well. 2 hands left to play, Irish Open this year. 3-bet pot. I've got a set of 7s, he's got a set of queens. It all goes in for like a heapo pot, like 250 big blinds, and I just ping the one out on the turn to bag up like 5th in chips going into day 2 in the Irish Open. We'll never forget that one either. That was a pretty fun one.
One to be on the right side. Yeah, but what about the 6-bet? I mean,
yeah, we're talking hands of other people. Ian Roberts, the 6-bet from him with the ace 10 was something else. That was He'll always be my hero now, Ian, no matter what. Base 10-4, all diamond board. Teddy loving life seeing this. Flops the flush with the redraw to the steel wheel, but not going to love seeing this king of diamonds on the turn. Four of spades on the river here. Bav is at the stone cold bottom of his range here. Bit of a wide open 8-5 suited +2, but Bav probably confident in going post wherever he's holding. And if he thinks that he's never getting punished like the players on his left, I don't think either Graham, Harvey or Dylan are going to be free betting too light, so maybe that's the reason that he's opening here, thinking that he's not going to get free bet enough, so he's going to open wide up. He's going to get to go see more flops as the aggressor. That one going the way of Teddy.
Even the 10k, like Caribbean Adventure or whatever it is, main event, I'd probably rather play that. You don't have to go to Vegas every day.
So three-way action here after Teddy limps the A6 +2. Complete from Phil. Jack checking his option.
Thanks, Teddy.
Teddy with the ace of diamonds, going to fire. And both Phil and Jack here with top pair. Okay, it must have been Jack that led this board. Six of diamonds on the turn. Check through. And 7 of clubs on the river. There are action trackers just sorting this one out. There should be a chop between Jack and Phil once it's checked down. Lawrence says, seen some hands on here, but the one I'll always remember will be the quad fives versus the straight flush on the river. Yeah, that was Luton. Luton last year. Ryan Spittles was the man with the straight flush, and Harry Robinson was the man with the quad fives. One that sticks in my mind, Harlow event, final table, blind beat blind, I jam queen queen, villain calls ace 9, I flop a set but river gives ace 9 a straight. I wonder who outed me. Probably me, Kev. I can't remember that one, but it must have been me, I'm guessing.
One of you must call. I'm definitely calling 100%. Probably.
So Jack 10 suited for Teddy. Lovely one to raise it up.
I figured that.
Makes it 500. And Graham with a suited connector of his own. 7-8 suited, happy to come in +2. And Harvey probably going to do the same here in the cut-off with the ace-9 suited. And Phil here with the 9s. Both options available. With all this dead money in front of us, wouldn't be surprised to see exactly this. And there's the free bet. Love the sizing choice as well after an open and 2 calls. Just under 4.5x. And Teddy's in with a Jack-10 suited. And if Graham makes the assumption that Harvey's never back raising here, if we think Harvey's just always going to free bet his value rather than flat to back raise, we could potentially pull this deep as Graham, but chooses to let it go. And now action back on Harvey, getting 3.5 to 1 on the call here, closing the action, suited ace. Be surprised if he let this one go. But obviously, maybe worried about Phil on the button, repping a strong range after EP open, EP call, cut off call, and then still choosing to squeeze. So does just let the ace-9 suited go, and was in a dominated spot, so good laydown on this occasion. Heads up to the flop of Queen, Deuce, 5 rainbow. So probably just going to be check, bet, fold here. Don't need to go too large here as Teddy, as Phil, sorry. You can choose a really small sizing on this particular board texture. And goes for the 1.8. So small sizing choice, around quarter. And Teddy is going to peel one off here with a Jack-10 with some plausible backdoors and makes the best hand on the turn. And this is going to be check now. Phil with 9s in this situation. This should just be a check from him. Teddy opening +1 and peeling off free bet, ace queen, king queen suited, queen jack suited, all going to be in there. Like, I guess if we barrel here, I'm turning our 9s into a bluff, but what are we targeting to fold? Only specifically 10s, so that's why we want to be checking here as Phil. And there's an ace of diamonds on the river. And Teddy should be checking here. This card's so much better here for Phil, and Phil's going to snap check behind with the 9s, and Teddy's going to get the good news that the turn jack is going to be the best of it. David Thompson says, crazy how different a 1k online is compared to a 1k live. Yep, it's a lot tougher online.
Pretty cards, it's so fucking pretty, bro. Pay money, bro.
You want the cards to the queen, bro?
I got a backdoor flush draw, I got a backdoor straight draw.
Backdoor trips, backdoor
The whole backdoor fucking business.
I can take it on, bro.
Carry on, you'll be leaving out the back door as well.
I
forgot from yesterday how good you are hitting those cards. I forgot about that.
Get a piece in, man.
Yeah, I'll probably waste it.
Not enough to find Jack Coy, clearly. 1.8. Good call that. Sorry, he's a bet 5.
Lambert Bath, is it me? Or does Phil not look like a Phil?
Oh, you raised, yeah? 1K?
Is that just because he's a youngster? Because he's what, probably early 20s? Free betting here with the king queen in the cut-off, and Anthony in the small probably doesn't want to be cold calling this one. If he has some sort of read on the situation, maybe might cold force small frequency, but is happy to put in 7 big blinds here with the king and jack of diamonds. I just don't like having too many cold calls out of the blinds once it goes open free bet, when we've only got a small amount invested, rather than go and post out of position in a bloated pot. Not going to come along on this occasion, and does flop a Broadway draw with backdoor diamonds. Dylan and Phil with the same Broadway draw to the jack rather than the queen. Phil continuing for 1.7 here, 1.7 into 4.9, so a little bit more than third pot sizing choice from Phil here. As the free better, this is going to be our board, so like his decision to continue, we're going to have all the strong ace-X, we'll have the set of 10s, and on this situation with just king high we do have equity to that Broadway draw. Wow, would you look at this from Anthony? Finds the raise, the check raise here to 4k in this 3-bet coup after cold calling out the blinds. Looks like 10s, looks like could definitely be 10s, 10s could definitely be in the cold calling range, but that's very nice there from Anthony. And like, this is what I talk about, especially against the good players. Like, it's a spot there as Phil when we're the 3-better on this ace high board. This is our board, so when we get check raised here, like, it just signifies such strength from Anthony. It's probably a spot that you just so under bluff that you don't actually expect Anthony to ever show up with the hand like he has on that occasion. But I do like the hand selection if we are going to choose to check raise that board. King Jack of diamonds with the equity to the Broadway draw, blocking some strong ace-X and then backdoor diamond possibilities as well. It's not the worst candidate to do it with, and finding them spots that good players think are so under bluff that they start overfolding. And on that occasion the King Queen just has to get out of the way. But even with like a ace Jack hand type there, ace Queen would have started getting a dicey spot for Phil. It's a nice play there from Anthony Gardner. He's come to play today. Made a very good fold with the ladies early on, and then a nice little check raise there in a 3-bet pot on a ace high board, which is just rare to see. Usually when our opponents got the range advantage, very rare you see the check raise bluff, but working a treat on that occasion as Phil finds King Queen yet again. And Anthony with the goods yet again. Ace Queen on the button. So versus hijack here, we're going to have a lot more 3-bets than flats. So we're going to be 3-betting this more often than not. Fine to flat as well at some percentage. But as I always say, all about having a mixture, knowing your set frequencies, how often you're 3-betting certain hands, how often you're flatting them, make it really difficult for your opponents to play against you.
And you folded.
Yeah, I get busted with that from with 8-5. 8-5, the guy I ripped him on his trap. And he called me out, and that's on another trip. And he called me out for that. I was like 100 or 50k. And he's got 8-5 diamond, and he's right.
That must remind you
I
something.
can't remember the exact answer. There was too many situations. Follow the rules.
Oh, I'm good. I'm eating healthy today. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I literally just had a cake. Thank you, though. So, under the gun limp from Dylan. So it could be 3 pots in a row for Anthony. We're going to play this hand from his perspective. So as the opener here, this is a ball we're just going to be continuing around third, 600, 700, what I'd like to see on the Jack 10 Deuce Rainbow. Like these 2 Broadway card boards with a low card rainbow boards, like standard sizing is going to be around third pot. And Anthony spot on with the sizing choice there, does choose 700. And Dylan making the call. So Dylan's limp called under the gun. He'll have some Jack X himself. I guess if he's playing a limp range, he might have some Queen Jack in here, King Jack off, these type of holdings. Maybe like a Jack 9 suited as well. This 9 of spades on the turn, maybe a card we can potentially start checking as Anthony, or choose a small sizing again. But the thing is, versus this limp range, King Queen off might be in there, King Jack off, these type of hands that we could get another street from. Obviously King Queen's a straight now. I just think we can put ourselves in a dicey spot sometimes if we get check raised here. It is just a snap call from Dylan. Or is his cards going into his muck? It was a chip. And a King of Clubs on the river. Yeah. Now faced with this lead, and just going to be a fold now for us as Anthony. We just don't beat anything here. We need like Dylan to specifically be turning like a 10-8 suited and ace-10 into a bluff here that he limp calls. Something like that. That's basically all we're going to beat in this scenario now as Anthony. So I know we're getting this attractive price, like just over 3.5 to 1 in a call, but Anthony's good enough to let this one go. I can't see how we can ever be good here with ace jack. We specifically need, as I say, Dylan to turn like an ace 10 or a 10-8 of clubs into a bluff. That is the only way that we can win this hand. And other than that, he's got all the queen 10, queen jack, queen 9 suited, queen 8 suited. If he's playing a limp range, might limp call under the gun. Might even choose to lead small with some river 2 pairs, some king 10, king 9 suited, these type holdings that can get to the river this way. Silver Anthony here, I just can't see how we're going to hero this one off, and there's the fold. And I know we can't see Dylan's cards, but that's just never a bluff there, guys. Dylan's got the goods, whether it be 2 pair or a queen. And Anthony, I'm sure he's made the correct decision there in that particular pot.
Duke. Duke. Yeah. Yeah, like a Duke. Duke manor.
And your nationality? Vietnam.
And so do you.
Earlier. Nobody's got prepared to straight.
Straight on off for Teddy on the button, makes it 700 to go, and Dylan choosing to defend the 8-3 here. Like, fine to defend the big blind wide, but there does come a point where we do need to fold some hands, and like 8-3 off, these sort of trash holdings, 10 deuce off, 9 deuce off, these type of hands with no connectivity should just be hitting the muck. But Dylan wanted to defend and see a flop. Just going to fold to the c-bet of Teddy. Lovely board for Teddy to c-bet on with equity to the nuts with his up and down both ways, and it being ace high. So better for our perceived range as the opener.
Let me hit my shitty pair and then...
Blind's going to be going up in around 20 minutes time. Take us into level 4 of the day. We're going to have a giveaway as well, guys, when we return after the dinner break. So around 6 o'clock, I think we'll probably do that giveaway, giving away a £110 closer ticket for Monday's GUKPT closer on the Grosvenor client. Got plenty going on Grosvenor over the next few months. Goliath satellites, there's a €1 million guarantee summer festival. There's a cash game package that's running a rake race. Main event satellites for the Goliath. There's £11 rebuys, 5 seats guaranteed every night at 8, every other night at 8, £30 freeze out, 10 seats guaranteed every other night at 8 as well. There's all-in flip satellites at 9 PM every night for £1, as well as a £5 all-in flip satellite for at 10 PM. So you can win your way into the Goliath main event for cheap. All of this on our Grosvenor client. Just easy to download the software and create an account if you don't have one.
I've not run off.
Did you drive his i8 to Birmingham? Where have you been?
Couldn't fit in it.
Where have you been?
I had to introduce myself to the new GM. Do you know who I am? No,
I'm starting to get worried. I was waiting for the fire department, hearing them cutting you out of the I8. Can't get out of it. I thought you were stuck in the I8.
No, Sue Price is here. Who's obviously a massive advocate for poker, and she's one of the top brass. But Jay, new general manager, been here, and it's his first GUKPT.
Oh, okay.
So I had to introduce him to the channel, to you. So he now might be watching now. Hi, boss. How you doing? So yeah, nice chat actually. Lovely fella, lovely fella. And Sue's up there as well, and just talking GUKPT, talking to everything general regarding poker. Now it's slowly getting back to what we used to have. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I'm here.
I was getting worried, that's all.
Search party, where are you? Oh, didn't get the keys for the I8, that's a bad thing.
He did bring the waters back, to be fair to him, though. He didn't forget the waters.
The cold ones as well.
Yeah, nice and cold.
In the fridge in the main card room. No questions about Goliath in the last hour or so. We have most of the answers.
Yeah, here it is. We'll chuck the schedule up.
Yeah, one thing I can say is it has been confirmed. It's free parking every single day, including match day on the Wednesday. There will be an overspill car park, but it is free parking. You just have to type in your registration. So that's good news. Full schedule for GUKPT. We know the G400 is the bounty. The mystery bounty. GUKPT continues. In fact, Jay used to be GM at Cardiff when we had the GUKPT there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not his first GUKPT ever. First one in Reading. He had Cardiff. I said, do you remember who won Cardiff? He went, him from EastEnders. I went, tell he was as well. Michael Greco. Oh, here we go, a bit of a setup here.
Yeah, but there's no free bet yet. Again from Graham, we just saw.
400. How confident are you there with the Ace King?
We saw Graham just flat this hand, the previous hand, and this is a hand we want to make sure that we have in our free bet range. Ace King. It's such a strong hand to have pre-flop. You have the opportunity to take it down pre with your free bet. You've got good removal to strong holdings with the ace and the king blocker. And then the times that you are called, you've got a great little drawing hand to flop top pair, top kicker a lot of the time. And it's a hand we do want to be putting chips in the pot with, especially against an aggressive opponent like Bav, who's going to be opening wider than most. It's just going to be so much better for us to free bet here and try and get heads up versus him, rather than call in and speak about it a lot when we call. Now players behind us getting a better in price, more inclined to call, and then start splitting our equity in a multi-way situation, rather than getting it heads up versus the original opener. But Graham might have his playing style that he's happy with, and happy to take that approach, keep the pot small perhaps on this structure and play accordingly.
Good question from Phil Cannell on Facebook. Is the bounty game 440 or 400? I've seen different posts with different amounts. It's confirmed at 440. It would be a little bit strange doing a 180 plus 180 bounty. So it's 2 plus 2 plus the juice. So 440 in total.
Does that mean the min bounty is going to be a one-up?
I don't know how it's going to. I don't know. Obviously, depending on the number of runners, depending on the amount of money collected, but it's definitely 440. It's 200 plus 200 and the juice of 40. 200 into the pot. The bounties will start at the start of day 2, so you have to make day 2. You cannot buy into day 2, as people keep asking. Yeah, let's have a bounty comp with bounties starting on day 2 and have entries open on day 2. No. So no. The bounties start on day 2. Don't know what the minimum bounty is, but it'd be amazing. I've just been told the minimum bounty is a £5. There's going to be one ticket with a £5 in it. Fancy that. Fancy knocking out the... Oh, my days.
Imagine squeezing it.
Fancy knocking somebody out and there's a £5 note in one of the envelopes.
Imagine squeezing the 5, being like, I've got the 5 bag here, looking for the comma. It's just a fiver.
Five.
They should be forfeits.
Oh, brilliant.
Imagine if there was forfeits.
Forfeits. Lose half your stack. Lose half your stack.
Pay double big blinds.
Show one card for an orbit.
That'll be next. Joker's Wild Bounty event. So yeah, it has been confirmed. Unfortunately for somebody out there, there is one of the bounties is going to be a £5, but there is at least one £10,000 bounty as well. So it all equates to how many runners there are. It all equates to how many players are left for day 2 when the bounty starts. And one of the bounties will be you're taking the rig down Monday. Oh dear.
You should have stuff like buy everyone on your table and ring.
You got the hearts, yeah?
I think he called me 800, he must have fucking 8 or 9. Oh, great fucking river.
So 15 minutes left of this level, guys. Takes us into level 4 of the day. Still really early stages, still mega deep here, so still action. Not too much. Hopefully that will come later in the day. We are here answering questions regarding the Goliath or anything poker related or just anything you want to talk about.
Can we talk about the I-8 of biscuits?
The I-8 of biscuits. I think bourbon. You never go wrong with a bourbon. A couple of bourbons and a cup of tea.
Yeah, so anything Goliath related, don't forget that's our next live stream in a month's time. We get a month off, what do we do? What do we do with a month? Well, I've got 2 family weddings. I've got to keep slim. Oh. Any events that you're going to be playing locally, let us know. What are the games locally that are really good, that are starting to get back to normal? Keep us informed. Didsbury have a decent one on a Friday night. Might try that next Friday, if I'm not busy. I'll try that one. Teddy floats the flush draw. Jack 2-3, 2 clubs.
Okay. 1, 2.
Yeah, and Buke here. Don't know what he's got.
No, that's a strange one for us. Ace Jack with the Jack of Spades.
Yeah, we'll have it.
Spades.
We'll have Ace Jack, we'll have King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited maybe. It gets out of the way. If Butte called, Harvey would probably fold. I doubt we're going to be overcalling 7s, but now once we're in this heads up situation versus Teddy with position, getting 3.5 to 1 in the call, should be calling once here as Harvey and taking a turn. Teddy opening +1, still ahead of all those Broadway holdings without a Jack, Ace King, Ace Queen, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited, so on. That just makes the tight lay down, Harvey.
And we got the
2-3, yeah, Teddy?
Bet into 2 people, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah?
Bet into 2 people, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
the app and poster shows mystery bounty is 1-day event for Reading Is that a mistake? No, it's a one-day event for the Mystery Bounty. They stuck it in as an addition here in Reading. The way it works for a one-day Mystery Bounty is late reg will finish, and as soon as late reg is finished, then the bounties will start for a one-day Mystery Bounty. But for Goliath, it's a two-day event, and the day 2 is when the bounties will start in Goliath.
Okay, then.
We'll post that up very shortly. It should be a busy event. They've took off so well, the mystery bounties. A lot of people like them. Who won the 1 million in Vegas?
Matt Glance.
Oh, so he's got about 10 million in winnings and earnings anyway. Just won the million. It wasn't some random from Oklahoma that's on his first WSOP that's a truck driver.
He had 10% swap with Sean Deeb as well.
Did he really?
So Sean Deeb got a little 100 bag.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, actually. Swap. Did you swap?
I didn't make day 2. Didn't make day 2.
Oh, you'd only swap at day 2 stage.
Yeah.
He
Right.
gives the guy who knocked out, he gave him a 5k as well.
Did he?
All right.
He got lucky for that, like a 10 against Jackson.
Oh, nice little touch.
Give the guy knocked out. 5k. Oh, nice touch.
Should work now for us.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. Sweet. Quickly shoot.
Your events one as well.
Which one's that one? All right.
Well, look off this end. Oh, there we go.
Oh, sorry about that. I'll just quickly go back to the hand.
Looks nice.
Oh, it looked really nice, that, didn't it? I'll show you that again in a minute. Here's me flicking. See, you give me a chance to flick buttons, and that's me in.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Jack's up to here, Tower. This is pretty reckless with deuces.
You repping a set?
Well, he's limp called on the button here, so like value here is basically, like you say, pocket fours. Sevens are just going to open. Kings are going to open. King 7 suited probably going to open. So basically like 7-4 suited. Is that all we're repping here with deuces? And like Bav as the opener, he's got the stronger range here. Like we always say, the ace king, king queen, king jack, king 10 suited. All these hands Bav's going to have set of sevens, set of kings. But I'm just going after it here. Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't have bluffs on this board. There's just so many better hands we can choose to raise the continue from Bav here.
You end up folding?
No, it can't be folding. I can't see how we can ever fold here as Bav versus a limp call range. Literally, Jack's over limp button, and then he's called our raise. And we've c-bet and been raised here on King 7-4, and wow, he's just going to fold. Shocked to see that, Tower. Maybe a new Bav back from Vegas.
So, 2022 looks like that. Oi, look at that. NPL live event schedule June to December 2022. Beautiful. The next one for us is Goliath in Coventry. 25-25. These are all the NPL events, not the events that we will be at. But we are in the bold ones. Coventry, Leeds, Luton, Blackpool and London. At least 2 weekends of live streaming for the grand final. Maybe 3. But we'll see how the schedule pans out once that's been confirmed. But definitely 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks of the grand final. And then Reading for the rest of the week. There it is. As you can see, the Mystery Bounty on the Saturday afternoon starts at 2. £440 in, 200 into the bounty pot, £200 into the pot itself. And at 5:30 when late reg finishes, that will be when the bounty starts. Every time you knock somebody out after that, you'll get an envelope, and then you open it up and it'll say dinner for 2 with Jay. No. Oh, you open one, it will say dinner with Tower, you're bait.
You're
They all
paying.
say that.
What's your thoughts on early Goliath level strategy? Lots of over limping? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, people are coming in for limps then, I'm basically going to play so unbalanced in that comp gym. For someone that is, say he's got like a 10% ROI in a 1kg GUKPT, they're going to absolutely have a monstrous edge on the field that comes to play the Goliath. So I'm just going to be keeping pots pretty small, probably instead of ISO in like my 7-8 suited and my 8-9 suited, I think I'm just going to be, like you say, over limping them, and then just being unbalanced, only raising like me ace 10 plus, my king queen, my king jack, limping my small suited connectors, my small pairs after a limp in front of me. I think that's probably the strategy that I'd adopt in that particular comp, but I'd only adopt that strategy if you do play a lot of poker and a lot of MTTs and you're comfortable going post flop and you're good at navigating the streets. And as well, if you're good at exploiting as well, that's the other thing to take into account. It's going to be a lot more exploit the way you play the Goliath than it is theory based. You want to be figuring out your table pretty early and then going about your business, how to potentially exploit how they are playing.
Mate, how do you drink, mate?
Anyone want a drink?
No,
And I'm not gonna start even versus hijack open. I'm not gonna free bet king jack off probably on the button versus a lot of these people that are just not gonna have any folds to free bet. So after they open, just gonna flat and play accordingly with position. I'd actually love to play the Goliath now. Last time I played it, I think it was 2016, maybe 2017. But I'd love to get in the mix, give it a shot one day again.
Any more questions regarding Goliath? Fire away and keep showing you what's happening regarding Reading and Goliath for the next 3-4 days.
60 more minutes, credit. 60 more minutes. I'm sure you can survive.
You just look like a broken man. Take the point.
So feeling the low jack raises to 5.
Keep it interesting, obviously.
Speaking of the free bet with the king jack, Anthony makes it 1.4k versus low jack here. This is perfectly fine. We're going to have a mixture here of flattening and free bets, and versus Phil open, just going to have to get out versus the Anthony free bet. Phil's just going to have to get out of the way here with queen 10 off. Queen 10 suited would probably pill, but queen 10 off into the monk. Average stack at the moment is probably about 23, 24k, I'd say.
Yeah, won't have improved so much since the start of the day. Not too many runners in for day 1A. It is a quiet one, 47 at the minute. So the average stack is 26k. End of level number 4 will be the extended break. I think it's 45 minutes. We'll confirm that when we do get there.
Well, Harvey's having a little selfie.
Oh, you ain't? Hey, I ain't good to it. It was a good to it, a selfie and nothing else.
No, he put the hood up. He put the hood up as he took it.
Yeah, the selfie's on. Not too sure what he's trying to achieve looking like that, but there you go.
And he's got the 10s and blinds are now up, so 1 more hour until the 45-minute dinner break, or an hour, we're not sure yet.
We think it's 45. We'll get confirmation very soon.
Yeah, 7 Play Audi, if I pronounce that right, on Twitch. We're not talking about this tournament. Jim was asking about the Goliath, the tournament we got coming up in 6 weeks' time, how to potentially approach, and I was just trying to give him some advice. But it's a very unique tournament. You're not going to play a tournament like it for that smaller buy-in to have a chance of winning that amount of money. Oh wow, look at this board. I'm just going to jump back into it here, guys, because Babs absolutely smashed this one, and Harvey's flopped bottom set here in a 3-bet pot, so gonna see chips flying in here, and Babs got to c-bet this one, unblocking all the 2-pair set combinations. Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited should all be in there. 3 combinations of each of those, as well as the 3 combinations of sets. Queens are probably going to 4-bet some of the time. Probably can't give them all the combos of queens. But this is just a board where on dry run-outs we're just going to be going bet, bet, bet as Bav.
There's the raise. Raise to 7.
Yeah, and Bav's just loving life here.
Absolutely.
Like that King of Clubs is massive as well, obviously removing to some flushes, although like Ace-X of Clubs the only flush that Harvey can have. I doubt he's peeling any like King 9 of Clubs, King 8 of Clubs pre, probably wouldn't even open them, +1 as Harvey. 3 of diamonds on the turn. So with this SPR around 0.6, probably just gonna get in on the turn. Check from Harvey. Bav's just gonna shove.
I'm in as Bav. I must admit.
The thing is here though, could Harvey ever find the fold here, Tower, with a set? Because like Bav is the 3-bet here, +1. He's definitely gonna have Ace King. Bav's not gonna like overvalue like an Ace Queen here. On the turn, he'd just check that behind, like an Ace Queen with the Ace of Clubs. He's just going to check that behind on the turn. So once Bav shoves here, like this 10s is essentially like we only really beat a bluff. Maybe Queen Jack suited might be in there, but is Bav really going to 3-bet that? A chance of getting 4-bet versus +1, so I'm going to say no. So thinking about it, we don't actually beat too much here as Harvey with the pocket 10s. Like, Bav's not going to do this with aces or kings either, Tower. That's the thing. Aces or kings with a club here is going to be a check. So it's pretty interesting spot here with bottom set, because Bav's got the jacks, he's got the queens, and he's got all 16 combinations of ace queen, so ace king. So he's actually got 22 combinations of value total here. And as well as that, Bav also capable of bluffing. He might have a suited wheel ace in there. Ace 5 through ace deuce of clubs might be in there at a small frequency. And then what hands is he going to bluff here? Like the hands that we probably bluff are going to be hands with the bare ace of clubs, but the hands with the bare ace of clubs like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 with the ace of clubs should be checking this turn. So it's actually quite an intriguing spot, and may actually, although getting 3-1, may be able to find a hero with bottom set.
Yeah. You just said the set's no good here, is it?
It's going to be...
And Bav's not moved.
Be some fold, Tower. Like, we can see the cards, obviously, it would be some fold, but just breaking it down, like, what's Bav supposed to have here? Literally need him to have, like, an airball, like a random 3-bet with, like, an offsuit ace blocker, and then just going for it with the ace of clubs. That's what we need specifically. But is he not just going to 3-bet shove these hands as a bluff on the flop, potentially? So now I actually think about it, this might be a situation where we could fold a set, but what might be going through Harvey's head is the price he's getting here. So the times that Bav does have ace king and doesn't have the queens or the jacks, we are actually getting a very attractive price. The boat up 10 outs around 25%, so we need about 3-1 and a quarter to break even here versus ace king specifically. 16 combos of ace king, 6 combos of queens and jacks combined. So it's fairly close because of the price. Great fold, Harvey Norris. That's a really good fold, Tower. That is a top fold from Mr. Norris there, letting the set go. And Bav's probably going to get a full double versus most people there, and Harvey figured it out. Like we said, what's Bav supposed to have here? Really, really top-notch laydown there from Harvey. Saves his tournament and still with plenty. Very impressed by that one, Tower. Sometimes you just got to take a step back and not think about, not snap it in, because we've got to sit and actually think about the hand and how it's played. And we've opened +1 and Bav's chose to 3-bet us. Like jacks and queens are in there, ace kings in there. The ace queen that decides to 3-bet isn't going to take that line, so we specifically need him to have, like we say, we need him to have a bluff, and there's not really any bluffs I can come up with. Maybe like a king-queen off with the king of clubs might be one that we can find in there, but how often's Bav 3-betting that versus EP Open? But I'm really impressed with that laydown, Tower.
Indeed, Harvey wakes up with a hand again. 9s this time, really, it's 700. Ace king again. Oh my days. What is Harvey running into? 3-bets to 1900. The ace king suited.
Yeah, gun versus +1, just going to be a pure call here for Harvey. Now we're going to 4-bet this. Wow,
well, Teddy.
Teddy's in the mix now.
Yeah.
Now Harvey will get out of the way. This is obviously Teddy. Gun versus +1, very strong ranges. We're never folding the ace king here, but just weighing up his options whether to cold call with position or cold 4. And he's going to opt for the cold call. Yeah, now once it comes back round to Harvey, it's going to be easy call now with the 9s, especially now that we're getting this attractive price.
Not sure what Buke was thinking about there, but in the mix, into the muck they went, and Harvey is going to make it up.
Yep.
1200 to call, Harvey. 1.2 to call.
I mean, it's easy to say, I'll fold 10s maybe then, probably.
Still on Harvey. He's not called yet. And now he does.
All this spot Tower closing action.
It all ends up there one way or another.
And are the poker gods going to reward him for that top-notch laydown the hand before?
No. King, queen, 5. Absolutely not. Top. I think Phil.
Well, it's probably going to get in on the turn between
Yes.
Phil and Teddy, and then they'll chop it up. Phil's got the 4% free roll. It's just going to go bet call fold here on the flop. 2.5k into 6.4, so just south of 40% sizing choice here from Phil. Like a board, we usually go around third, but once we go multi-way here, three-way, adding a little bit of extra juice on, and Teddy should just be calling here. Keep those bluffs in. Keep our range wider as well. Like once we start raising on this King Queen 5 board in a 3-bet pot, we do start condensing our range. But he is going to raise old Teddy boy. It doesn't matter anyway, it's going to all go in.
Yep.
And they will chop this up unless we see some running spades.
Oh, we see he's got out flopped. Ace on the turn, 3 on the river, chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. Who's the best player at the table? We're not folding a set of 10s. I know it's a good fold, and he said himself he was not beating anything. Or it wasn't beating much. Great fold. A lot of good players. Bav's had a couple of good results. Graham Pound's had a lot of good results over the years. To be fair. Some good players on a GUKPT circuit, that is for sure. Buke's in the... we can't see Buke's hand, unfortunately. Ace 5, 2, 7, king. Afternoon Sabri Bass, so things are good. We might get to see Buke's hand here because he's... no. Looks like he's just folding the ace. Queen 10 for Dylan, and it turns over the ace. That's to show 2 cards for the winning hand, but unfortunately it missed it. Must have been the ace.
I hope not, make you look very good.
45 minutes to go, guys, and then it will be a 40-minute dinner break. When we return, we have a £110 closer ticket to give away. Tower thinks he's, and he's going to be thinking, trust me.
Oh my days. How long have I got before I get the answer?
I'll give you
how many seconds do I get to write my answer down?
30 seconds. 30 seconds. On a standard 13 by 13 by 13 Rubik's Cube.
64 trillion, quintillion, octillion.
No, on a 13 by 13 by 13, it would be about, I reckon, at least 10 goggles. At least 10 goggles.
Okay. The only thing I use goggles for is swimming.
No, a goggle is a 1 with 100 zeros behind it.
Is it really? 100 zeros?
Yeah, 100 zeros.
By John. 100 zeros. Wow. GUKPT, Reading, well underway.
Six deuce rainbow.
Hi, Chris. How are you? Six, 2, 2 flop. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Chris Buke with this 2 pair on the flop. Sabri Bass out of Vegas, good Jay.
Yeah, it went alright. I loved it. I had a really good time. One small on poker on the trip. I was up small. But we'll be back. I'm a bit gutted I haven't been before. Wasted 7 years not going when I wish I did, to be fair. But it's an unbelievable place. Pretty expensive if you're staying for that amount of time.
Were there any indication of when they were announcing the dates? Not the schedule, but
no idea.
Did anybody have any indications?
No.
I guess it's going to be summer again, and more or less around the same time again. One of the day ones is always around Independence Day, isn't it? So,
yeah, if I think I'll probably do the whole 6 weeks next time. Yeah.
So that's you, Danny Pike. That's 2 in the house.
Yeah, probably probably me, Dan, my mate Jamie, mate Dan, mate James.
Movie?
Yeah, Boovy.
Yeah.
Boovy out there. He loves it. He loves it. He was buzzing because he was doing absolutely chunks on the trip, and then he had a bet on Cam Smith to win the golf.
Did he really?
Yeah, got him out of it. Yeah, got him out of it.
No way! Wow.
Madness.
What was he at the start? 20?
25 to 1.
25?
Yeah, 25. I think we're around.
It wouldn't have been much shorter than that on the final day, 4 behind. JDM can't wait for Goliath. Cash last year, never made a day 2. This stream is Gene you up. Well, JDM, that's what we're here for. The next actual live stream is Goliath. That is ours, the main one. Is it 4 weeks today set up? So Goliath is next up for us. Any questions regarding Goliath, fire them into the chat and we'll answer them if we can. Most of the questions we do.
It's 9 for Teddy. Raises to 7. Dylan's in the hijack. 9-7 suited. Anthony not going to be able to defend the old Doyle.
Did he make an appearance this year?
I didn't see him, Tower. Didn't see him. Don't think so. I know he was there last year.
Or in November?
Yeah, in November, yeah.
Did anybody see the DB?
It does actually feel surreal when you're there for your first time and you've grown up watching all these players play these high stakes games and these big tournaments, and then you're literally sitting there, like you can see them next to them. On one of my first days there, one of the first WSOP events I played, I was on this table and on a table behind me, and McGrath and Hellman were literally sat next to each other. Sat next to each other in the that was the 3K freeze out, and they literally sat there. I was just turning around like this, is just looking at them, like it just feels so surreal. You've seen them on the telly for so many years, and then they're just right in front of you.
Yeah. Talking about Goliath, 30-minute levels for the first 8, and then buy-ins finish, and then 40-minute levels to finish the day. 16 levels played each day. I think it's around about a 12-hour day regarding poker playing, including breaks. So 8:30s and 8:40s. So 8:30s are the buying period, 8:40s is after that. So around about a 12-hour day for you poker players. How many players are we expecting for the GUKPT at Goliath? 300, 350 runners maybe.
I think there'll be more, because I remember the year that 50-50 was on there and made it 50-50.
Run out of chips or something, didn't it?
Yeah, it was about 60 bag up top for a 50-50 to start the Goliath weekend. So I think it'll be more. I think it could be one of the biggest GUKPTs that we've seen just at the start of Goliath potentially. Just on the 50-50 from a few years ago to go on. But we'll see. I think it's going to be a really good turnout for that GUKPT before Goliath kicks off. delicious flop here for Bav.
3, 10, Jack, 2 hearts. Up and down, second up flush draw. Dylan's all in. We're going to see his cards.
He's just gone mad with an overpair. He's got the aces.
Yeah.
Jack 9,
Jack
top
9.
pair. 3 betting the Jack 9 suited.
Fruity.
Just sticks in with the top bet.
There's
And dead
diamonds.
on the turn.
Dead on the turn.
So Bav improves.
And improved again.
Wins a nice one.
Trying to hit one of these in Vegas was like non-existent.
Oh, Bav was in the big. I thought Bav was gun there. I thought it went gun open, 3 bet from Dylan. So maybe it went open from Dylan. Call from Bav. Sorry guys, missed the pre-flop action. Nonetheless, chips going the way of Bav. Top pair versus huge combo draw.
What's the story with the high roller cash room at Goliath? That I don't know. I'm going to have to ask. What's the story? There is no high roller cash room.
That's the story, Jim.
There's the story, Jim. Story ended.
Jim Marlowe.
The story ended in the same sentence it started. Time for a biscuit. Are these calorie-free biscuits, smoothie?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. I'll have one then.
They actually, the more you eat, the more weight you lose.
Hey! Wow, affordable.
Pocket fours for Jack. Thinks it's 700. Bav got some chips now, so going to 3 bet here with the Queen Jack. Love the sizing choice, nice and big, out the small blind. And Jack's been getting involved a lot, so knowing that he's going to be opening fairly wide in the cut-off, we got some removal with the Queen and the Jack, blocking some of the continue range of our opponent. Jack with a pair, going to peel here, go set mining with position. King 3, 3, 2 clubs here. So Bav should be continuing this board, small size. And up to 2.5 into 6.6, so 40% choice from Bav. Could go a lot smaller here with the Queen Jackers. Bav blocking some plausible King X combos. Chooses to size up to around 40%. 9 of hearts on the turn, so do pick up the equity with a gut shot now. They might choose to double barrel here, start folding out some like deuces through 8s. That's exactly what Bav's going to do here, and it's nice to have this Queen Jack as well. Like I say, removal from King Queen and King Jack, less likely for our opponent to have these. Ace King's going to 4-bet pre-flop, so really like the hand selection here from Bav to double barrel. But Jack having none of it. Tower, wow, how's he found this call with the force here? And it's a 7 of clubs on the river. Bav does have the Jack of clubs that are going to check, and it's going to go check, check, and the 4s of Jack are good. How does he find this call on the turn?
Nice one, Jack.
Can't fold now.
Has to be losing big blinds, calling 4s on the turn there, I think, and on that occasion it worked out perfectly because Bav had what he had, but don't think that's going to be good line up. But if Jack's had a read maybe on Bav and thought he was getting out of line and picked up on something, then fair play. Go against the grain of what you're supposed to do. If you have a little read on our opponent and think that he's weak, maybe picked up on something. But like over the long run there, calling 4s twice there in a 3-bet situation, just can't see how it's ever going to be good. And like I say, don't know if those two have played together before. Sometimes there can be a dynamic in there, or maybe a live tell, we don't know. But fair play to Jack. Spot a pot that I most certainly would not have won, would have just passed turn.
Heading towards the dinner break. Around about half an hour's time.
How are we doing, Chris? The thing is, Meringue asks, should Bav jam river to represent a flush? The thing is, once Jack calls twice here, we never expect him to have like the 4s through 8s there. So a lot of the time, although like I say we've got removal to the King Queen and King Jack, he can still just have a hand like that. He can still just have a King X, and maybe Bav just doesn't think that once we get to the river that Jack's going to be folding the King there. Like if he's not folding 4s to a turn double barrel, I doubt he's going to be folding top pair to the 3rd barrel on the river. So maybe Bav thought, you know what, I'm just going to give up on this one because I don't think my opponent's going to fold a King, which it looks like he has in that situation. And as well as that, as the 3-better here, as Bav, like we've not really got a whole host of flushes, the suited ace-X of clubs, and then maybe the Queen Jack, Jack 10 of clubs, but may just choose to flat them in the small versus cut off open. But I see what you're saying with the Jack of clubs blocker, maybe could represent the flush, but I think once Jack calls twice there, maybe not the best river to go for it on his Bav, because Jack can have the flushes in his range as well for sure. He can definitely have the front door clubs.
Good afternoon, Chris, watching on Facebook. Well, things are good. Half an hour to go until the end of this session, then a 40-minute dinner break. Ace King for Phil, Sunny seat number 1, raising up. Let's raise it up to 900. Anthony Gordon gets out of the way, Bav also gets out of the way. So too does Teddy. Do it with 10-8. We'll think about it and then fold. No, you're going to defend the 10-8. Which will get out of the way, Mr. Pound, with the King Deuce. Heads up to the flop. Jack 8-8, 2 clubs. Not a bad defend for Duke. Bet 700 as a C bet for Phil and a call from Buke. 7 of diamonds on the turn. If we check this again, we could definitely barrel the turn. He has checked. I'd put the handbrakes on, to be fair, if I've only got Ace King. And a spicy turn card. So he does check. And river's a 9. So we now pick up the backdoor straight for Buke. And any bet, I think the Ace King has given up. Everything's got there. Literally beating King Queen. Phil Joyce, I see one. I think I'll just have to fold the Ace King. and slides them in the muck. Yeah, Jay says the GUKPT at the start of the festival for Goliath will be a busy one. So maybe that's the one you'll be playing, Chris. Marang Patel, EPT just announced they'll be in London in October. Oh, the GUKPT. So it's starting to open up, as everybody knew was going to happen. And the EPT have announced a London leg in October. Okay. Interesting. October's a busy month as well. Yeah, Luton GUKPT's in October. Battle of Malta's in October. Leeds at the start of GUKPT. Interesting month in October. Eventually, we know with the calendar things will clash. As we know, when things get back to normal. Well, we're going to have action here for Harvey because he's all in for his 10k. Anthony Gordon's got Ace King suited. He will not be folding. Bav will probably get out of the way when Anthony jams. Harvey's in. Right down to Anthony in C3. Really just flat with the Ace King, can we? Certainly not thinking of folding.
So just got back here, guys, to this hand. So open Anthony, I'm assuming 3-bet Bav,
Yep.
4-bet Rip from Harvey.
Yeah, there's the triangle,
just
and
a
Bav will
nice
get out of the way. So pretty, King Queen. And he has to get out of the way. So Harvey, 10s. And the 10s before folded a set. It was a good fold.
Against the Ace King as well.
Against the Ace King, so he's up against the Ace King again. This time it's Anthony Gardner. Two, 5, 6. 10s well in front. Oh, not anymore.
Just not been Harvey's day.
Not anymore.
And a jack on the end, so we are going to lose Harvey Norris. And that's the thing about this game, he's literally done nothing wrong today, and he's busted before the dinner break. Like, it's a brutal game. He's made a top-notch fold, he's played solid poker, and before you know it, he's out the door, and that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
EPT just announced they'll be in London in October.
Yeah.
I hope it don't clash with Luton.
Well, it can only clash with Luton, because Luton's bang in the middle. Malta's before Luton. Leeds is before Malta, and the back end of October there's not much else.
Oh, wow.
So don't know what the dates are exactly, but
where's that being held, Moran?
We knew things eventually are going to start clashing. We knew that, but Luton's usually a busy GUKPT.
Do we know where that's being held, Moran?
Not yet. Probably, yeah, and some of the other ladders know. They've just announced it as well. Literally just announced it. Callum, there's no guarantee to tournaments. There was 50 in at the moment, and it is 900 plus 100, so a straight £1,000 tournament. There were 50 in for the start of day 1-8. Bit of a steady start, but B1B is always busy. Hilton Park Lane. Claret G says October the 18th, the main for the UKIPT. That will clash with Luton.
Yep, Luton's. We finished Luton on the 23rd of October, so the EPT will be the week after the actual 5k, so be able to play the EPT, that's the main thing.
Is that what the
Well,
weekend
yeah.
after?
If the UKIPT, the when they do the EPTs, they do like the FPS, the Australias for whatever country it is the week before. So that means the EPT main will be the week after, which is perfect because we finish Luton on the 23rd, play a day one on the 24th, and be at EPT London. That is going to be a big one. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, the Malta Poker Festival is also back end of October, beginning of November. The Battle of Malta is the 5th until the 12th of October. I'm going over for that. Be working that one.
Fuel here, ripping 33 bigs versus +2 open. It's a bit wild, but works on this occasion. Never getting called by worse, only getting called by better.
So if your October's right, we could have GUKPT Leeds, Battle of Malta, GUKPT Luton, EPT, christening of the grandchildren,
So yeah,
and then Malta.
that'll be it. Literally finish Leeds on the 2nd of October. Probably fly to Malta on the 3rd. Get back from Malta probably around the 15th, 16th. Do commentary on Luton, and then go straight to EPT London. It's going to be a busy month. October.
If you fancy the christening of the 2 grandchildren, you can come along if you want to. I'll tell my lad. And then the week after that is the start of Blackpool GUKPT. Wowzers. What a 6 weeks that is.
Yeah, it's going to be busy. I think
Leeds, Malta,
yes,
Luton, EPT, Malta, Blackpool. Oh.
When does the missus fit in? I don't know. I don't know.
Luke, she'll be going to Malta, Luke.
Yeah, she'll come Malta with me for sure.
She'll come Malta.
She'll be happy sitting by the pool for a week if I go and play. I think that would get me off.
Yeah.
Going a trip down to London for the EPT.
Oh my dears. So heading towards the 40-minute break.
Yeah, got about 20 minutes to go. Yeah, Chris, people on Twitch chat have said that as well. Probably going to be at the Hippo. Was it the Vic the year Vicky won it, wasn't it?
Was it the Vic?
I don't know. I think it was. I'm not 100% sure.
Was the cash at the Vic? I'm not too sure. I know Vicky Collins. Is she still the only person to win 2? Or has somebody else done it since?
I know she was when they cancelled the EPTs and said there's no more EPTs before they brought them back, but I'm not sure after they've brought them back if anyone's won another one after winning it before. My EPT knowledge of winners and stuff isn't the best.
Okay.
Ask me one GUKPT Walsall 2013, I'll be able to tell you. Chris Payne, yeah, definitely can't miss it. EPT in your own backyard. There's no way I'll be missing that one. I'll be there for the main finish. Like I said, finish Luton and probably head straight there. I think that would do. Won't even probably bother going home. Straight from Luton to London. Definitely be in the mix. going to be a really busy 6 weeks there from start of October to.
Yeah, everybody knew he was going to come back, which he obviously has, which is great news.
Ah, so Park Lane Hilton.
Okay.
The cash games.
That won't be £50 a night. Sevens for Ant Gardner. Flop time. Bav and Phil in the hand. Queen, Jack, 8 all hearts. Any straight flush redraws?
Yeah, with the 7 of hearts working. And check over to Phil, he's going to check behind. Nikolai Pobai won the EPT in 2019 to become the second 2-time champion.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for the information. Vicky Conn being the first and in the history books. Oh! Boom! Boom! Boom!
Make a straight flush and you've still not got the nuts.
Fold the 7 hearts, didn't we?
Oh yeah, in the bin. They're in the bin.
They're in the bin. We just folded a straight flush. It never comes.
Bottom of the range here for Bav that we get to the river with, so going to fire, and it does get Phil out of that.
There we go. Nikolai Pobble.
15 minutes left on the clock, guys, and then we'll head out for 40.
We will indeed. Yeah, he folded on the turn. He folded on the turn with the gut shot straight flush. Draw. And would have hit it. Yes, now with Teddy, 2.7 to call. About 3 betting again. So around about 15 minutes to go, do you reckon?
Yeah,
End of this set?
just under, I'd say. 12 minutes or so.
Aces for Graham. Just calls. Waiting for the race coming in, and this should be it. No, just calls with 300. Now then, Esther Gardner. Are we going to fall into the trap?
Well, it has to fall into the trap here, Tower. It would be a mistake not to bump it up here with the ace-queen. Something like 1200 here from Anthony. What I'd like to see. Have to raise this one up. Looks like a smidge more. Oh no, it's 12. Like the sizing choice, everything seems good. Now Buke here, king 3 suited in the big blind. Usually be defending this one, closing the action. Well, it's still going to come along here, even with 2 players behind us, and Graham's going to be licking his lips here.
Incoming 3-bet. Worked perfectly for Graham. How big is he going? Smells the kings or aces.
Yeah,
all the time.
Anthony's good enough to get away from this now, Tower, once it comes in with this limp back raise.
Yeah.
It's just never ace jack, it's never 10s or 9s or jacks, it's just always ace king, queens, kings or aces, probably not even queens, and Anthony's competent enough and good enough to understand that, and ace queen's just going to hit the muck now. And this is the problem as well, like as Graham, like we're going to be unbalanced in this spot. We're not going to have any other hands but ace king, aces or kings, maybe queens some of the time, so players can then just fold near the top of their range versus us, and we lose action from our aces. If we just open our aces there, we potentially get some action and go post, potential to win a bigger pot, but Graham planning in that manner, maybe not wanting to go post and get unlucky. We're going to be so much better to just open, because when you ever see that limp under the gun and then back raise after a raise, it's just always the goods. No one's doing that with ace-5 suited, no one's doing that with king-queen off, no one's doing that with 7-8 suited. It's just always the top end.
Penny says it's bank holiday Monday on the Monday, it'd be an extra busy start. It is, the 29th of August is a bank holiday Monday, the final bank holiday of before Christmas. It is.
Jay's substitute on comms was Rick Trigg, but after his horse tips we were saying comeback towers treble. Was he giving some old horse tips?
Oh, we did his Katangas.
I'm glad I weren't there, Tower.
Let me tell you, we did his Katangas. Gary says one of the horses was running tomorrow, but it's not. One of the horses that should have won.
There's a Buki here, somewhere around 3.5k. Going to be the size here. Teddy opening the button. Yes, we can open wide on the button. We can open up to like 80% of our range, but we can't just open any two. Like the trash holdings like this just need to be hitting the bin. But maybe Teddy, he's had a good session, maybe feeling the momentum, fancy getting involved, but going to be met with the bad news here from Buke.
There's only 30 viewers, not thousands.
Do it a bit quicker on the front course.
So heading towards the dinner break. 40 minutes.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes just over to go. So we are going to be back around 25 past, 5:30. And make sure you return at that time because we're going to have the first giveaway of the weekend.
Are we? Oh, yes, we are. And apparently I've got to be thinking, oh my days, it's all great. You're just going to do it to me, aren't you?
And I've brought in a nice A1 bit of paper for Tower.
Is that to fit the notes in?
Yeah.
That's to fit the notes in, is it? Fingers crossed. £110 closer token. Monday's 20,000 guaranteed closer. Cheers, Gary. Sea King pulled, it's declared in Newcastle on 23rd. When's 23rd? Saturday. There you go. Cheers, Gary. I'd say keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself.
So Jack here, 6-4. I'm just going to pump this up out of the big blind, 5.5x after a limp and a complete in the small. Fun to watch, Jack. One of our last longer contenders. Definitely entertaining, doing things that wouldn't be the norm at the poker table. Getting involved a lot. King, Queen, 8, the 2-diamond board rolls off. And we're going to choose to c-bet here with just 6 height. And there's the fold from Buke, and this must be the last hand. I'm guessing Buke's getting up. Shouldn't be. I think I'll make it 3 minutes left on the clock.
That's one thing that's missing. The clock on one of the TVs.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn, so flush draw does complete. 6 of diamonds working for Jack, but Phil's stack here working with 1.1 SPR. Just going to take a freebie. Jack of spades on the river. The King 9 going to be best here for Phil. Might be thinking about value betting here. If we are going to bet here, small size probably going to be best, something like 2.2, third pot, even smaller as that potentially.
King 9, King, Queen 8, Jack 2. And Jack gets out of the way. Like Jesus, it's been interesting watching. So moving to table 16 after the break. 40-minute dinner break after the next hand. One more hand to go. What's for dinner, says Gary McGaffney? I don't actually know. No. I don't actually know. We'll find out. Oh. Penny Smith. Scientists have found that there's a gene that makes people overweight. She works in Greg's. Is Greg's tomato soup the best ever? Greg's tomato soup and the cheese and onion pasta. Best two things combined. By a mile. So we're back at 5:30. Well, 5:28, but 5:30 we'll be back. 40-minute dinner break. Means we'll be back. Graham's off for his pie and chips or whatever it might be. Last hand. Any action for the Jacks?
No, it's Teddy's just going to fold, and we're going to get the full 40-minute dinner break, guys. We're going to be back around 25 past, half past. It's 28 past precise, but we'll come back at 25 past for a little chat. Tower's going for a little whiz round.
The best bell in the house. Dinner bell. Let's go.
Let's go. See you in 40 minutes, guys. Back with a new feature table and a giveaway, so make sure you tune in. See you then.
See you then.
So we see Tom opening Jack 9 off in the hijack. Can open a lot wider here with the chip lead. A lot of pressure on these guys with ladders and approaching the FT. But Matt never going to be going anywhere here with pocket 8s. Easy decision for him in the small, just the call. And it's heads up between Tom and Matt Davenport here. Let's see a flop.
Flop time is 9-3. Second pair for Tom. Takes the lead in the hand.
It's still may bet small here, Tom Hall. This is a board that's just going to favour us a lot of the time here, being the opener. We do have middle pair as well, so we do have some disguised trips or two pair when the turn is a jack or a 9. So potential. You can go really small here, as small as quarter potentially. And goes for 21k, so quarter pot is the sizing of choice for Tom, just under. And Matt here with D8s getting this price, probably going to call once. Tom's still going to have lots of holdings here, all like the broadways, the king queen, jack 10, all this sort of stuff that we are still ahead of, and sometimes he will shut down on some turns.
7 of diamonds hits the turn.
So this is where it's probably just going to go check here. Tower. I think Tom maybe a bit optimistic to fire our 9 here again. Very hard to get 2 streets from worse now. I think the 8s will fold if we fire, so maybe better to check this one behind. We can also put ourselves in a tricky spot here where we do fire and Matt opts to raise. So just expect to see Tom Hall check this one back most of the time here on the turn. And there is the check. See a river card.
And it's paying 2 pair.
Well, it is 2 pair for Tom Hall, but probably going to be very difficult to get value from Matt Davenport here with his particular hand. Matt does have the 8s blocking the nuts. 10-8 could still be in Tom's range. He's going to open 10-8 suited from the hijack, although 10-8's probably going to double barrel turn, something to take into account. But Tom will now just opt for probably a larger size here, I think now. Tower, this little disguised jack 9 of ours, somewhere around like 90. 3/4 pot, probably what I expect to see. It looks pretty chunky.
That's pot size.
That's 105. So around 85-90% up there. And Matt here with the 8s, never going to call this one Tower. Just not putting in a quarter of our stack here with 8s, we lose to too much. Well. Ah. Oh, he's going to raise. Matt Davenport. Is he going to find the raise here? What a raise it would be as well, because Tom could still just have some one pair holdings. Matt Davenport, where's he found this shove? Oh my word. And Tom's got 2 pair here. This could be the end of Matt. I'm guessing Matt's trying to target all the 1 pair holdings here of Tom. Like Tom can check back some ace-x on the turn and go for value on the river, and Matt's trying to target this, but Tom's even higher up here with 2 pair. and he's gonna be in the tank here, because what will go through Tom's head tower is, we beat value? I don't think we do. Maybe 9-7 might be in there for Matt, but is he going to check rip that? Obviously Matt can still have some ace-3, ace-9, ace-7 defending out the big blind. He might even float a 10-8 as well, wrap round this 9 with backdoors, so 10-8 of hearts, diamonds, and spades probably going to be in there. But the question we got to ask ourselves, is Matt Davenport ever going to do this as a bluff, and what are the bluffs, Tower? Once Matt calls on an ace-9-3, there's not many you can come up with. And because of that, I think Tom may let this one go. Simply because of the board texture on the flop. It's ace-9-3 rainbow. What on earth is Matt supposed to have here? He can have sets, he can have 2-pair. And what hand is he going to turn into a bluff? Is he going to rip some 9-10, some 8-9, blocking straights and 2-pairs? This is just a 6-6 jam from Matt Davenport early on a big day 3, and Tom Hall in the blender here and lets it go. Matt Davenport, you boss, and shows Tom as well. Pocket eights. There is a reason this guy is top of the National League. Matt Davenport putting on a show early on.
Wow.
He's not afraid, Tower. He's not afraid of busting.
Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers.
I wonder if anyone's dreams of Vegas rely on this tournament, Tower. I wonder if
you never know.
To get a top 3 finish, they're going to be jetting off to the desert or not.
Julian raised to 50 with ace-10. Max in C1 with queen-8. It's rid of the button. Queen-8 suited, small blankets out of the way.
Jan's kind of giving a few tells away that he's folding pre. He's kind of.
I like Josh's demeanour at the table, you know. I do like him. He looks at the players.
Yeah.
Wants to see a flop with the 5s, as you should.
Julian's got too much for Josh to just think about jamming there or anything, so standard defend.
6-7 queen, rainbow.
Probably going to see a check, a small bet and a call, I'd imagine. Terry's still railing someone, so his horse must be still be in somewhere.
And I still don't know what that signs is at all.
I think is it in?
I can't read
I don't
the
think it's
yellow
in English, is it? It's got 2 U's in it somehow.
40,000 bet from Julian with ace-10. So,
and I think he's going to call.
See bet.
I think Josh is going to call with the backdoor straight draw as well with his 5s. Some cards can peel off that he can win the pot by bluffing. Jewel for the win, yeah, maybe.
Nice one. I like it.
I'm quite impressed how he's playing so far.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds.
And this is a brilliant card for Julian to bet again. Keep barreling, get all the 6x and 7x to fold now. And you pick up a gut shot for Broadway. Looking at about 150, I think I'd say. 175 would be a good size.
Pot size.
Yeah, don't mind this
that
at
looks
all.
Exactly pot size.
Yep, 230 or something. Yeah, nice bet, nice bet.
225 pot size.
And now Josh is going to have to fold. You just have to fold. It might be a bit suspicious, but you just got to fold. And nice play from Julie again. I have been impressed how he's played this hand and the 3-bet. 8 seconds. The shot clock's up there. You can see now.
30 seconds. You get to act.
Wow.
Oi, oi.
Maybe he's spotted a tell on Julian, because theory-wise, this is just an easy fold, and it's really tricky to play for these 5s now.
Well, it bricks again,
and now he's just got to put it in for sure. Like King 10, he's got a 10 blocker, and King 10's got there now. He's just got to attack this range. I think it's easier saying that knowing the hands, but
yeah,
I think he's just got to put it in. I hope he jams. Mind you, maybe Julian's thinking to himself, well, he must have a queen if he's called me twice, 2 streets.
But,
Julian!
The triangle is in.
Josh don't believe him, you know. think he's picked something up, you know.
Josh Mahmood has impressed a lot of players in this high roller. What's he thinking, Trick?
There's no way he's doing anything theoretically here. He thinks he's picked up a tell on Julian, I think, because the turn bet should be a snap fold. You just can't continue with fives there because he just crushed so often, and there's cards on the river you can't call, kind of like this one. But yet he's thinking to himself. So I think maybe it's how Julian sat with his fist against his thing.
Yeah. Maybe
he's picked up on that and he thinks that's a tell of weakness, or maybe something he's said or anything. He looks a bit shaky there with his chips.
Well, he's asked for a count.
I mean, this is just.
He is a non-believer.
I mean, you just. What if his bluff hands are ace queen, ace king, ace 10?
Yeah.
And you basically pretty much crushed against anything else. Obviously, like. I can't see many bluffs, to be fair, apart from ace king. He knows he's not got anything like ace jack. He knows he's not got a jack. He's polarised to a queen or better here, and a good queen at that. But still, he raised under the gun one. His range is strong enough. Julian's like this is just Josh must have picked something up on him. It makes sense. He called like a pot bet on the turn with fives when it's just a snap fold for everyone who's not got a live read. So I can only assume that Julian said something or done something in his hand that he's picked up as very weak. And as you were saying before, he is very studious at the table. He does look and
he's made the call.
He's called.
That is incredible.
Wow, that is ridiculous.
Wow.
They are the things in poker.
Look at the table.
They're the things in poker that.
Look at the table. They can't believe it.
They were the.
Even Steve would have passed.
What a table. Look at Mike C. Cannon. Look at that.
They're the sort of intangible things that sometimes as a live player you can't explain, but you just know. And he just knew he was weak for whatever reason.
That is the call of the tournament, and Max cannot believe it.
I mean, I feel sorry for Julian because he played the hand perfectly, in my opinion, and so did Josh, but in a different way. Julian played it perfect from the textbook and from game theory optimal way, but that's the thing in live poker. Sometimes someone does something and you know they're weak for whatever reason. You've just got to go with your read.
Is that the call of a champion?
He deserves to win it now.
Wow.
That's the thing, Tao. You can be as theoretical as you want, but if you give something away and someone like Josh has been paying so much attention, hasn't he? He's not been looking at his phone. He's not been up and about off his bum. He's been sat down studying every player. So
Jules for the wins. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. The biggest hand of the tournament was calling with fives.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, what was the thought process going through that? That basically give you the chips with the momentum and winning the trophy. That fives hand was insane, man.
Yeah. I guess I just got lucky, but
well, did you get a tell? Did you think you'd only got ace high? There's only two possible hands we thought he got: ace king, ace 10. Everything else, there were no more bluffs there, was there?
So I think there are two reasons why I called, and although like on the river I thought that the only hand that he's going to jam on the river that made sense was King 10, because that's a hand that would definitely c-bet flop for small, and then over-bet turn to like get max fold equity, and then when he makes a straight on the river, which it makes sense, then he would go all in. But yeah, I just thought because of the SPR, if he had like a bunch of other value hands, like he didn't have to bet over the pot on the turn in order to get the money in on the river. Like why would he want to bet such a big bet and then like have a 60% river jam? Like instead, like he can just easily bet like under pot on the turn and then bet under pot on the river, and that's like way more likely to get called. I mean, it's not like
it was a call, and we were just sat there and we're like, how he made that goal. It was amazing. Honestly, it was just.
We thought he might call because it was a turn call, because usually it's just check fold.
Sometimes like I know I read a few of the comments, honestly, but and I know I shouldn't, but it wasn't this, and I know some people were saying like, oh, once you call the turn, it's like, oh, now you've made up your mind on the turn. My mind still, it wasn't fully made up.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would say that that river is like an extremely good card for him to continue his bluff, and I guess just this time, like, I just got lucky.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian, because he's got the nut low, and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it, Tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand, Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
Low sets really disguised, aren't they? Yeah. And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, Tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace kings. He just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing and they've got there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah. And
I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If the if Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his 2-pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
The old nut low for Debs. Three bet to 900. The old KK, Camille.
Louis going to call. Bit cheaper this nutcracker. Deborah comes in now. So King's way in front, but it doesn't change much, does it, before they go way behind?
Not with the nut low. Deborah's a bit optimistic.
Whoa.
She's a 3. 3-8-6 is the flop.
An 8-6 has flopped top 2 tower.
8-6 has got 2 pair kings.
Knowing how KK's been playing, he'll not be folding this in a hurry to any action. Probably coming for about 2,000 here. And usually I think I'd be wanting to peel here, but against someone I don't think could fold an overpair, I'll probably want to fast play it tower and just make it 4k, 5k, and then just get the rest of it on the turn.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably raise in this spot. If I was playing online against someone I thought was high level ability, I'd just call. And I think he's going to double up tower unless the king's improves. I think this is going to get jammed all in by KK.
Yeah, raised to 5.2 from Lewis.
He's going to see the bad news in a minute. I thought there'd be a bit of a clash, didn't I? I could see it, how it was going on.
They're in. Oh no, just call.
Has he raised again?
Oh, he has.
Looks like he's raised again, tower.
3 bet at 12.7.
Yeah, Louis all in.
Yeah, now they're going in, and then there'll be a call.
And he's going to call, yeah, and he's going to need to improve.
The old 8-6 at the moment, busting the kings. Deb's out the way with a 3-2.
And kings are going to need to improve. He's not going to be dead till the river, whatever happens. He's still going to have a couple of outs. Oh! And he's dead as a doornail with the 8-6 tower.
Wow.
It's just brutal, isn't it?
The 3 as well.
Debs would have made trips. That's just brutal. I mean, what can you do?
Wow.
You flop top 2, get it in, and the king just turns it like it's easy. And it's brutal for KK. Louis. He's going to be out, I think, is he?
KK got the KK.
Is it gone?
Yep, stands up. Got the lot. Short lived from Louis. Louis unlucky. Nine players today. 209 and 307 in total.
Jan's mixing it up now, tower. Wow, Mason's got kings.
Well, the kings are never folded.
No, they're going to 3-bet now after Jan's opened a loose hand for him. 9-6 of clubs. Bobby has, we don't know, kings as well.
Oi, oi, oi.
And he's going to cold 4-bet probably to about 9,000, 8,000, maybe out of position.
Yeah, 9.3.
Jan's going to fold and Mason's going to stick him in, I think. And it's going to be kings against kings.
Yeah. And then we're going to chop it up and then we'll get on to the next.
Yep.
Kings against kings. Nice answer. Yeah. Let's chop it now, he says. Bobby's stuck his stack back. He's happy to chop it.
Don't take your stack back too soon, you never know.
But he has got the king of hearts.
He has got the hearts.
Oh,
he's got the hearts.
He's got the free roll.
He's got the hearts.
He's got the free roll of the hearts.
This would be absolutely brutal for Mason.
No way is it coming a heart.
We've been saying hearts all day. It can't be again. Oh my God!
It is.
It is the day of the hearts. That is
Oh.
absolutely sick for Mason.
Wow.
That is
Kings
brutal.
against kings and four.
He's going to stand up and just have a minute there. That's
Mason's
just
not out.
brutal. That is just brutal.
He's going for a minute.
He's having a minute. That's quite shows quite a level of maturity for someone who's 18 just to think, right, I'm going to have a minute away. That's a really ridiculous hand.
Bobby.
If ever there was a day to have the hearts there, Tower, and not the Black Kings, it was today, wasn't it? So we got new players. Is that Tom Hudson there?
No, Kieran coming in.
Bit of a doppelganger there.
He is a little bit. For the online manager, Mr. Tom Hudson.
Deborah's called now, and Richard. Which Richard is it? Do we know which Richard it is? Hearts and Hearts fighting off again. 3 times. A lot of hearts been dealt out, Tal, but not many on the flop. I did well. He hit the straight flushing hearts, didn't he?
Yeah. Kieran Davey comes to our table. Richard Griffiths in C1.
Richard Griffiths. I don't think I know him. Oh, look! What the
10,
hell?
9, 3,
Tower,
all hearts.
3 of them have flopped hearts.
They've all flopped.
Queen High, King High, Ace High.
Wow.
This is gonna be carnage. Oh my gosh!
There's nearly every out on the board. The Jack of
Have you
Hearts
seen
is out
this?
for Richard.
This could be a 3-way all-in, Tower, if it's played fast by any of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. When Kieran gets all this action, he'll have to check his cards back, see if he's bloody actually got the Ace of Hearts, Tower, and not the Ace of Diamonds. So Richard's just called. Oh, Richard's called just with a Jack, with a King, with a Jack.
Yeah, he's got the redraw to the
Heart.
straight flush, he thinks.
Blow me neck. So what's going to happen now? KK's going to squeeze it up. He's just called as well. Now what's Peter going to do?
Yeah, Kieran's got the notes. So I don't mind.
No,
I don't mind
KK
it.
just flattered with his Queen High flush.
Oh yes,
And now
Kieran's
it's on
got the
Peter
nuts.
with the King High flush. He's going to raise here. Here we go. So he's going to raise.
Oh man.
Kieran's going to probably just flat call, or jam it, or just put it in, thinking he's never going to get a fold,
Yeah.
which he won't.
Raise to
How the action's
5k
gone.
from Peter.
Kieran's getting a bit. Look at him. He's playing. He's giving it the old Hollywood, isn't he? He's got the stone cold nuts, and he's going. He's like, "Oh, what's going on here? What the blinking hell's going on?"
Does he call?
I think he. I don't know, Tower.
Or is it, does he think he's up against the set?
I just don't think he's. Well,
He's all in.
Yeah.
He's all in.
Now what's KK going to do with his Queen High? He's going to have to go move all in, surely.
Yeah.
There's hands that Kieran could have aces with the Ace of Hearts here. Yep.
This would be an amazing fold.
And Peter's
No,
going to be absolutely sick.
Peter, what you done?
Peter's absolutely sick.
Peter raised it up with
he's going to have to put it
5K.
in. And just hope it's a set against the ace with a heart, I guess, or 6-7 of hearts, for example, or 7-8 of hearts. These are hands that are possible as well in Peter's eyes. Doesn't have to be against a nut flush here. This is just the most brutal setup I've ever seen.
They're
And
in.
he's in,
They're in.
and they're both drawing dead, aren't they? Pete,
Wow.
This is just dead. They're both dead.
Wow.
They're just dead.
Look
See you later.
at Debs.
It's just ridiculous. They're dead, aren't they? There's no runners, is there?
No runners. Because the Jack of Hearts has been folded for the Queen.
What a life.
Wow.
This is Kieran's first hand, and what a hand.
He's on 60,000. Sits down, one hand, flops the nuts.
Gets action from the
and
second
trebles
nuts
up.
and the third nuts, and trebles up.
Oh my days.
So we see Tom opening Jack-9 off in the hijack, can open a lot wider here with the chip lead, a lot of pressure on these guys with ladders and approaching the FT. But Matt never going to be going anywhere here with pocket eights, easy decision for him in the small, just the call. And it's heads up between Tom and Matt Davenport here. Let's see a flop.
Flop time, ace 9-3. Second pair for Tom. Takes the lead in the hand.
It's still may bet small here, Tom Hall. This is a board that's just going to favour us a lot of the time here, being the opener. We do have middle pair as well, so we do have some disguised trips or 2 pair when the turn is a jack or a 9. So potential. You can go really small here, as small as quarter potentially. And goes for 21k, so quarter pot is the sizing of choice for Tom, just under. And Matt here with the 8s getting this price, probably going to call once. Tom's still going to have lots of holdings here, all like the broadways, the king queen, jack 10, all this sort of stuff that we are still ahead of, and sometimes he will shut down on some turns.
7 of diamonds hits the turn.
So this is where it's probably just going to go check here. Tower. I think Tom maybe a bit optimistic to fire our 9 here again. Very hard to get 2 streets from worse now. I think the 8s will fold if we fire, so maybe better to check this one behind. We can also put ourselves in a tricky spot here where we do fire and Matt opts to raise. So just expect to see Tom Hall check this one back most of the time here on the turn. And there is the check. See a river card.
And it's paying 2 pair.
Well, it is 2 pair for Tom Hall, but probably going to be very difficult to get value from Matt Davenport here with his particular hand. Matt does have the 8s blocking the nuts. 10-8 could still be in Tom's range. He's going to open 10-8 suited from the hijack, although 10-8's probably going to double barrel turn, something to take into account. But Tom will now just opt for probably a larger size here, I think now. Tower, this little disguised jack 9 of us, ours somewhere around like 90, 3/4 pot, probably what I expect to see. It looks pretty chunky.
That's pot size.
That's 105. So around 85-90% up there. And Matt here with the 8s, never going to call this one tower. Just not putting in a quarter of our stack here with 8s, we lose to too much. Well. Ah. Oh, he's going to raise. Matt Davenport. Is he going to find the raise here? What a raise it would be as well, because Tom could still just have some one pair holdings. Matt Davenport, where's he found this shove? Oh my word. And Tom's got 2 pair here. This could be the end of Matt. I'm guessing Matt's trying to target all the 1 pair holdings here of Tom. Like Tom can check back some ace-x on the turn and go for value on the river, and Matt's trying to target this, but Tom's even higher up here with 2 pair. And he's gonna be in the tank here, because what will go through Tom's head, Tower, is we beat value? I don't think we do. Maybe 9-7 might be in there for Matt, but is he going to check rip that? Obviously Matt can still have some ace-3, ace-9, ace-7 defending out the big blind. He might even float a 10-8 as well, wrap round this 9 with backdoors, so 10-8 of hearts, diamonds and spades probably going to be in there. But the question we got to ask ourselves, is Matt Davenport ever going to do this as a bluff, and what are the bluffs, Tower? Once Matt calls on an ace-9-3, there's not many you can come up with. And because of that, I think Tom may let this one go. Simply because of the board texture on the flop. It's ace-9-3 rainbow. What on earth is Matt supposed to have here? He can have sets, he can have 2 pair. And what hand is he going to turn into a bluff? Is he going to rip some 9-10, some 8-9, blocking straights and 2 pairs? This is just a 6-6 jam from Matt Davenport early on a big day 3, and Tom Hall in the blender here and lets it go. Matt Davenport, you boss, and shows Tom as well. Pocket 8s. There is a reason this guy is top of the National League. Matt Davenport putting on a show early on.
Wow.
He's not afraid, Tower. He's not afraid of busting.
Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers.
I wonder if anyone's dreams of Vegas rely on this tournament, Tower. I wonder if
you never know.
To get a top 3 finish, they're going to be jetting off to the desert or not.
Julian raises to 50 with ace 10. Max in C1 with queen 8. It's rid of the button. Queen 8 suited. Small blind gets out of the way.
Jan's kind of giving a few tells away that he's folding pre. He's kind of.
I like Josh's demeanour at the table, you know. I do like him. He looks at the players.
Yeah.
Wants to see a flop with the 5s, as you should.
Julian's got too much for Josh to just think about jamming there or anything, so yeah, standard defend.
6, 7, queen, rainbow.
Probably going to see a check, a small bet and a call, I'd imagine. Terry's still railing someone, so his horse must be still be in somewhere.
And I still don't know what that signs is at all.
I think, is it in...
I can't read
I don't
the
think it's in
yellow
English, is it? It's got 2 U's in it, somehow.
40,000 bet from Julian with ace 10. So...
And I think he's going to call.
C-bet.
I think Josh is going to call with the backdoor straight draw as well with his 5s. Some cards can peel off that he can win the pot by bluffing. Jewel for the win, yeah, maybe.
Nice one. I like it.
I'm quite impressed how he's playing so far.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds.
And this is a brilliant card for Julian to bet again. Keep barreling, get all the 6x and 7x to fold now. And you pick up a gut shot for Broadway. Looking at about 150, I think I'd say 175 would be a good size.
Pot size.
Yeah, don't mind this
that
at
looks
all.
Exactly pot size.
Yep, 230 or something. Yeah, nice bet, nice bet.
225 pot size.
And now Josh is going to have to fold. You just have to fold. It might be a bit suspicious, but you just got to fold. And nice play from Julie again. I have been impressed how he's played this hand and the 3-bet. 8 seconds, the shot clock's up there, you can see now.
30 seconds to get to act.
Wow.
Oi, oi.
Maybe he's spotted a tell on Julian, because theory-wise, this is just an easy fold. And it's really tricky to play for these 5s now.
Well, it bricks again.
And now he's just got to put it in, for sure. Like King 10, he's got a 10 blocker, and King 10's got there now. He's just got to attack this range, I think. It's easier saying that knowing the hands, but
yeah,
I think he's just got to put it in. I hope he jams. Mind you, maybe Julian's thinking to himself, well, he must have a queen if he's called me twice, 2 streets.
But,
Come on, Julian!
The triangle is in. No,
Josh don't believe him, you know. I think he's picked something up, you know.
Josh Mahmood has impressed a lot of players in this iron roller. What's he thinking, Trick?
There's no way he's doing anything theoretically here. He thinks he's picked up a tell on Julian, I think, because the turn bet should be a snap fold. You just can't continue with 5s there because he just crushed so often, and there's cards in the river you can't call, kind of like this one. But yet he's thinking to himself. So I think maybe it's how Julian sat with his fist against his thing.
Yeah. Maybe
he's picked up on that and he thinks that's a tell of weakness. Or maybe something he's said or anything. He looks a bit shaky there with his chips.
Well, he's asked for a count.
I mean, this is just...
He is a non-believer.
I mean, you just... What if his bluff hands are ace queen, ace king, ace 10?
Yeah.
And you basically pretty much crushed against anything else. Obviously, like... I can't see many bluffs, to be fair, apart from ace king. He knows he's not got anything like ace jack. He knows he's not got a jack. He's polarised to a queen or better here, and a good queen at that. But still, he raised under the gun.
Testing. See you, Jimmy.
Yeah. You have a second chip. This will take some getting used to.
So guys, we are back for the third session of the day. A quick 40-minute dinner break. New featured table taking their seats. Tao will be joining me shortly. Might still be spinning round Reading in Access I8. But this is the table that we have got coming up. Oh, Jack's here. I didn't even realise Jack was here. Jack Harcastle. Not far from Reading. I think he used to be situated in Bristol. So used to be probably one of his locals. Good to see Jack getting involved in Reading. Jack in 1. Vadim Kojakaru in 2. Dan in 3. Vidas Saronis in 4. Pete Wigglesworth in 5. Niall Fisher in 8. And MC GDPR in 9. So this is the table we got for the next couple of hours. So cut-off open from Daniel makes it 600 to go. 985 Rainbow is the board versus Niles defending the big. Probably a board going to have some checks on more than bets here as Dan. Board that's supposed to be a lot better for the big blind range. But with that 10 working with some backdoor straight possibilities and 2 overs, happy to continue here. Ops of 500 and Niall not going to go anywhere here with his 6s and gut shot. 10 of diamonds on the turn. So lovely one to see here for Dan. Turning top pair, decent kick up. I can definitely still get value from plenty of hands here, defending out the big blind pairs and gut shots. Hands like 8-6, 8-7, 9-7, 9-6 all going to be in there. Hands like 10-7, Jack 10, which now make top pair with their straight draw on the flop. So there's plenty we can go for value against it, as Dan, and fires for 1.8k on the turn. So 2/3 pot sizing on the turn here. 1.8 into 2.7, and Niall going to call once more with his pair and gutter ball. And a 10 of clubs on the river. So going to be a 3rd street here from Dan. Trying to get some value here. Definitely get paid by a 9 here as well. Once it's 10 pairs, makes it less likely from our opponent's perspective that we're going to be holding a 10. See what size Dan opts for. Buys for 5k. And Niall wants to see, wants to pay off with the 6s, and the King 10 for Dan is good.
Show me the King 10.
I didn't know Jack was here. I was just mentioning.
Yes, I saw him just as I went out. We were just ended when we went for the last break. He was just sat in the corner, all nice and quiet. And Martin Kavanagh's on the table in C number 9. One of the guys that played the first 3 or 4 seasons and then quit the game. Went into sports betting and quit the game, but he's back. So this is his first venture onto a GUKPT RFID table. What's Danny Pike done?
I don't know. I said to him, "You all right?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm fine." There's nothing bad. That's what he said to me. That's all he said. He said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Nothing bad." That's what I got from Danny.
There's 2 crutches and everything else wandering in. He's not. I'm fine. Watch the rest of the. What's he doing? Riders. Double chairs. Don't like it. You see. Martin Kavanagh, back in the day. Wish we'd still got that video of him getting hit by when he threw the lollipop at Barry Neville. I wish we'd still got the footage.
How are you doing, Multi George? Good morning.
Good morning, Multi George. How are you this morning? What time is giveaway? Got to go out in 25 minutes.
We said 6, Kev. We did say 6 p.m. Yee-hoo!
Oh dear. Yeah, there'll be a couple tomorrow and a couple on Saturday, or whatever, either way around. There'll be plenty of time.
Couple tomorrow, couple on Saturday, or either way round.
Yeah, and then one on. Well, I'm just thinking, are we giving any away Sunday? Well, we've got 5.
Yeah.
We're giving one away today. We'll have to give one away Sunday.
I thought because we do the free roll.
We've got the free roll at 6. It's changed to 6. Thanks for Richie. It is back at 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock is when the live stream free roll is on Sunday. If you want to know the rest of this week's festival, we'll stick it on very shortly. Goliath's the next live stream that we will be doing. How are we doing, Kev? Hope things are good. Enjoy the weekend.
How are we doing, Kev?
We're off up to Blackpool to play in some kind of invitational. Why do all Stokers go to Blackpool and then play a poker game? Why do you not play in Stokes Grove and Casino? Or anywhere else close? Or is it just because you want to go have a ride on the donkeys?
So Daniel here opening +1 with the Jack 10 suited, and Niall peeling on the bottom with the Ace 10. MC's in with the King Queen suited, and Jack with the threes. Easy defend for him. Interesting flop here because Daniel flopping big combo draw here on the ace high board, so we're going to happily continue here as the EP opener. Still going to have the stronger hands in our range here, and we've got the flush draw in the gut shot, so going to go call here from Niall with the ace 10. That's all we can do here as Niall. Only play is going to be to call with position, and now MC with the King Queen getting just under 5.5 to 1 on his money. Obviously we'll need to be aware after this continuing call, definitely some ace X out there that we can be behind to, so it does make a very good fold there, not over calling that spot with second pair. And off we go to the turn.
It's still Martin.
So Jack of diamonds on the turn does give Daniel a pair, but he is going to fire here. So maybe targeting some like suited ace X, like ace deuce suited through ace 9 suited, and then the hand that Niall has, ace 10, ace king not going to be in there, that's going to 3-bet pre. And 6 of hearts.
6 of hearts on the river for Dan.
And just going to be potentially a shove here now for SPR of just over 1. And there's a big stack of 5s. And snap call. And Daniel sees the bad news. All in the call. Calls it off with the ace 10.
And Jack is looking and thinking, okay. Happy birthday, Dan. That's what he's thinking.
Snap call as well, snap call.
I can see he's thinking, why does that not happen to me? You'll be impressed when you get up to Blackpool. You'll be impressed when you get to Blackpool. It's had a refurb, and the sports area and all the bar area has all been done up. The new restaurant looks like an American diner, but they've got about 25 60-inch TVs now across the whole of the casino. It'll be good for football during the season. They've got 3 sky dishes, 3 sky boxes, so you can have multi-channels and everything going on. Turned into a bit of a sports casino. It's very nice. Very nice. Never seen a man get knocked out when he's having a massage. I've got a bad shoulder. Can you just do my left hand side a little bit more than you can me right? And then my head, don't ruffle my hair up. So I just need my hair, just outside of my head, don't ruffle my hair. Thanks very much. How long would you like? An hour, please. Thank you. But he is only a short stack.
So Vidas chose to open the Queen 9 hit and just continues on the ace high board.
$69k for Pete. Dan on 57 after that hand, hitting the flush on the river in a snap draw with one pair.
Like standard up till river tower. Like
Yeah.
we're gonna call flop. We're gonna call turn once we pick up a gut shot of our ace 10. But then facing that over pot size jam from Dan when he's got big range advantage on that board. He's got all the nutted hands, he's got all the sets, all the 2 pair combos, he's got king 10 in there for the straight as well. So we don't really beat much with the ace 10 there. The flush completes as well. Like we specifically need Dan to have like maybe a king queen with a king of hearts, which is going to check flop 4 way anyway. So it's just one of them situations. We don't really beat anything with the ace 10, but wanted to look him up with the ace, and we saw him look him up with the 6s earlier as well. So maybe there's some dynamic there from previous sessions between Dan and Niall. But Dan is the beneficiary, and very nice stack at this stage of the day.
Absolutely, Martin raising up to 800.
Still got that jacket?
So the rest of the Reading schedule looks a little bit like this. We're on the Thursday. Main event cash out satellite starts at 7. Friday is day 1B, day 1C of the main event. The Mystery Bounty is on at 2 o'clock on Saturday. It's a £440 in. The way it will work is that late reg is until 5:30. After the break, it'll be 25-minute levels, and that's when the bounties kick in. So however many people have played, so however many have been eliminated at the beginning before the buy-ins finish, and then the bounties will get sorted out and worked out, and we'll let you know what the biggest bounty is on that. When we get to Goliath, the bounty is a 2-day event, so the bounties will start on day 2. And then the seniors at 1 o'clock, and the turbo to finish off on Sunday as we crown a champion here in Reading. So 1-day mystery bounty. The bounty starts at the beginning of the. Oh, see, there's 7th level, 7. No, it's 6 levels in it. 3.5. Yeah.
So Vidas choosing a tiny free bet sizing here out the blinds, so Pete has the pill here with position, but not the flop we are searching for as Pete Wigglesworth, so just going to be a fold we expect to see now. But once Vitus opts are such a tiny size in there, can't we have to pill the suited ace with position, even in a gun versus big blind scenario.
We get final table last time we were here in Reading, 2018. Ludo, I'd be very, very surprised if Ludo plays Reading. Katie, I'm not sure if she's going to make it up or make it across, but I'd be more inclined to say that Katie will be playing rather than Ludo. Ludo will have had a very busy World Series and might want to take a bit of time off, and Reading is a long way down, so maybe not Reading for Ludo. If he does, then obviously it'd be good to see him at the tables, but I would be surprised. Pete raises to 9.6.
Yeah, the old check raise here.
The old check raise.
After checking flop, after it goes check check, maybe trying to target some pocket pairs in there. 2 kings on board. But the ace-10 just snap gets out of the way.
So 10 levels of poker played tonight. Finish just around about midnight. Steady turnout for day one of the Reading South GUKPT with just 60 play at the minute. Plenty of time to get in. Thursday, I think it's become a bit of a day off for a lot of poker players. Massive main event, mini main that they would have played, Omaha that they would have played, satellites, maybe a bit of cash as well. At 60 so far. If it gets to 80, they'll have done very well. And then tomorrow's day one be always busier, and then the turbo as well. So I think if we get close to 300 runners for Reading's main, we'll have done very nicely indeed. And then we turn to Goliath. And in about 15 minutes time, when Razor Kev's gone out, we'll be doing the giveaway. We'll be having the giveaway.
Poor Kev. The Danny lead in turn after flopping pair and straight flush draw. After Vitus decided to check behind.
Go down the pool, get some. See outside. Any chance of featuring the wrap up?
Be scared.
My pass is gone.
I just thought you were going to straight back.
I'm all in on these right.
Please, 600. Hold. Call.
Ace King for Pete on an 8-8-10 flop.
Yeah, surprised to
And
see.
Dan got the nut flush draw.
Surprised to see Pete not free bet this one, Tower. Versus hijack open of Dan. Just want to be free betting the Ace King here as Pete, and now chooses to raise on 10-8-8. This is a pretty strange hand occurring here. Firstly, the pre-flop action. Just almost always want to free bet the Ace King versus the hijack open, but Pete choosing to flat. And now, once Daniel continues into 3 opponents, Pete wants to put in the raise here with Ace King high. And 4 of spades on the turn. And it goes check, check. And another flush of the heart variety for Dan.
Dan's loving the hearts.
Yeah, running hot. Running very hot indeed. And now we're going to lead river here.
Yeah, Pete will give up. Pete won't pay him off and get any more bonus chips for Dan.
Could have won this pot pre, potentially Pete. Just free bet the Ace King. Well, Dan probably still would have killed the suited ace, hijack versus button.
Yeah.
But the raise on the flop's pretty strange. I'm sure he has his reasons for raising the Ace King on the flop, but probably not what we want to be doing with this particular hand. Dan firing for 6.5 here, and Pete not going anywhere.
Yeah, he is. Pete's folded.
Jack, we beat Jack 9 and 9-7 suited. That's about it. That's going to cause our raise.
Pete's folded.
I think he's folding as well, Tower.
Yeah. I'll think about it. 4th and the last time we turned up at Reading, GUKPT, Pete Wigglesworth. Big smile says, yeah, I'm behind.
There's a fold.
Can you please explain how the cash out tournaments work? Well, they work literally in reverse of a normal satellite. You start with 10,000 chips, and it's first to, well, not first to, but if you get to 100,000, so 10x your starting stack, you don't have to sit and wait anymore. You will get a token into the main event. That's how it works. So basically, it works in reverse. You can be the last person in and not get a seat. So you turn your 10k stack into 100k and stand up and disappear. If you've got more than 100,000 at the end, the rest of the chips are divided evenly around the table. And if that even distribution makes you over 100,000, you get a seat as well. And a lot of people do like playing these satellites because you don't just sit there and wait for everybody else to get knocked out. It's reversed. They are popular. Is that Ben Jizzle? Jen Bizzle's in the building, ladies and gentlemen, with the guns out. Just come from the gym. Saw Ben in Vegas. Just started playing again after a couple of year hiatus, or playing just mainly online.
So not going to get any action here. Jack with the aces, free betting out the big blind to 3.3. Nice big sizing out of position.
Yeah, they're very good. The cash out satellites. A lot of people do prefer that one rather than the normal satellites.
So open from Pete to 700. Jack 10 suited. Danny going to peel the King Jack in the hijack. Jack's in with the 8s in small. And for Dean, short stacked here. 7-4 off in the big blind. 13 bigs. Happy to come along. Getting an attractive price. Off this stack 4-way, I think folding's fine here, but the Dean going to try and catch a piece. And does turn double gut shot here with the 7-4. It's checked over to Pete, who's delayed C-bet for 900. Danny calls with the King 10 after checking this one back on the flop. Nice little one to check. A King here, 4-way with position as Danny. Dean going to make the call. Is getting 5.5 to 1 here, and a 6 or a deuce would be good for him. There's the 4 of hearts. Pete not wanting to double barrel here, and the King 10 of Danny is going to be the best hand. How are we doing, Mick the Mog? Afternoon, mate. Got some internet then.
Oi, oi. How's the afternoon going? Good to have you on board. I know you're a busy man today.
So folks, the Jack on the button. Out the way. Dean's all in with the King Jack, and Dan letting the 9-6 go. Great start for Dan. 3x starting. Not even at the halfway point of the day. How do you select players for the feature table? At the start of the day it's random, so your seat draw assigns you to the feature, then you're there, and then after the first session we just pick a table that's close to it, and if it's got any notables on it.
David said he watched it one night with a few beers.
You thought it was based on dress sense. You know, I'll tell you what, Ben wouldn't have been wearing that t-shirt 5 years ago. Them guns weren't there. To be fair, I'm not a fan of sleeveless tops in a casino, but it is what it is. Let me tell you, there's some sites in Vegas.
Yeah, you're a fan of them in Vegas, so aren't you?
I was on my holidays. I was on my holidays myself. Did you see the lady with the dog sat on a lap, or the guy that won the bracelet with a dog on his lap?
No, I didn't see either of them.
Rob Cowan, when we were doing film Rob Cowan's, at the side before he actually won the bracelet, there was the limit hold'em. It was heads up for like 7.5 days or whatever it was. Like heads up, it was ridiculously limit. I think they both had 246 big blinds each when it come to heads up. The guy had a dog sat on his lap the whole time. The whole time, dog sat on his lap. You do see the guy with the KFC bucket on his head.
I saw him actually.
What's that all about?
I saw him.
The KFC bucket upside down on your head.
Obviously a prop bet.
Yeah, can only be that. And I don't think you would have been sponsored either.
Saying that, I mentioned I'm just going to jump back to the action here. It's probably going to just go check here after Danny checks. I'm surprised Danny didn't lead actually, but it says he's checked, and I think Ben's just always checking this one behind here with the jacks. Very difficult to get value from worse.
Yeah.
Let's check.
Yeah. Wants to see the hands. Jacks win.
Sevens win. 7 on the end. How can Jack?
Well, he's got threes.
Oh, he's got threes. I thought he had sevens. I thought Danny had sevens. There's me thinking he had a boat tower, and some reason my brain thought Danny had sevens at hand. On my life, I don't know, some reason my brain just didn't look back at the hands and thought Danny had sevens the whole hand. But anyway, back to so main event day. I mentioned Harry Lodge 2 to my left.
Yeah.
He must have lost a prop bet because he was wearing, I'm not going to say what he was wearing, but he was wearing a mask that covered his whole face, and he only had a... And there was a spot I had against him, and I was staring down. I just couldn't even get any read. He literally had a mask covering his whole face. I'm not going to say what type of mask it was, but like he obviously lost a prop bet, and he sat at my table. And every time I looked at him, I just couldn't keep a straight face. It's just like.
They allow anything.
Oh, don't.
You can walk in, I tell you. You can walk in and anything. How much is a massage? I think it's £1 a minute, isn't it? Half an hour. Sort yourself out.
There were some prop bets going on for sure.
Yeah, don't ruffle the air.
So it went open from Jack. Daniel flattered the King 7 suited on the button, and both Riders and Pia come along. Riders gonna choose to lead. And the Jack 7 of diamonds here on 886. Five of clubs on the turn.
Michael Mann can't wait. It's 6 PM. He says. We'll think about it after this hand.
Yeah, and that should be it. I think Pete's just going to get out of the way here now, faced with this double barrel. So it's time, guys, for the giveaway. We have a £110 closer seat.
No way.
To give away for Monday. And we're going to do the same as always.
So what we're doing? What's the plan?
It's got to be Tower Finks, isn't it? It's got to be Tower Finks. Can I have that notepad over there?
Got it here. Right, I need one of them Sharpies.
And we need a little pen or a
Sharpie.
Sharpie.
Or a Sharpie or something like that. We need to write it down. How long have I got?
30 seconds. I think 30 seconds is fair.
Don't write it in there.
While we're getting a pen, quick rundown of the rules. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He's going to write his answer on this notepad in front of us. You are looking for Tower's answer.
Not the correct answer, because one thing won't be is correct.
Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a £110 closer ticket for Monday. We're going to give you 15 minutes till 6:15.
Yeah.
To get your guesses in.
Don't put your answers in before I've wrote it down and tell you to go, please, because you get barred.
And in the event of a draw, what we will do, we will do a live flip on stream for the winner.
Yes.
And if you do happen to tie, I'll throw you a £30 token your way anyway if you do get the tie and lose the flip.
PK went running out. Did he go running out?
He went running out.
Did he run off to do work?
He's gone looking for looking for a pen for us. So might as well cover this hand quick before we jump back into it.
£110 closer ticket on its way to somebody for getting inside here. That nobody can. Oh, here come the grapes. Passing grapes to do it. There you go.
So Vidus peeling here with the Jack 5 suited on the button after Danny chose to 3-bet to 2.6. Nice big 4x sizing from Danny, 4.5x closer to after an open and a call. What we like to see. And now Pete here with the Ace Jack, thinking about calling, getting this price. Three to 1 is money.
3 to 1. I think, yeah. Yes. We've got a Pete pen. Don't work.
So he's gonna call.
Call. Pen ready. Tell you after this hand, Luke. As soon as we get, I don't even know the question myself. 9, 4, 5, 2 spades. So we hit middle pair for Vidus. Check, check, bet. Piece of the redraws to nut flush.
Yeah, this is a 3-bet pot, and I doubt Pete will want to be peeling out of position with the Ace Jack. Over 3 to 1 is money.
Yeah, still Ace Jack.
Maybe just checking suits.
Yeah, he's got the Ace of Spades.
The thing is, like, maybe thinking about calling, but we're just going to have to fold to all double barrels on the turn that isn't an Ace Jack or Spade. And there's the fold from Pete. And now Danny
DP
with Ace High. Looks like he is going to take one off with the nut high hand. Obviously Vidus more than capable of having an air ball hit.
7 of clubs on the turn.
So this is probably where we'll see Vidus check this one behind, or he might go really small tail up to get a free showdown perhaps.
Yep.
See a lot more of this nowadays. Betting really blocking on the turn, if you like, to check back rivers.
Non-believer.
Ah, Danny don't believe him.
Not at all.
Gonna call again here with the Ace King. 7 of hearts on the end.
Yeah, sugar check this. Vidus going to show him the 5, and that'll do it. Danny says, yep, that's yours. Right, come on then. Ruin me.
Right, so Tower thinks, quickly run down the rules again. You are looking for this man's answer, not the correct answer, this man's answer.
You have to get inside.
And the question is...
Oh my days. Is it easy?
Yeah, it's an easy
what's it
one.
on?
It's on the WSOP as it's just finished.
Okay.
So, WSOP...
Don't put any answers in there till I've told you to go.
It started just over 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's had countless tournaments. And it finished yesterday.
Yeah.
What I want to know, Tower, for every single WSOP bracelet event, how many entries were there total combined?
God, why have you done that to me?
So you got, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Right, thanks.
30 seconds, and no one put your answer in yet.
Don't start.
And any double guesses, DQ as always. But when Towers thought about this and put his answer down,
Hold on a minute, hold on a minute. Right.
10,
Whoa.
9, 8, 7.
I know. Oh, that's stupid. That's silly.
Clock.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to work it out. Scribble it out. I did scribble it out. Sorry. I don't know. I don't actually know. Right. Right, I'm going. I actually don't know. I can't even think. My brain's actually stuck. It's stuck in reverse. I don't actually know. Right, I'm going for, in total, I'm going for, I can't work it out. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologise because this, ladies and gentlemen, is wrong.
And I hope there's consistency with this. I hope I get 2 minutes next time I do
You can have 10. You can have 10. I've done it.
Right, it's in. It's in. Get your guesses in,
Look,
guys.
The answer's there. No, it's not. The answer's not there.
We're going to give you until 20 past now. 20 past. You got till 20 past. Oh my God! What have you put?
What have I put? Oh my dear! I've gone a bit too many. Oh! I don't know what I've done. I'm down. Right, go.
Good luck, guys.
Oh my days! Whoever wins it, that's close. Whoever wins it as typoed. Whoever wins it as typoed. I do apologise. And we're not having no spam from. We're not having no spam in it. None of that. I can't work it out. Anyway, what are we guessing? What was the question?
The question is, WSOP, throughout the whole 6 weeks, it finished yesterday, for every single bracelet event combined, how many entries would there be total?
Right, okay. That was easy. It was easy. I have no idea.
I think, like, we'll jump back to it in a sec, but regarding the right answer...
Well, I had a brain freeze, I must admit. I want to always think I can sometimes get close or can actually think how many there is, but I don't know. I honestly don't. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know whether if I got a brain freeze or what. I'm not sure. Whether or not, I actually don't know. So, how many entries does Tower thinks that there was in the bracelet events? And sorry for the delay. We had a brain freeze. Thanks, Mick the Mod. One guess each, ladies and gentlemen. One guess each. And it's what Tower thinks. That's myself, not the correct answer. Because the correct answer will be totally different to what I put. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure. And I was trying to think about it. And I thought about it too much, and I got stuck. I actually got stuck. So the King 10 is all in, and he needs a jack.
Danny needs help.
Oh,
that will do it. Counterfeit will do it.
No, Counterfeit City. Oh no, Dan. Oh, Counterfeit City. Look at Dan in seat 3. He's like, what's just happened? Wowzers. Unlucky.
So, guys, 10 minutes.
What does Tower think the total number of entries for all the bracelet events?
Well, go into the correct answer. This is what I'd probably say.
Right.
There was 88 bracelet events.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, there was.
I thought there were more.
There was 88 bracelet events. Like, you had like probably between 5 to 8 comps that got like between like 8 and 15,000 runners. But then you also have like the selection of comps, the Raz, the Stud High-Low, the horse that are getting 100.
The $500,000 buying and the million buying, and only got 10 runners.
Got all these. So. I'd say average over this would be how I'd work it. I'd say average field for all events would probably be around 1,500. So I'd just times. I reckon about that, because you've got fields like the Raz with 300 in it, the Stud High-Low with 300 in it.
See, I thought there were 10,000 entries for everyone. So, and I thought there were 200 events.
I wouldn't be able to figure out exactly, but just from an educated guess, I reckon the right answer would probably be somewhere between 130 to like 160k.
Is that all?
I reckon that's what it'd be.
Well, anyway, I'm not telling you what I've wrote down. I might have wrote the correct answer down. You never know. I really couldn't think.
Oh, wow.
I had a brain freeze.
Even less than 120. Nevdog just checked. 3:35 total.
I was close. Well, I'm not saying. I'm not saying. You've still got 2 minutes. You've still got 2 minutes. Have you checked the answers, by the way? Have you got?
I would have been 50,000 out if you asked me that question.
Well, I
laughed at you.
To be fair, I'd be about 1.2 million now. I'm just saying. No, that's all I'm saying. 2 minutes to get your answers in, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes to get your answers in, and then we will be giving you the answers. Have you been checking the chat box?
Yep, I'm on it.
Are you checking the chat box?
I'm on it.
Have you checking the chat box? I thought there were more than 88 events. I thought it was in the hundreds. Anyway.
So back to the action. Keep your guesses coming in though, guys, if you haven't
Couple
guessed
of minutes. We'll do it after this next hand. It is 1:15 and the next hand.
I said 20 past because
Did
we had the 5-minute pen fiasco.
The brain froze.
Yeah.
I apologise, the brain freezed. See, I was thinking on the same line as a Mirang Patel, you see. 1,000,000.7. That's what I was thinking. That's the way I went. If I get it right, what do I... Yeah, that's a good question. If I had to got it spot on, what would I get? Round of applause?
I'll go get you a cuppa. Or a coffee, hot coffee. Nice hot coffee
today, yeah, hot coffee today. Oh dear.
So King 3 suited for Vidas getting involved a lot. V-pipping probably well above 50% at the moment. But we know that Vidas likes to play, get in the mix. It's usually one of those that can run up a monster stack or bust fairly quickly.
10-10-5 flop. I think flop's the word for this answer. Oh my days.
The actual answer is 86,335.
Wowzers.
That's the actual answer. So I would have been well out myself. I didn't think it would be that low, to be fair.
I am well out, let me tell you. I am well out. I am embarrassingly well out.
So basically average of like 980 players per event with that. I thought it'd be like average 1,500 with the event because of how skewed it is with like the Colossus, the $1 Million Bounty, the Mini, all those events. This is either a sick bluff by a tower or I'm off by a few hundred thousand.
This is definitely not a sick bluff. This was a brain freeze. Let me tell you. This definitely was.
Yeah, everything included, Valerie. Every single buy-in, whether it be a re-entry or a unique.
I thought there were far too many events over 20,000. Well, the Colossus and the 400 and the 800. The one I played had 5,000 runners in one day event. That's what I went on, you see.
So Ben hijack open with the ace-10. King 10 deuce 2 diamond board.
I'll make up for it tomorrow.
Get me back tomorrow, you'll get me back.
To be fair, it was a relatively easy question if you'd have thought about it and your brain didn't freeze. Because for some reason I had a notes when I shouldn't have done. Anyway.
At least you didn't add 20 million people to Qatar. When you asked me that question.
Right, your guesses. You've got 2 minutes.
We'll do this hand and one more.
Yeah.
And then we'll let you know who the last guess was, and then we will reveal the answer and the winner.
Yeah.
But keep them coming in if you haven't guessed yet.
I don't know. Anyway, it's not the correct answer that matters. It's somebody thinking
Exactly,
how stupid
that's
I
the
am.
great thing about this game. You can't Google it. You can't. There's no way of knowing.
That is true. If you'd have Googled it and got the answer I put down, you'd have thought Google was wrong.
Jamie says you should play the Goliath Tower. Would be a great laugh. But he's going to play the tag team. He'll be in the mix in the tag team.
Yeah, we'll get some guest commentators when I'm in the tag, and then when Jay's in the tag, we'll get guest comms in as well. Oh dear, what have I done? Hey. Hey, dear.
So I think Ben's just got a clear check here, Tower. I think it's too optimistic to go for Razor Fin here with the ace 10. And going to see the bad news that Daniel went backdoor 2-pair. So we're going to play one more hand, guys, and when that hand finishes, the guesses.
Yeah. Just to let you know, if you've only got in double figures, you're not winning.
Yep.
Just say. Just say. I did have a brain freeze.
And if you put under 50 million, you're not winning.
Oh dear. We went a bit silly. Anyway, it is what it is. They shouldn't have too many of them silly events that nobody can play. That's what it is.
No, I'm not Chris. I'm not serious about the 50 million.
No, it's certainly not 50 million. I'm not that bad. Just
Sheng-Ji, as you've just joined in, you may be the last guest. You've got 1 minute. You need to tell me how many entries total for all 88 bracelet events at the WSOP.
Does Tower think and not the official answer?
Yeah, how many
to
does
tell
Tower
you
think?
that I've given everybody a clue by saying I am nowhere near the official 88,000 runners. Apologies. Well, not apologies to somebody because somebody's going to win.
Exactly.
Somebody's going to thank me for being way out and enjoying a £110 close of tickets. I thank you. Once again, I thank you.
So
That's what we were saying.
two pair for MC and Vidus with up and down and bottom pair. It's going to see some chips put in the middle here. Vidus opting for the check call, as he should be with Queen 10 here.
Oh, what a return card. Queen of clubs, last hand, and the 9 is straight on the board.
So this is going to be chopped up unless MC wants to take a stab at it, but it's going to be Vidus. I'm going to take a stab at it here, repping the ace. And MC raises it here, gets him off the chop. Fair play to that man. Going to have more ace X being the opener. So time has come, Tower.
So as you saw, I took a little bit longer than I was expected to think about the answer.
Right, last guess is Dark JF on Twitch. That is the final guess.
You're close, Dark J, let me tell you, you're close. So what I did were, I thought there were 88 events, and then for some reason, I thought there were 10,000 entries in every event. Because there were 8,600 in the main, and there were 13,000 in the Colossus, and there were 12,000 in the 500, and there were 7,000. I was thinking everybody was going, aye. And then he comes up with, well, there are only 25 in rats, and only 22 in 100k.
8,000 people in this world don't even know how to play rats, probably.
True. So, apologies, but it's not apologies because somebody's going to win a token.
So what you put, Tower? What have you put?
I went for everybody. The answer was everybody in Vegas. That was it. That was the answer I put. Everybody in Vegas played a World Series event because that's as many as I went for. So, I went for Neil Wolfrey. I think Neil said he was in the building, but I missed him at the break.
Yeah, he was.
I missed him at the break, so I'll come and see you very shortly. I, unfortunately, had a brain freeze and I went for a lot. 745,000. I tried to put a point there to get close, but I didn't. 745,000. So somebody will thank me for being silly.
Unbelievably, Tower.
What?
Someone has got it on the nose.
Get away!
Someone's got it spot on, and the winner is Top Ball on Twitch, guessing 745,000. Got inside his head. So, Top Ball, congratulations.
How do you even do that?
If you whisper me on Twitch, just with your alias, and what we'll do is get that ticket sent your way. I was like, no one was getting close.
Apologies. I had a brain freeze. And I thought, I just thought the numbers were high. And I thought 88 events. I thought it were more events, to be fair. I thought it were 88 events, 10,000 every event, 880,000. Take away a few for not playing, 745,000. That's what came on me. Oh, so wasn't it?
Top Ball on Twitch.
Oh my days.
Was the winner.
We can't say his whole name.
Yeah, Oh My Lord on Twitch was actually got their answering first, and they guessed 747,001. Yeah, so Oh My Lord weren't far off either, to be fair.
Oh my Lord. For being, oh my days. Frankie Thomas guessed 750. See? Frankie Thomas knew. He knows. Are you sure that 88,000 is all it was? I'm actually shocked.
I think it sounds about right. I went a bit high. I thought it'd be like 1,500.
Because that obviously works out £1,000 and 1,000 people per event.
Yeah.
Would you see? I'd have gone 5,000 event if I'd thought about it and then gone 400k and gone for 5,000 or maybe 4,000 as a. Now I'm thinking about it, I would never have gone as low as 88,000 ever. I would never have got.
I wouldn't have either.
I would never have got the correct answer.
I would have gone.
Ever.
Yeah, I never would have either.
But to be fair, 650,000 is close to being out. It's not bad. Jay was 20 million out. Yeah, we're getting better. We're getting better as a team.
That was a different question. Hold on, you were. I think what was it? 17 quintillion out.
That's true. Yeah,
you were 17 quintillion.
Nobody knows what that number is.
On the Rubik's
Oh
Cube
my
one.
days.
But that's it, guys. We're going to have another one tomorrow, so if you did miss out today.
Ezud says he's going to be avoiding Towers trebles like the plague this year. Oh my days. Sorry about that, everybody. But one person wins. And Top Ball, who does need to change his name so we can say it all. Do we know the real name? Have we got the ping yet?
I've tagged him on Twitch. I'm sure he'll send me a whisper as soon as possible.
Send us a whisper.
He's a regular viewer anyway,
Yeah,
so if he's not in the chat at the moment.
Apologies for thinking wrong.
It's great Summerway on the nose. When you wrote that down, I thought no one's even going to get near that. And then it's a crazy game.
Yeah.
But back to the action.
I just completely had a brain freeze. That 30 seconds just disappeared. I was still thinking about the answer. Oh man, what a plant pot. Anyway, we have a winner. They're rebranding them as Towers Terribles. I don't know what you mean. We got at least 3 up last year. We only did 30. And I'm going to give you on Saturday. On Saturday we're having 2 because this is the last weekend of no Towers trebles for the next 12 months. So what we'll do. Evening, Tim. Are you playing the main tomorrow, Mr. Tim? Hey, what can you say? What did he win? He won himself a £110 token to the closer. That's on Monday. So I'm sure we'll get a ping from Top Ball, who's going to be sending us his alias for Grosvenor Poker, so he can get an £110 token. Did we get the Omaha champion from yesterday? No, not yet. We'll get it for you, Gary. 121 entries in the Omaha last night. 70 odd I think so. It was 61 the last time. Let's have a quick check. We'll get the Omaha result for you. And today, at this moment in time, we are on 65. 65 in the mix at the minute. So a steady start to Reading South. And we know day one will be busy. And busier, and the turbo as well. And day two buy-ins. So should get around about the 250, 270 mark.
Yeah, and this is the last hand of this level, and then we're going to reach the halfway point of the day, moving into level 6, 200, 400. So Danny here with the ace-8 on the button. Calling off the Vidus, raises the old 6 deuce in the hijack. So complete whiff for all three players here, and Danny going to take the initiative once checked here. Oh sorry, Vidus has fired here with the 6 deuce, and Danny's going to call with the ace-8. Surprised to see Danny call. If he gets checked too, don't mind a fire, but could definitely just bin the ace-8 here, but has picked up gut shot on the turn, and Vidus picked up and down straight draw. So 1.7 size of choice on the turn from Vidus, and Danny calling here with the ace-8 once more. Comes king of spades on the river, and Vidus as the opener. We're going to have more king X than Danny. Now fires 2k into 7. Dan raising with the best of it to 7.2. And Vidus just going to have to get out of the way, and Danny with the ace high takes it down. Was the best hand and shows it.
It was very good, you know, like car from the tournament. When eight comes to the bar,
I may have done, Dave. I may have done. I think you say WSP made these look like 25Ks. Might have been an over-exaggeration. But I still stand by. I still think these were a lot tougher. But this is quite a fun table. You got a real good mixture here. You got some recreationals. You've got some very good players. You got some up and coming in terms of Daniel. Both Jack and Ben obviously very accomplished in the MTT scene. I do still stand by, Dave, though, that I do think like a 1kg GUKPT is going to be tougher than like a 5k WSOP event. Maybe not 25k, that was probably a reach too far. But as I said, the tables I was getting was just crazy. I've been waiting to say that all day. I think Jack put in the chat yesterday, don't be so ridiculous or something like that when I said that. And look, MC here just 4-betting the 5s. After Vidus opens +2 8 deuce. Pete 3-bets the ace queen hijack. Danny cold calls the 3-bet with king 10 off. And now MC just finds a cold 4 out of the small blind with pocket 5s.
There you go. Martin's going back to 2007.
Yeah, I have no idea what's gone on here. And show a 5. Show a 5 one time, Martin.
Show a 5, Martin.
Show him the 5.
Show him the 5.
No.
Oh. Good lad.
Cold 4-bet after an open cold. Oh, God. Open, 3-bet, cold call. I'm going to 4-bet the 5s out the small. Put the hammer down.
What's that?
I doubt you are. I think you said you weren't. Yeah, I spoke to you the other day. I was about to ask you, Dave, if you're coming down to Reading, but I know you're back up in Scotland now. I wish I got a plane with you and got to travel down on the train from Scotland to Birmingham. Listen to this. This is because I couldn't get an Uber on my phone because I had no Wi-Fi when I got to the airport, and I can't get into my Uber anyway because I can't confirm my old phone number.
All right.
So I've had to get a black cab back to Birmingham.
Yeah.
Guess how much?
Well, is he another Tower Thinks?
Heathrow to Birmingham. Guess how much?
Is it another Tower Thinks? Heathrow to Birmingham. 90 quid.
I wish.
Oh, okay. Really? Heathrow to Birmingham. Oh my days. Dave Duggan is 745,000. 140.
£400.
Gets away.
£400. I got in the cab. I said to him, "How much do you reckon it's going to be, mate?" And he said somewhere between. He said, "Don't actually know." He said probably somewhere between 350 and 500. So I went to him. I'll just give you. I said, "Could I just give you 400 cash?" Now I couldn't be bothered. I just wanted to get home. I'd just been on a flight. But yeah, 400 quid it cost me.
Wow, man. Oh my days.
400 quid. Absolute robbery.
Wow. That's ridiculous.
2 hours. 2 hours.
Yeah. Wow. Should have rang me up. Oh no, you couldn't.
Drive down from Blackpool, yeah.
Wowzers. That's incredible.
I literally just couldn't be arsed. I finished the flight, just wanted to get home.
Wow. Well, if there's an 8 on the river here, there'll be carnage. Because we're both flop trips, and Martin's got pocket 8s. If that flops 8, queen.
So, raising it up here, Daniel, just to get it heads up for Deems in for his last 1k.
Yeah. Is this the first elimination while we're having a massage ever on a feature table?
Nine deuce or 5 needed to survive.
Can't. It's a 7. We've had his first elimination from a player having a massage at a feature table ever.
Yep.
And he's not leaving till she's finished. Oh man, there we go. Lost one.
Yeah, I got home about 6 around then, Dave. I know you had to get another flight up to Scotland. Not waiting around. Mark Adair says I was the driver.
Just wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like how they can even charge that much. It's like what 4 hours work probably does about 60 quid in fuel. It's like 80 bar an hour. Suit days for Danny. Makes it 800. Jack here, ace jack on the button. Could go either way here, flat or free bet. Just a call from Jack. Oh no, it's a free bet. There's one chip for its 1k chip. Does free bet to 2.4. Danny gonna call here with a suited ace.
Eight, 7, 2, 2 hearts.
There's Danny out flopping Jack. Catches bottom pair here. Or the Jack. Could go either way on. He's going to opt to continue. And 3.5 into 5.6 from Jack. Danny's quarter piece, so going to come along for the ride. And see a turn card.
7 of spades, pairs on the turn.
Check on the river, and ace deuce suited, good for Danny. Yeah, that's true, and it's still like I say, probably what does 60 to 80 quid in fuel, so probably like worth £80 an hour to him still over 4 hours, which is obviously decent though. I know they got to drive back as well.
Yeah, sorry Michael. 745,000. He missed the dot off in the middle. I thought he'd seen it, but no.
74.5.
I just went mad. Anyway, we got one happy customer. Have we had a reply?
He's not watching on Twitch at the moment, but I've whispered him, so I think he literally got his answer in and then it's disappeared. But I've messaged him, and I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, awesome. Good stuff. We had very close guesses as well. See, you know, the same as me. 10,000 in every event.
So Danny raising queen, deuce of hearts it, and Jack just flattened the nines in the cut-off. And Vidas going to come along with the old 8-3.
Ace 2, 5. 2 diamonds.
There's a bottom pair for Danny here. Vidas with a will draw, 1 overcard to the pocket nines of Jack. Danny chooses 1.8 into 3k here, so 60% sizing from Danny. And Jack's going to call. Can't just instantly give Danny credit for an ace. Going to have lots of hands in there that was still ahead of some king queen, king jack, king 10, these type of holdings here, and potential to bluff some runouts on diamonds as well.
Yes, the diamonds, pairs, brings the flush draw. Jack. Castle sat in 1. We checked all the way around. Jack of spades rivered.
Yeah, so if this does get to showdown, Jack's going to take it with the nines, and Danny as the last aggressor has to show first. Queen deuce suited.
So the nines will play Jack Arctos against a small one. The little starting stack on 23,000. King 10 for Jack. Looks like a raise, 3 bets to 2.4. King high flop, Jack connects, that's 1.5. Danny called.
Floating the old
Floating
6 side.
completely. And ace to 6 as well, so gets a bit of equity.
Yeah, but Jack has turned flush draw now with his King 10 of hearts. And Jack, with his King 10 of hearts here versus gun, like, can definitely flat here. But I think after we see Danny open the Queen Deuce of hearts +1, I think Jack does have position on Danny in his hand like this. He's just going to be free betting relentlessly here. But Danny, non-believer here, going to call twice. Seven of spades on the river. Yeah, and this is beautiful. This is really, really nice. A lot of players will just check back in this spot here and just take what's in the middle, but Jack going as thin as it comes here, maybe thinking that Danny is going to get sticky with a queen some of the time, and in this case might even get sticky with a 6. But really nice little third street here of value. Jack is trying to extract here with a King 10, but Danny just lets the 6-5 suited go. Knows where he's at. Only real hand we're worried about maybe from his perspective is King Jack. Ace King going to 4-bet. Probably going to hear about King Queen on the turn. So just taking those things into account, almost always going to be good there with our King 10. Sometimes we will value own ourselves against King Jack, but Danny's going to have a whole host of hands that in there.
Danny 3-bets to 2.8 with Mickey Blacks. Danny C3 with 51,000. Got the Ace King.
They're going to be 4-betting here. Somewhere around 7k. Well, I'd like to see that sort of sizing.
Is the lot in? It is.
Yeah, all in the call.
Yeah, it puts him under pressure. Danny Pike does not fold the 6s.
Yeah, just 65 bigs getting in here.
Yeah. Dan thought we're off to the races. So Danny Pike, right hand side, hat on, glasses, and a bad foot.
Yeah, graphic slightly wrong. This is all in.
It is.
So Danny gonna need to find a 6.
We still need a 6. Is there any Mickey Blacks? Any white, any red ones? No.
It's the 3 of diamonds, so we are going to lose Danny.
Yeah, Danny was all in with the 6s, not the Ace King.
So I'm sure he'll have a re-entry.
Yeah. Danny Pike, hobbling off. We still want to know what he's doing. He's one of your best mates. What happened to him?
I don't know.
Come on, son. He
didn't tell me. Like I said, he didn't even tell me. He literally. I went to him. You all right, mate? He went, yeah, I'm fine. He says it's not as bad as it looks. Just,
yeah, careful.
He's got to get down that stage now.
Careful. There's no wonder he's limping. He's got hard shoes on.
He hasn't got a shoe on the other foot.
Oh, so Daniel takes out Danny.
She opened 26.
Do you reckon, Jay?
So down with the aces now. So just continue with Dan. Continues and Ben gets out of the way. Oh, 1082 for Vidas in the hijack. Going to make it 800 to go. And folds round to the blinds. Just raise and take for Vidas. So bun open from MC, raising to 900 here, and Jack in the small blind with the ace-8 off. We got the ace blocker. These chips aren't going to be call-in chips if Jack is going to be continuing in his hand, and there's the free bet from the small, making it 3.6. Lovely size and choice, nice big 4x. And back on MC here, and this deep, myself, I'd be probably peeling this one, suited connector with position. Let's see how MC proceeds. Flop of Jack 9-8 up and down for MC. Jack with bottom pair. Queen of Hearts on the turn, changes nothing. MC gets the job done on the turn, fair play. Jack checks it over, fires with the 7 high, and gets Jack off the best of it. So Dan with another big hand here. Caught a bit of heat this session. Daniel in seat 3.
What is it?
And just going to take this one down. We've got about 40 minutes or so.
Got news?
What's the news?
Guest commentator coming in.
Who is it?
I'm not telling you. So we've got a guest commentator coming in at the start of the next level. Big Sam Hawley just coming in. He wants to do comms in the Goliath. Is that alright, boss?
He wants to do comms in the Goliath.
Yeah, so he's going to do an hour every now and again. He's going to be there for about 6 days, he says. So he's going to come in and jump in, old Sam.
Any chance he can bring someone with him who can handle all the tech side?
And what, well, our PK's like, nah, okay. Oh. Yes, if things go awry over the weekend. Yeah, so Sam's not playing the satellite today. Might play the main tomorrow. He's going to think about it. Sam Allledge is going to come in for some guest comms in the next session. So we're going to do an hour with Sam, and he's going to chat with Jay, and then I'll nip back in and we'll have a chat with Sam. He's looking forward to Goliath. Came to help us out in the comms about 4 or 5 years ago now. Don't forget we've not done it since 2019. We still keep saying last year. Can he fly a drone? It's too soon, Nick. It's too soon. Nick, it's too soon. Hiya Morris, it's the bots, that's what they are, unfortunately. They are called bots, and we keep deleting them when we can. That's what happens. Not a lot we can do about it. Every live stream have bots, unfortunately, posting, and then we see them and then we chuck them in. He's just gonna nip. He's just nipped out for 2 minutes. How was the Rubik's convention in Vegas? That was a great answer that last time when Rick Trigg was here. Where's Jay? He's got to a Rubik's Cube convention in Vegas. Oh, that was so funny. Tom Hall, not today. There'll be plenty coming in. Just seen Neil Wolfrey as well, and Emma. They're both playing the Satellite tonight. There's not a high roller in Reading, no. There's a mystery bounty though. Tomorrow on Saturday, £440 mystery bounty. So that'll be busy. Riggy's just turned up with Gary Whitehead. Gary Whitehead, second in a bracelet event last week, the 800-pounder. Came second for $160,000. Riggy came third in the 1K seniors at the win for 53k. So they've both had a fantastic series. They both turned up. They're both playing tomorrow for the main event. Both of them playing tomorrow. Yeah, it was a great effort from Gary. Just, I think he was all in for his final big blind, his final 5 bigs, I think, when he was all in eventually. But it was a fabulous, fabulous effort. King of Clubs on the river, cementing the hand for Ben Jones in C number 8. Winner back in Bolton years ago. And he shows him the King Providers, folds the Queen. And a nice pot going to Ben. Numbers today, relatively quiet, 67 for the main. If we get to 80, I think we've done really well, and 80 will bode well for maybe 120 tomorrow, 140, and then 40 or 50 in the turbo and 10 buy-ins. Shouldn't be too bad by the end, 270, 280 maybe. I think we've done very well. If we get close to 300. Mine Cameron this time. 3 bets with the ace king. Good old timer, old Martin. Starting seat number 9. Played the GUKPT for years and years and years. We tried looking for the video when he threw the lollipop at Barry Neville, couldn't find it. One of the best clips we ever did. I was speaking to him yesterday when I first saw him, and he was chuckling away. And one of the first things he said, "Do you remember that video?" Remember it? I was there. Remember it? I filmed it. Oh, it was so funny. Good old Martin.
What you need? Need 6.
Raised to 800. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Pete with the hooks. 9-7-3 flop.
Raise 37.
Bet. Of 800, raised to 3.7. Ben calls with the double gutter. 10 of hearts on the turn.
$4.6K.
Read it with the jacks. That's 4.6. It should be a fall from Ben. And Pete Wiggett picks up a small, moves up to 65,000. Just over 20 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. 1 15-minute break, and then we'll be back for levels 7 and 8 with a new table. Be good to be watching, because Rafa Navas will be on the next feature table. The man who played Heads Up Cash yesterday, and we watched the stream for a while. It was a great stream. Will the Goliath be live streamed, says David White, watching on YouTube? Yes, every single day. And that is what we're going to be live streaming. We set up on the Friday, and then we work Saturday all the way through to the following Sunday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a lot of days. A lot of days. Yes, we're going to be streaming every single day from Saturday, the 27th of August. We'll start with the beginning of Goliath, obviously. The first live Goliath back in 3 years. The women's day too, and the final day will be streamed as well. And then there's all kinds of different streaming going on all the way through. The final weekend, obviously, is the Turbos, day 2 of Goliath, and day 3. The only event that's not open to everybody, I think, is it the Saturday one? Saturday the 3rd? Saturday the 3rd is not open to anyone. So unfortunately, when you get knocked out of the Goliath, there's no side events. Which, wonder what the reason is for that. Maybe because of the numbers. Maybe because we're expecting like 1,300-1,400 coming back. Maybe it'll be too busy. I'll have to ask Jim that. I don't know if I'm guessing Jim's not in the building anymore. But if he's back tomorrow, we'll ask why there's no side event on the Saturday when there's 3 side events on the Sunday. We'll ask the question. But plenty going on regarding live streaming. Plenty of opportunities to get yourselves into a lot of main events. There's some big events. Joker's Wild, obviously. And also, if I can just quickly revert back to what we got sent from Jim today. Going back to the car parking. Car parking is free all throughout the tournament, including Wednesday night when there's a football match on. Overnight parking is permitted, so you can leave your car if you want to, and additional parking will be made available for the Wednesday as we do Goliath, but you will need to put your registration in one of the machines that's inside the casino, so that's for that. There's plenty more questions coming out. If there's a question I don't know the answer to, I'll write it down and send it to Jim. There's all sorts going on, I must admit, but I think one of the biggest things I would say is that if you're not a member of a Grosvenor casino and you're coming to play, then please, please, please make yourself a member of a Grosvenor casino to save a lot of time, because you'll need your Grosvenor card to get in. If you've got it with you, it'll save a lot of time. So please make sure you've got yourself the Grosvenor card. Don't expect to bring down your ID and get in 5 minutes at Goliath week, because it won't happen. It'll be a long haul. So if you want to make yourself a member, do it before we get to Goliath. You've got 4 weeks yet. Regarding the wristbands, there's going to be a different colour wristband every day. So you can just fleet in and out with your wristband every single day.
Sorry guys, I had to pop out for
No
10
worries,
minutes.
that's
Just
all right.
just coming back now with the chips. How we doing? John Scott. Alright, we had a conversation earlier. I will be playing golf next year. We're going to go up for 2 weeks, we think. Harvey's in the chat.
Golf?
How we doing, Mel? Yeah, John Scott was the one that took me.
Oh yes. Yes, Johnny. Good evening, good evening, good evening.
And cheers, Paul.
My plan is to be up to Edinburgh for longer next year when we get on the tour, that is for sure. If I don't make it back up to Edinburgh this year, you never know. There'll be a spare time in September. Off to the White Lion, old Fletch. Listen to the blokes tilt about how hot it's been. We don't half get bamboozled into talking about hot weather, don't we?
Check. Check. Check.
Nigel saying Lingard to Forest is a done deal.
Check.
Wow, that's a big move for Forest.
Check.
Didn't he want something like 150,000 a week or something? Is that the going rate for a striker these days?
Check.
Is it? I don't know.
I wouldn't know what Championship
I don't
was.
check the football. I don't check the football. I know Preston North End are down in Coventry when the Goliath's on. It is Martin in seat number 9. Nick, it is indeed. First time he's picked up 2 cards in 5 years, he told me. Saw him yesterday for the first time. Had a good old chat about the old days. And it's the first time he's picked up cards. Watches the live stream, he did say. He does watch the live streams.
Cardsmith, how are we doing? Evening from Croatia, lads. Good to see you back together. Was Vegas profitable, Jay? We had a little win. We won small on the trip. Small win.
Yeah.
32k in buy-ins, 37k in cashes. So winning small. Better to be in the green than in the red, though. And Rock Remain. Wristbands, why can't we have one for the week? I'm there for 10 days. Surely it would save staff time rather than having the queue for wristbands 10 times. The reason you can't is because you're walking into a Grosvenor casino, and every day you walk into a Grosvenor you need to sign in with your Grosvenor card as you would in any casino.
Yep.
You need to be a member, sign in so we know you're in the building. That's all it's to do with. If you've just got a wristband and walked in, then your card doesn't go through the system, and then you're not signed into the casino, and you need to be signed in to get in. So that's why you need to queue for the wristband. You can't just walk through.
Indeed. See you tomorrow, Paul. Coming to play the main event here in Reading. Well, we're looking forward to rock tips over the weekend. £200,000 a week here it comes to play at Forest. How did they justify that? What? £200,000 a week to play at Nottingham Forest. It's Jesse Lingard.
How have Forest got that money?
Well, it's not good business if they get relegated, unless the parachute payment will pay for his wages. Weird. Yeah, Preston North End play Coventry City on the Wednesday night during Goliath. So what I'd do, Nick, is come down and watch the match and play Goliath on Thursday.
Check. 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 Check.
So Daniel's going to be good here with the A7. Up to 84k. Did I miss a pot tower with Daniel? Or has he just been chipping up?
No, he's been chipping up, and obviously.
Oh, Danny's back as well.
Danny,
I
Danny
forgot he busted.
Back.
Yeah, I thought.
Danny come limping back and moved the seat across. Crutches are in the same place. Will there be shot clocks at Goliath? I think it's the final day.
Yeah.
Day 3, I think. The 30-day shot clocks.
Okay.
I do think. Shot clocks come in for day 2s on GUKPTs, and I'm pretty sure there's a shot clock for day 3. The 30-second clocks. There'll be no 20-minute tanking at Goliath. Joker's Wild, yes, indeedy, on the Wednesday. On the Wednesday, and I do actually think, if I remember correctly, entries are now open for all side events. Now I'm not sure if that's just on the holding. I think that's in the club. I need clarification from PK. But entries are open now for all side events. So if you want to play Joker's Wild, get yourself in and buy in.
Tim Buckley, he's only signed a 1-year contract, so they can get rid of him if they get relegated.
Alright, okay. So what's that?
what, 200 bag.
Is that 10 mil?
Do you get all 52 weeks of the year, or do you only get the weeks that you're training and playing?
I'm guessing it's... Is it pro rata? I'm sure.
I wouldn't know.
Well, it's 10 mil a year, isn't it? See, why did I not work them maths out that quick when I was trying to guess how many players played the GUK, played the World Series this year? Instead of being silly.
Yeah, Dave. Danny did redraw, not the same seat, one seat to the left. He was in trap 5 before, trap 6 before. He's in 7 now, so he redrew the same table, just one seat to the left. And Jay, I see you made D-Next daily vlogs, yeah.
Yeah, not the hand that he wanted though.
Yeah, I weren't happy about it, Prolico. Honestly, we're free table. There's 20 odd left for a bracelet in a massive field. He wins a pretty substantial pot against me, blind on blind, where he double barrels a gut shot, and I river 2 pair, which makes him in straight. And he didn't even put it in the blog. Didn't even put it in the vlog.
Unbelievable.
Puts all the ones when he's getting unlucky in there, but as soon as he gets a bit of fortune, don't hear about that hand.
Did you shout, stick that in your vlog?
Yeah, D-Next, it was an experience to play with him.
Yeah.
Felt really comfortable as well.
Awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, there's plenty of questions going back to Goliath and everything regarding that. We know we're talking about it a lot while we're doing the GUKPT Reading, but it is the next event that we are going to be live streaming. And if you do want to register for any flight during the day ones, don't forget you can only do it once. You can't pre-reg for any more than one day. What will happen if you do all 7 or 8 or whatever it is, you get put into day 1A and the other 7 will get put back into your account. You cannot register for more than one flight.
Jay, did you hear about the Clash of the Titans in the GUKPT closer last month? Clash of the Titans.
In the closer last month. Oh yes, I was on Johnny Scott's table last year in the closer. I played the closer.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I got battered. I got it all in front again, as you do. I got rivered again, as you do. Yeah, it was good. How did you end up in that, Johnny? You had a substantial stack when I saw.
Yeah, there's one Joker in the deck, David White, for Joker's Wild, and it will be a wild card.
Yeah. And if you think it's poker, like it normally is, think again. Because there is some clown on the decks. Literally.
Yeah.
Might be in an outfit looking like that. It all depends what Andy decides to buy. So heading towards the break. Did you notice how long was left on the clock?
We go on break in 7 minutes.
Okay. Just going back to Goliath and being a registered member of a Grosvenor Casino, don't forget, if you do have the app and you're signed into the app, your membership number is actually on the app, so you can show that.
Yeah, Pro Leakio, that would have been me. That would have been me. I was rushing to the loo on break.
Raise to 900. Cool.
Nine flop. 9-4-3.
Bet 900.
Fires for 900 here, MC. Looks like Jack. I'm going to float here with just Jack high. 5 of hearts doing a little bit of work with some backdoors. There's a 6 of hearts. So bringing in flush and straight possibilities for Jack.
Check.
And I guess if we're floating this one and we get this card on the turn here, Tower, this is probably going to be a double barrel for us a lot of the time. It's Jack 5, 5 of hearts working, removal to flushes, removal to straights, and we can just start targeting all the 1 pair hands that Mike can have in this spot. Just go hell for leather, put the 4x, the 3x, the 9x in the cage. So 2.8 is the bet on the turn, and just the 4 folding straight away. So Jack takes that with the worst of it. And when we return, guys, new featured table as always. Quick rotation.
Jan Nada Zadeh. GUKPT Lower in London. Rafa Navas, who smashed the cash yesterday. Jacob Stone. Paul Linton. And Matt Chan. To name but a few.
So folds round to Jack in the small blind. He looks like he's going to raise this one up. Oh, just completes for 200. And Dan raises up with the King Jack, and just a quick fold from Jack.
So for everybody watching on YouTube, we're going to be stopping and starting for recording purposes. So everybody, if you're watching on YouTube, you'll need to stop and start and find the new live link. The rest of it, Facebook and Twitch, it doesn't matter. You just carry on regardless. So if you're on YouTube and you just want to flick over to Twitch or Facebook, you can. Or we'll just stop and start and find the new link, because we stop and start for recording purposes. We only do 12 hours. I think we'll just be short of the 12 hours, but it's always better to be safe. So we will be stopping and starting and be able to watch all today's action in 2 beats.
Oh. 900. Fold. Fold. Cool.
So Danny opening +1 with Jack 9 off, and Jack gonna kill the suited ace on the button here, and Vidas won't be going anywhere with the ace Jack of hearts, and just chooses to rip this one in here for 35 big blinds. That would be that for the hand.
Raise to 1K. Fold.
So last hand of the session, and then a 15-minute break, which means we'll be back at 7:45 after this hand. We'll see you then. The new table includes Jacob Stone, Rafa Nevas, Jan Nada Zadar.
Fun little session, this one. Enjoyed it.
Ace 10 7. After the break, Sam Orledge is coming in. We're on a 15-minute break. After this hand, Sam's coming in for the break. After the break, yeah. We're going to get him rotated onto Goliath. So yeah, so you can have an hour every now and again. He doesn't know it yet, but we will tell him. We'll pay him in donuts.
So Pete fires with his top pair, gets called by Ben to the river, which is King of Diamonds. Could just see this one go check now.
Yeah,
and it does. Indeed. And Pete's going to take that one. We are on a 15-minute break, guys. We will be back just before 1:45, so 22. We will be back. See you then. So we see Tom opening Jack 9 off in the hijack. Can open a lot wider here with the chip lead. A lot of pressure on these guys with ladders and approaching the FT. But Matt never going to be going anywhere here with pocket 8s. Easy decision for him in the small, just the call. And it's heads up between Tom and Matt Davenport here. Let's see a flop.
Flop time, Ace 9 3. Second pair for Tom. Takes the lead in the hand.
It's still may bet small here, Tom Hall. This is a board that's just going to favour us a lot of the time here, being the opener. We do have middle pair as well, so we do have some disguised trips or 2 pair when the turn is a jack or a 9. So potential. You can go really small here, as small as quarter potentially. And goes for 21k, so quarter pot is the sizing of choice for Tom, just under. And Matt here with D8s getting this price, probably going to call once. Tom's still going to have lots of holdings here, all like the Broadways, the King Queen, Jack 10, all this sort of stuff that we are still ahead of, and sometimes he will shut down on some turns.
7 of diamonds hits the turn.
So this is where it's probably just going to go check here. Tower. I think Tom maybe a bit optimistic to fire our 9 here again. Very hard to get 2 streets from worse now. I think the 8s will fold if we fire, so maybe better to check this one behind. We can also put ourselves in a tricky spot here. We do fire and Matt opts to raise. So just expect to see Tom Hall check this one back most of the time here on the turn. And there is the check. See a river card.
And it's paying 2 pair.
Well, it is 2 pair for Tom Hall, but probably going to be very difficult to get value from Matt Davenport here with his particular hand. Matt does have the 8s blocking the nuts. 10-8 could still be in Tom's range. He's going to open 10-8 suited from the hijack, although 10-8's probably going to double barrel turn, something to take into account. But Tom will now just opt for probably a larger size here, I think now. Tower, this little disguised Jack 9 of ours, somewhere around like 90, 3/4 pot, probably what I expect to see. It looks pretty chunky.
That's pot size.
That's 105. So around 85-90% up there. And Matt here with the 8s, never going to call this one tower. Just not putting in a quarter of our stack here with 8s, we lose to too much. Well. Oh, he's going to raise. Matt Davenport. Is he going to find the raise here? What a raise it would be as well, because Tom could still just have some one pair holdings. Matt Davenport, where's he found this shove? Oh my word. And Tom's got 2 pair here. This could be the end of Matt. I'm guessing Matt's trying to target all the 1 pair holdings here of Tom. Like Tom can check back some ace-x on the turn and go for value on the river, and Matt's trying to target this, but Tom's even higher up here with 2 pair. And he's gonna be in the tank here, because what will go through Tom's head, Tower, is we beat value? I don't think we do. Maybe 9-7 might be in there for Matt, but is he going to check rip that? Obviously, Matt can still have some ace-3, ace-9, ace-7 defending out the big blind. He might even float a 10-8 as well, wrap round this 9 with backdoors, so 10-8 of hearts, diamonds, and spades probably going to be in there. But the question we got to ask ourselves, is Matt Davenport ever going to do this as a bluff? And what are the bluffs, Tower? Once Matt calls on an ace-9-3, there's not many you can come up with. And because of that, I think Tom may let this one go. Simply because of the board texture on the flop. It's ace-9-3 rainbow. What on earth is Matt supposed to have here? He can have sets, he can have 2-pair. And what hand is he going to turn into a bluff? Is he going to rip some 9-10, some 8-9, blocking straights and 2-pairs? This is just a 6-6 jam from Matt Davenport early on a big day 3, and Tom Hall in the blender here and lets it go. Matt Davenport, you boss, and shows Tom as well. Pocket 8s. There is a reason this guy is top of the National League. Matt Davenport putting on a show early on.
Wow.
He's not afraid, Tal. He's not afraid of busting.
Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers.
I wonder if anyone's dreams of Vegas rely on this tournament, Tower. I wonder if
you never know.
To get a top 3 finish, they're going to be jetting off to the desert or not.
Julian raises to 50 with ace-10. Max in C1 with a queen-8. It's rid of the button. Queen-8 suited, small blankets out of the way.
Jan's kind of giving a few tells away that he's folding pre. He's kind of.
I like Josh's demeanour at the table, you know. I do like him. He looks at the players.
Yeah.